military equipment, basically. So they are striving to reach for 3% of their GDP, which I think it's a sign they are really taking seriously um, Russia's um, presence in the region, and seeing what they did in Ukraine. So um, yeah, um, I can talk more, but maybe Fela has something to add, or Joanna. Good morning, Joanna. Um,
Hey, good morning, Ganda. I just wanted to be on the space with you. It's always amazing to see you up there, and Doman, of course. And just wanted to mention that Suwalki area in Poland, at the border between Poland and Lithuania, is very important because it's the transit way to Kaliningrad. And the fact that they are doing exercises in that area is sending a message to Russia in a way.
and someone just DM'd me. He or she, the name is Yanis. I don't know. Said it's from Latvia, and they have the same there. So lots of trainings lately. So I think it's safe to say that all the NATO countries on the eastern border of NATO are training and preparing their troops for every um, situation. And actually, I think this is a very good thing.
To put it this way, if you want to do some NATO exercises that look amazing and you want to make sure that Russia sees them, that area is the area of choice.
Near Kaliningrad.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure they will pay attention to that. Um, I think I will tease Peter Doran. I want two topics from him other than the current one, and one of them it's about Kaliningrad. It's the history of the region, and 100 years old history that I think it's worth being mentioned at some point. Uh, for those of you who don't know, this particular region is not directly connected to Russia as a territory at this point. So it has been it has been a it has a very interesting history, and I would I would tease Peter on this. Maybe we can do uh maybe we can do this. I think it's relevant, not only as a history lesson. It's relevant as um a pattern for Russia, and a context for the region, and for the Second World War, and how they behaved over the years. And yeah, I I'm preparing. If he, if he has nothing else to do, and he wants to indulge me, I have this and another topic regarding Turkey. And regarding Turkey, I think we can involve Daniel, and most probably, if he has time, Christian, who actually I think studied um, um, Turkey, and maybe we'll have someone from Turkey to help us with that. So, um, good morning, Mr. M. And fella, either he fell asleep. Uh,
It's not wise in the winter.
have I told you that my great grandfather was? Uh, I mentioned this in the space. He was saved by his um, um, brothers at arms. Yes, it was. He was volunteer on the during the First World War, and he was an artillery man, right? They used to have guns, cannons, right? And um, they didn't have mechanized um, um, traction for them, so they put them on wheels on we call it afet. It's a wooden board, very thick, on which you put the cannon so that you can move it from one place to another. Usually is tracted by horses, but they didn't have enough horses, um, not to spare for this. So they had to push it, right? And it was winter, and it was really, 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 really cold. And they had their uniforms, but the uniforms of the soldiers, of the Romanian soldiers during First World War, were basically um, some kind of wool, but it's not enough. It's not enough. So they were cold, and they were cold. He was really tired. He was a tall man, very strong, and he was really, really tired. And at some point, he told his brothers um, he will go relieve himself on the side of the road, you know. And he said, "Don't stop for me. I'll catch you when I can." And one of the guys who was right next beside him looked at him and realized he was dead tired, and he wanted to lay down in the snow, basically. And he was willing to let himself die, right? This was the level of the exhaustion that he was at. And this guy who was right beside him, he said, "You know, don't go. Hop on the hop on the wooden plaque near the cannon. We will push you." So he lied down on next to the cannon, and they pushed him for some hours until they reached the pit stop. And basically that guy and the whole team, because they had to push not only the cannon but him, um, saved his life. And we don't know how we don't know the names of those guys who were with him. If he ever told them to my um, grandfather, um, he never recalled them. But I always think that some small gesture of kindness, of willingness to help and to recognize the suffering of the person who is beside you, can change not only his life but can change other destinies. Because um, my grandfather wouldn't have been born um, I wouldn't have been born, right? So what you do today and every day, it can be a small thing that helps someone, or it can be a small thing that breaks someone. So I think it's really important for us to be mindful, to be empathic, and to do a small thing, a small gesture, a small help um, towards the ones who are beside us. We are not always at war, but sometimes we do have people who struggle right beside us in real life. So yeah, this is how lives are changed, right? This is how um, things are changed, and this is why, for example, when we say tweet and retweet the space, it's 3 clicks, like literally 3 clicks from when you're in the space to going to retweet the space. But for example, you tweet and retweet, the word gets out, and we have had here on the space, we have had um, Carlos, right, the pilot. He came like 2 weeks ago, um, following someone else, seeing a tweet or something. He didn't search for Ukrainian spaces running 24/7. It was something that came on his feed. So, and he brought so many new information in the space, and such interesting discussions and knowledge. So even a small gesture can bring someone in here, or can reach someone who has the ability to donate to MriyaAid, and therefore save a life or many lives, depending on their um, means at the time. So don't be afraid to do some good today. Smile to someone. They might need it. They might really need it. Ioana.
Oh, I just wanted to say that your story is so significant, especially in these times, because 20 years from now, or 30 years, or 40 years, we'll probably have children and grandchildren, and they will learn history, and what's happening now will be a part of history. And maybe they will ask us, what have you done during that time? You lived through that time, how it was, what did you do? And we should be able to say we were at the right part of the history. We were contributing in our way to help Ukraine to preserve its land and its freedom. And many of us cannot do things on the ground there in Ukraine. Many of us cannot contribute militarily. Maybe we want to do it, but we can't. But what we can, when we feel helpless, is just contribute with a little part, and maybe donate to MriyaAid, which provides a little help to Ukraine in these times, or other organization of choice, a reputable organization. So it is important to just do, each of us, our little part. We are like, I don't know, we are more than 300 people here now. So if each of us does something today, we will remember that we did something in 30 years or 40 years from now.
Since I have two Romanians here with me, and we'll be joined by Peter Dorn just under 6 hours to talk about King Michael, I just want to know, what is the perception of King Michael, who only passed away a few years ago, the last king of Romania. in Romania? What's the perception of him and what he did back in the 1940s, and then what are the perceptions? Oh, before we go to that, let's go to Fella, who I think was a little bit busy with something else. And Winter War Fella, go ahead, and then Jana can ponder my question about King Michael in the meantime. Fella, Winter War Fella, there we go.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I missed. I had to do something. So just wanted to say hello. So I'm listening with interest, and if there is something I can comment on the current situation. So I'll follow and I'll listen and I'll join a little bit later. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Winter War Fella. Right. Anda, Jana, which one wants to speak to King Michael first? Just so we get a little bit of an understanding, maybe of the present before we go back to the past.
Joanna, do you want to start?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Joanna, we're gonna have a talk. The talk. So
Okay, I start then. But I don't have the figures. I don't have the years. It's kind of
not just like the present perception of him. So it doesn't have to be figures. Just kind of feels.
Yes, he was very loved in Romania. He was really thought to be something like a hope for the future. Of course, it's very difficult to turn a republic into a monarchy, but he was really very loved, not by the actual how should I say Democratic Socialist Party, but by all the other people. And when he came to Romania, there were like thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of people in the street waiting to just salute him. And his funeral was one of the most emotional and um, great events in the history. I say great not because it was a good thing, but because people could show how much they loved him. So it was really emotional.
So we have had, as a background to what we are going to discuss today, and to what Joanna said earlier, we have had 4 kings, right? Monarchy was not the staple in Romania. We prior to 1881, we have had rulers. The norm was to have they were appointed. We have had something that are called boieri. The term is also similar with something that Ukraine and Russia has. It's sort of landowner, but they are not on ranks like they were in France or England. So you don't have baronet and viscount and earl and marquis and a duke. You only have boieri, and they are wealthier or less wealthier, with larger or smaller territories as a property, and usually among them, one of them was elected as a ruler, and therefore and for some years we needed to have them vetted by the Turks. So they had to went to the Sultan and discuss with him and basically have him agree to their appointment. That being said, and with many problems, because we have had in the south the empire of the Ottoman Empire. In the West, we have had the Hungarian and Austro-Hungarian Empire, and in the North, we have had as neighbors Poland and the Duchy of Latvia, I think,
Lithuania.
Lithuania, and then we have had Russia. So we around us, around Romania, there were um, great military forces and relatively wealthy powers, right? So we had to kind of defend ourselves in which way we could, not to be invaded. One of the things that actually helped us was our language, which is a Latin language and is very different of the rest of them. So you cannot say, like Russia is saying, we have Russians there or something, because, well, they didn't. We speak a very different language, and it sounds nothing like it. So that being said, after long struggles internally, and we had basically we were not united. There were three territories, independent, governed, but speaking the same languages. It was Moldavia, which is now split between us and the Republic of Moldavia. It was Transylvania, and it was Wallachia, which is the southern part where Bucharest is. So uh, it was a long dream of everyone to be reunited in one country, but we didn't manage to do that. There was a ruler who tried to do that in 1600. His name was also Mihai, Mihai the Brave. And in 1856, if I'm not mistaken, we had elections, and we elected the same guy in two countries, in Moldavia and in actually first in Romania, in Wallachia in south, and then in Moldavia. The Moldavia election was on 24th of January, and basically having one ruler, the same ruler in two countries, we called that the small reunification. And for I think less than 10 years, he was really great. And after that, he went ballistic. He went um, dictatorial. And boyar who were in the parliament and everywhere else said, this is not working. Like, this is really not working. And we need someone who will be able to actually uh, be fair, but be respected at international level. So they went to search a foreign prince, and they were searching in several countries. France was one of the countries, but actually they ended up bringing into Romania a German prince, which was from the Hohenzollern family, and his name was Carol. And Carol was elected as a ruler in Romania first. Turkey and Russia went to war. Romania, at that point, saw as an opportunity to get rid of Turkey, and the fact that we needed to pay money every every year, and not only money. So we sided with Russia. We fought on Bulgarian soil, and we won. And after we won, we basically won our independence from Turkey. And Carol was a military guy, and he was a really smart guy. And he thought this won't end well if we keep this ruler thing, because it doesn't guarantee who is next, and it was always a power struggle between the boyeri, who is the next one, right? And they were snitching on each other, and they were biting on each other, and it wasn't a peaceful ruling always. So he consulted with people, and he appointed himself king. And in 1881, he was King Carol the First of Romania, and he ruled. Basically, his entire ruling was like 47 years, counting the ruling period. So this is the background, how we got the king in the first place, right?
So, what's the perception of the last one now? That's, I think, really what we're trying to get to. It's a very odd situation that the same king who was king before the start of communism then actually lived and interacted with a free Romania for over 2 decades afterwards. So it's a very, very odd, very peculiar situation, other than the fact that Bulgaria has kind of the same situation. But how was he perceived after the end of Ceausescu, the end of communism in Romania?
The public perception was split. You have to take into consideration, in 40 years of communism, and not only that, Mihai was king, so he was 18 when the war started. Before that, there was his father. Between the First and Second World War, it was his father who ruled Romania, who was really good at enhancing industry, but who was really tough on the population. So people like my grandfather and my grandmother, who actually lived in that period, recorded of the entire monarchy. So between the wars and during the war, they weren't as enthusiastic as you might think, right? Uh, because it was, both periods were tough in different ways. So from their point of view, strictly, it wasn't. They weren't as besotted as you might think about the king itself. But then again, they were in the lower classes as they grew up, and it's always harder for the lower classes. So when you're dirt poor, it's harder. The life is harder for you, and it's easier to judge. They are not doing enough for us, or they are, um, they are not helping us too much. That was basically the base of why the communism got to the lower classes, and why the communism was embraced in a fair amount of people. during and after um, the Second World War. So that was not common. I also know people who actually were extremely loyal to to the um, to the king during and after the king was no more. And the discussions after the revolution were when there was the possibility of discussing the king, because it was not a possibility to do that during the communist times. It was really how should I put this? It was really tough. So the discussion between them, and they were really old. You have to understand, they actually lived during King uh, uh, King Michael King Michael's reign and during communism. So and they had so different views on the same things, and that's why, for example, I like looking at history um, from a perspective, because when you're directly into living that period, sometimes you are biased due to your own experiences with that particular period. So this is, let's say, from the elders. And to wrap it up, um, the young generation looks differently, or looked differently at King Michael, and I think more more into perspective, right? Putting things more into perspective. I think Daniel has. I'm sure Daniel has something to add. So I will let Daniel add to this.
Daniel, morning.
Hello. I love how Enda talks about communists like something, you know, a new physical reaction to something weird. Uh, I learned communist history. I learned after them, and things are a bit more, how I can say it, nuanced.
Daniel,
Uh,
Daniel, before you
yeah,
go on, what I was talking about was my grandparents who actually lived that period. That's so that was the perspective, not what we lived afterwards, right? So just to, I don't know if you heard actually that part, but I was
yeah,
talking about
yeah.
my grandparents, right? Okay.
Oh yeah. My grandmother, she was from the ruling class, for example. Okay, and she experienced the Bolshevized troops of the Tsarist regime, for example, via rape. Okay, I think I know something about that shit. I
I
had
haven't said
maybe
so.
seven,
I
8 years
haven't.
old.
I haven't
What?
said you. I haven't said at any point that you don't know what you're talking about. I was just making sure I was heard. That's all. I haven't refuted anything you said.
No, I didn't say that. I'm a bit cool. Um, so the mother of my mother, in 1917, south of Moldova, we are on the front versus German army of Mackensen, if I remember well. We don't want that battle. I know the history, and the mausoleum of Marașești said how courageous, how powerful, how strong the Romanian army was. But we lost that war. We won 3 battles, but we lost that war because Russian troops retreated. They destroyed for the first time my city. Is a very famous regiment here, 11 Regiment Siret, who fight the Bolshevized soldiers in Galați. And they resist them a lot. And my grandmother had unluck to be on the fields, watching people on the fields, probably most of them women, because the men were in the army. And Russian soldiers raped them. She got pregnant. She lost her social status. That is almost ancient history of my family. On my grandfather's side of my mother, his father was German. He lived somewhere in actual Transcarpathia region is now in Ukraine, North Bukovina, in Chernouzi. And when Molotov and Ribbentrop draw a wide lane saying from now this is Soviet Union, not more Kingdom of Romania, before Hitler gave the northwestern part of Transylvania to Hungary, he need to retreat from Soviet Union because, you know, ethnical Germans is not fun. And he got in Romania. Romania started the war with Soviet Union in few months. And he got to war. And I imagine because he was ethnical German, he don't go with Romanian army, but with German army, you know? Waffen-SS always was built with ethnical Germans from allied countries, like Slovakia, for example. And after the war, he spent probably next 5 years hiding because, you know, Russian soldiers were the first who retreat from Romania, not because they love us too much, but our communists were heavy-handed enough not need to back up of Russian soldiers. This is ancient history. But what I read, even if the Communist Party was very, very small before the World War II, they had some supporters. And when you say most of them were not a popular party, let's not mistake. Democracy in Romania in interwar period was anything but not democracy. 80% of the people don't know to read or write. They were gone to vote. Beatings was usual, less than bribes. And the parties, we go from a militaristic party of Averescu general to some kind of democracy with Christian Democrats and liberals. And in less than 10 years, we start to enjoying the idea of far right. And we have political assassinations, monarch dictatorship, and the king, who you admire him so much, was a very, very, very weak king. And without any sense of politics, he lost his country to communists, not just because Soviet troops, but also because he was so idealistic and not understanding. I saw documentaries on National Geographic, The King Who Defied Hitler, and I laughed myself. Sorry. He lost in 47, there were elections in Romania, and communists lost the elections. And because in the provisional government of Romania were some communist minister, including the internal affair minister, he go to the king and said, we arrest the students who protest in the front of the royal palace. If you don't abdicate, we will kill them. And this is a nice mythology about last king of Romania, because he sends the moral stance you need to go in Switzerland instead to stand your ground. I think it's something different. He had no idea how to play politics. He wanted so much, but he was not his mother. His mother, if you don't know, people who listen to us, is on the right wall in the Jerusalem, the people great in the nations. She saved the Jews. She, not he. She. He tried a lot to save the Jews. And he mastered her security, her wealth. She was an extraordinary woman. And communists got here not just because they have strong ties with Moscow, or Soviet troops who pillaged Romania without mercy, but also because the far-right parties like Iron Guard, most of them melted in Communist Party. And any social democrat, even communists, nice enough to say something, maybe we not need to proceed like this and don't enjoy the Moscow direction. Something like Hungarian leaders think, they were sentenced to death. Lucrețiu Pătrășcanu was the huge intellectual leader of the communists who was just assassinated. And after that, we had oppressions. We have our gulags, our political jails. We probably displaced 500,000 of peasants because they don't want to give the land. Ceausescu, like general lieutenant in the Popular Republic of Romania, killed personally with his T-44 tank and machine guns in Vrancea at least 56 peasants. They destroy everything, but also they were not very, very strong enough. That's why they had a repression, which even the Russians now in Ukraine is maybe because time is more short. They need in Romania, if I remember well, maybe 15 years to arrest all the priests from Greco-Catholic leadership, most of the prominent Orthodox Church, because they were more sympathy to Iron Guard or non-communist. They destroyed some churches, all the monasteries were closed. In the university, they closed humanities, most of sociology, anthropology. They have a problem because most our elite, like Călinescu, Vulcănescu, they were anti-Semites and were very easy to quash. We had an intellectual elite who were far right, and people don't want to listen to this. They were anti-Jew, far right extremists, like Yorga, like a lot of them. That is a reality we forgot to tell.
And Daniel, do you know what you're doing again? You're not actually answering my question.
Yeah, I'm an evil boy. Give me to the pot, master.
Yes, beatings should be administered until morale improves. Daniel, my question is very simple. What is the perception of the last king of Romania in Romania today? You can say, one segment of the demographic says this, one segment says something else.
Great PR. Last king had some conflicts with Iliescu and the ruling party at that time in the 90s, because they feared he want to change the politics here and to be reinstated like monarch. That was their fear. he wanted something different. He wanted his property back. And in the end of the 90s, when Iliescu, former communist, almost all political dissidents in all the parties going to idea we need to go to NATO and probably to European Union, they made a deal with the former king. And the deal sounds like this. You get almost all your properties, you get out from any political action. The monarchy is not something we can enjoy. We have a new constitution. And I can say it's a great constitution, Romanian constitution. And he agrees. He got his castles, his forests, his land, Bran, Peleș, Pelișor, Săvârșin. These are royal property now. And after this, everybody tried to appropriate the royal family. And they had a huge PR in television, in every cultural aspect. If you are a nobody in Romania, it's very easy to kiss some boots. And royal boots look better than any other strange politician, Vazi, stupid enough to don't have a college diploma. But when he died, where was a nice funeral, national funerals, everybody going there, everybody shed a tear. He was nobody. He was a weak king, weak person. I know Anda said he was not vengeful. He was not bitter. Yeah, maybe, but his daughters are bitter, and they enjoy the dream to become sometime the queen, which is awful. Most of the countries quit monarchy not just because communist, because if you are not Norwegian king or Danish king, usually you are not so great. And his father was clearly not so great. His father started the dictatorship in Romania. His father, not my father. And the perception is mixed. They are very strong royalists. Is a teeny minority, maybe less than 10% of population. Maybe half of population don't feel too much. His ancient history has no connotation, has no, how I can say, no influence in old lives, but most of them doesn't know. And for me, is a special thing because I cannot visit Palace, for example. You can visit some of the castle, like Bran, who was his mother castle. So he's not in his family, he's a branch out part of the family. And let me explain something easier to understand, Roman. This you will understand very easy. The family of Hohenzollern and Sigmaringen, they said his line is not part of their family. That is for me the most big push you can get. So your family, Hohenzollern, say you are not part of this family. And he said this when he was alive. So he made a pact with communists at the end to get his castles. That is the reality. But common perception is kings, queens, these are things of the past. We enjoy electing president. Maybe it's just for show, maybe we elect weak people or to corrupt people, but is better. Always a bit more elective power is better. And at least it's not a show. Maybe we choose wrong person sometimes, but we can elect. A king you not elect. You cannot elect his daughter or his son. To get what British had in your monarchy, you need 800 years of experience. We had probably almost 80. So our experience are not so great. And our monarchy is similar with Bulgarian one, Serbian one, Hungarian, I cannot tell because Horthy elects himself like regent, right? And the example of Tsarist regime is not a great one. And contemporary to us, look at Royal House of Spain. They have huge scandals. And every monarchic regime in Dutch, in Denmark, in Norway, in Sweden, they try a lot not to look royal, but to look normal. Our king doesn't want to look normal. He played this role a bit, but it doesn't work. He loved to be king. He loved, even if he was not on the chair, he loved to be perceived king of Romania. For example, his son-in-law on his ID card is writing of the Romania. Get out of here. Of the Romania. You know? Like family name. Fuck them.
All right. So, uh, I will just address two things. First of all, Mihai was 18 when he when the war started, and I will say this again. He was 18 years old, right? He was first named, appointed as king when he was 7, when his father renounced his crown, and he went with another woman, and King Mihai at that point was like 7 years old, and his mother was his tutor. His mother was a Greek princess. Her name was Elena, and she was a very religious person. She instilled this belief and religion in him, and he was basically they prayed together. When his father came back between the wars, he was for the American people, he was like an Elon Musk of today, right? He was full of ideas, some of them good, some of them bad, some of them poorly implemented.
He was a dictator, Randa.
Yes, he was, and he had what at that point was a very the internal police was really harsh on everyone and everything that opposed him as he was king, right? He sent away his wife. She could not be in the country with her son. Mihai was allowed to see her twice a year in very short visits. So he was not brought up and raised up as in a strong, a stable family, and he was very young, right? So yes, it's easy to judge. It's very easy to judge. How old are you? 40 something? Because you told me at some point that you
44,
are.
Anda. That is not an excuse. When you are raised to rule, because they are raised to rule. That is the
He
king.
was
Raised to rule.
not raised. No, Daniel.
Come
He was
on.
not.
He
He
had
was
a
not.
mother. He had a mother. And
His
that
mother.
incident with his
Daniel,
father
you're
is
talking
very
over me
clear
and
for
you're
British.
pissing me off.
So,
Daniel, when you talked, I listened and I let you talk. I don't interrupt you when you're talking, and I'm not agreeing with you. And I'm not interrupting you. It gets on my nerves when you do this. He was not brought up. He was not. His mother was not with him from the age of 7 or 8 or 9. I don't remember exactly when his father returned until his father left again. He had tutors. He didn't have a guidance. A tutor is not a guidance, and the tutor is not a person who will bring you up to stand up for yourself and to do the right thing. And seeing your mother twice a year is not what you will call he has a mother. I'm sorry. So yes, he made mistakes, and yes, he was not perfect, and his father was worse from this point of view. He was good for our industry, he was good for our economy, but he was a lousy human being. And he did a lot of bad things on the people who were actually poor. They got poorer. So yeah, when I say they wanted to be, they wanted something else, they wanted equality, they wanted to be heard. It's not a story that you listen that communism was underground. It was underground. It was underground, and people who were at that point in communism, and I'm not telling you stories from the books right now, I'm telling you from what happened. The beatings were so harsh. If they caught you, the beatings were so harsh, you will end up into hospital. So it wasn't all roses and joy. That's why at some point some people supported communism here, because it was so harsh, because this man was so harsh.
this is a lie. Sorry. What you say is a lie. People don't
my
support communists because
grandgrandfather
of the beating.
my
No.
grandgrandfather
I
no,
had the same similar situation. And that is not the true. The reality is the people who were propaganda people for Charles II become the people who become propaganda people for the Communist Party, for example. The people who rule Romania in second level and third level in monarchy become the people in second level and third level in the Communist Party. Always are collaborators. That is the reality. And beatings were in Czechoslovakia, was beatings in Hungary. There were killings, mass executions, deportation. That is the reality. But don't excuse the monarchy, and don't excuse Charles II, and don't excuse Michael I. Sorry, Michael I was a weak person, very weak person, who assisted, watched under Antonescu rule, Jew people being killed, executed, mass executions. He was king when the Iron Guard, the enabling for nationalist party.
Halt. Daniel, two things. First of all, you were attacking a straw man there. Second of all, please stop talking over Amda. It's not a good look. It really isn't. It really, really isn't. And what you replied to was a different thing from what she had actually said. She wasn't talking about the second and third level, whatever. She's talking about the people much further down. So you were attacking a straw man. That's not good. It's not good to talk over women either.
I am agree with you, but also was king in his name in the Second World War. He didn't do anything. He didn't do royal strike he does when communists are in the power, and assisted from 40 to 44 our Holocaust. His mother didn't. His mother played a huge role trying to save the Jews. He, like king, that is the biggest sin of him. He, like king, was the commander-in-chief of the army. Yes, Antonescu was the dictator, like Horthy. But he was the head of state when in Odessa, in 3 days, our Romanian army killed 28,000 Jews. And that was a thing what Soviet army and Stalin put on our table at negotiations of armistice and peace after that. Because he was the king, he didn't do anything. In other parts, people took this very personal. And our elite before communists didn't do anything to save the Jews because most of them were anti-Semite. That is a reality which Romanian people doesn't want to recognize. Doesn't want to recognize. Even now, I can meet someone, and if he don't say about Roma, Țigan, they say about Jews, Jidan. Sorry, that is a reality. We don't want to face it.
And again,
And it's real.
you missed the question. The question was, what is the public perception? Not what is the reality.
Like I
What
said,
is the public perception?
Small minority who love him because it's an idea, it's a projection, it's something of the past, something which saying to us heritage, values, morals, but they are built it on quicksand. Royal family had 2 kings, good, Charles I and Ferdinand. After that, Charles II and Mihai I, Michael. I'm sorry, I'm a historian. I watch this, and I watch how Romanian historians want to run from the subject. It's a not nice subject. It's not nice subject because in Romania, everybody said communist was a horrible regime. Nobody said before communist, the regime was not nice at all. And I look at Chief Rabbi. He tries very, 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 very hard to explain to people why it's better to not be an anti-Semite. Why we have a party who 10% of them can say anything about Magyars, about Roma, about Jews. We have teeny proportion of Jews. I don't know if there are maybe 50,000 in Romania. And most of them are in Israel, who can be our capital. And monarchy, communists, far-right parties, I cannot be forgiven for this. I cannot. And I said, my grandfather probably was in Waffen SS. I enjoy less to understand that. And Romanians, yes, we have a lot of people killed by Russians in war like soldiers, and after that prosecuted and executed, and after that by the Romanian communists. But that's 2 years, 45, 47, when Michael had the power, he lost that power. And Romanians don't know what happened there. And we had a president who said some of things I said now. He go to the national television and said what I said. You have no idea. He's corrupt. He's already had a problem with justice now in Romania. But this former president said something which every monarchist was enraged, but not only them. also the former Communist Party leadership in the Social Democratic Party from now, they supported Michael. Why? Because that's deal about let's make peace. So Romania go in European Union and NATO. That peace was paid with property. And I say property very at large. For a peasant, they have difficulties to get 2 hectares of land. For a king to get his castle and his forest and palaces was very simple. And his family lived very well from this. And everybody say, look, royal family. We don't have a royal family. Hohenzollern and Sigmaringen don't exist in Romania.
All right. Ioana, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to propose to wait for Peter Doran this afternoon to hear what he has to say about it and be a little bit less passionate about this because it's not ancient history, but it's history. We cannot change anything. And we already talked, I guess, too much about Romania. We should get back to Ukraine. And to make the link between this, I can share you some very good news. The foreign minister of Romania made a statement, and he said that during the 9 months of war, through Romania passed more than 8.5 million tons of cereals from Ukraine, which is amazing because with the grain deal on the sea, the figure is about 11.5 million. So 8.4 passed through Romania, and to alternative land routes, the total is 16 million tons. So I guess the other part is through Poland. I don't know about Slovakia and Hungary. I rather doubt that there are significant amounts there. And the good news is that the land route through Romania and the Danube group is still open, and they are still actively helping Ukraine to export. And also, just to have an idea, almost 30 million tons of grains were able to be, Ukraine was able to export almost 30 million tons of grain, which during a time of war, it's really amazing. Thank you.
Did you say 8 million tons?
8.4 to Romania land and routes, 16 in total alternative to the Black Sea grain deal. So 16 tons through alternative routes, plus the 11.5 tons through the grain deal. It's a total of 29 million tons, something like this. 27. So almost 30 million tons. I don't know. Wasn't I?
No, it's perfect. I just got confused about the numbers. So because I was looking for something else, because there was some interesting data that came out on other bits of relationship between Romania and Ukraine, economic relationship. So I just wanted to verify. So that's 8.4 million tons between, I'm guessing, May and November, over 6 months, through, let's call it Galați and Constanța, right? Because that's really the two export routes. And that's a lot. That's half of everything that went through everything. As you said, 8.4 out of roughly 16 that went through alternative routes. And that then means that the other about 8 went through either Poland and onward from there, or Reni and Ismail on the Danube, right, as the two big Ukrainian ports on the Danube.
Yes, but I believe that the Ukrainian port from Reni and Ismail, finally the grain arrives still in Romania to Constanța and Galați. So, yeah.
Some of it does, yeah, that's true. But I don't know if that would be then counted as transshipment through Romania if it initially leaves Ukraine, not into Romania, but initially through the Danubian ports. I do wonder what the accounting is like, because it wouldn't be 8 million into Poland simply because of the row gauge change. So I would suppose that a lot of that would have to be the Ukrainian ports in the Danube, because there's just not capacity otherwise to account for something like 7.5, 8 million tons going elsewhere.
Yeah, I don't have the detail about the rest of it. I know that 8.4 out of 16 alternative routes went exported through Romania. And as I said, if we add to the 16, the 11.5, maybe even more now, million tons exported through the grain deal, this amounts to almost 30 million tons, which is amazing for Ukraine during the time of war. Let's not forget that besides the fact that this grain is feeding some countries that really need grain, this also brings bring money to Ukraine, money that is absolutely needed right now.
Exactly. And I found what I was looking for from 3 days ago, and I've put it up in the nest. Something that illustrates the changes to the economic relationship between Ukraine and Romania. So if you look at the first tweet in that quoted thread, you'll see that first of all, Romania started exporting a whole lot more to Ukraine starting in about May this year, double roughly what it exported last year in the same months, right? So May, June, July, August this year, in those 4 months, the exports from Romania to Ukraine were double compared to the year before. That's a huge difference. I mean, when do you see a doubling in trade from one year to another, Jana? Like how rare is that in international trade? I'm gonna say fairly to very.
Oh, definitely is. But in times of war, yes, this may happen because there is no availability for other things. For example, the plane, the air routes to Ukraine were practically cut. So they have to adapt and get more things from the neighbors. So I imagine something like this happened to Poland also. So in vicinity of Ukraine, these things, even if extraordinary, because it's not ordinary thing to double the trade between two countries, I guess it's explainable. And also, let's not forget the other side, which is not so good. The trade between Turkey and Russia doubled in this period. So
yeah, and that happened because of the need for Russia to get to bypass sanctions. The other one, is the imports from Ukraine into Romania, and that really started peaking in August. I suspect that doesn't include the bulk commodities that were shipped onward, right? That statistics would just be things that are going straight into Romania and ending up in Romania, right?
right, I have to look into this. I don't know the composition of this import. I really didn't look about on it. Some part of it may be energy. In the first months when there was no strain on the energy system of Ukraine, some part of this can be food. I don't know. We have to look into the composition because it's a good thing that we managed to import from Ukraine. As I said before the war, before everything, the trade and the relations with Ukraine were kind of put on a hold because Romania focused on the European Union. But with the changes after the war, with the, let's say, more permissible things for the trade between Ukraine and Europe, maybe this is one of the reasons that imports from Ukraine increased. So we have to look into it. I don't have really no insight, but it's a good thing.
And indeed, a huge part of the Romanian exports to Ukraine have been in terms of fuel. And a lot of that is because Russia destroyed the oil refineries in Ukraine at the start of the war. in order to deprive Ukraine of fuel. Everybody probably remembers the petrol diesel crisis that Ukraine was going through in, say, April, May, right? And major part of how this got changed, or how this was changed, is crude oil processing in Romania, shipped then by lorry tanker to Ukraine. And that made a whole lot of a difference. Now, Romania, of course, has quite a lot of oil refining capacity, not just in Ploiești, of course, right, the old oil center, but elsewhere as well. And this managed to be a component part of just how much of importing a whole lot of, rather exporting a whole lot of fuel into Ukraine to avert the fuel crisis, the lack of diesel crisis that started there after the Russian invasion, the full-scale Russian invasion earlier this year.
Yes, I believe that it's the refinery of Mediana Vodani or Constanța that is actively involved in this. And also, I used to watch the maritime traffic, and I often see like tankers from Constanța to Ukraine. So yes, indeed, this happens, and it's a good thing because Ukraine was really well, they really needed the fuel during this time of war.
Exactly. I'll just say one little thing before going on to Mr. Emilian. Just say that as time will go on and Ukraine will be ever closer to joining into other European and pan-European integrations, there's going to be a whole lot more of this still. There's going to be a whole lot more of increases in trade between the neighboring states, both Romania, Ukraine, as well as Poland, Ukraine, going both ways. And this is going to be highly beneficial for other European countries, especially those on Ukraine's doorstep. Especially once, at least a partial accession to the common market, maybe for everything but agriculture, happens, because that will open transit routes between Poland and Romania on the east side of the Carpathians without having to cross them or without having to go around between the Carpathians and the Alps. And this will make a big difference when it comes to the ability and capacity to trade between, Moldavia and Wallachia, especially on the one side, and Poland on the other, and will lead to to just huge benefits for both of those. Actually, it's a little thing I wanted to know. If you have thoughts on this, go ahead, and then we'll go to Mr. Hammond again.
No, it's okay. Let's see some hands.
Mr. M.
So, Domen, that was the grain export. It was doubled, you said?
No. Exports altogether, the combined stuff. But that will not be, I don't think, primarily grain, because Romania is not a net grain importer, and there would be no need for something like that. Romania was merely grain was being transshipped through Romania, but this wouldn't be that. This would be all the other things, which is very, very important indeed. Also, it didn't really start until August, the graph going up on Romanian imports of Ukrainian goods, which would suggest it's something else rather than grain, because Ukrainian grain exports through Romania have been roughly stable since July, I think, already. So you wouldn't only see that in August if it were an odd accounting of that.
But don't you find it a bit ironic that the export is growing, and that Russia is trying to demolish?
I find it very ironic. That's why I brought it up in the first place, because that does make it, particularly interesting indeed.
Yes, that's what I mean, because Russia is trying to demolish the country, trying to break Ukraine, hurt the economy, and all what they get is the opposite. And this is what what I find peculiar, because this is what we see in all the things Russia does and wants to do. We all only see the opposite happening, and that's why I find it it's very peculiar.
Exactly. Jan, morning.
Morning, Doman. Morning, everyone. On the issue of imports, exports, I would just like to highlight a fact that I find particularly depressing, and that is that the Norwegian imports from Russia has increased throughout the war. That's mainly because of the price rises. Norway doesn't actually import more stuff or tonnage from Russia, but the value of the imports are increasing. And that's a project of mine and my friends in the Norwegian Ukrainian Friendship Association that we lobby for closing down the Norwegian ports, which is an exception from the Western sanctions. And we have not yet been successful, even though more and more Norwegians get provoked from this fact. And another factoid is that Norway is also one of the few countries that hasn't taken away the toll barriers on imports from Ukraine. For some reason, we haven't gotten an answer to why they haven't done that either. So lots of not good news from Norway.
So what is still going, Jan?
Well, it's fish, lots of fish. From what I understand, there's some aluminum or material necessary for aluminum production as well. Other than that, I haven't gone into the details of it because we're not going. I worked with a Federation of Industry before, so I know the land-based industry in Norway well. We're not going to go into a factual detail of whether or not this is good or bad business policy for Norway. This is a moral issue, and we need to close those ports down like the rest of Europe does, because we can't keep financing genocide. And I know for a fact that a lot of the people that work in the harbors, they want it to shut down. They're not comfortable with doing this, but they're afraid to get fired if they do some political action and not loading the goods. I know that a lot of the sailors, actually the ship owners as well, early in the conflict asked the government to impose harder sanctions because their ship owners had to do the traffic because they were legally obliged to do that through contracts with Russians. But if they got sanctions, they would get away from it, and they wanted to get away from it because they didn't want to ship Russian goods. So there's a lot of people that just want to get this done.
So then why are the ports still open? What is the governmental legitimization for this?
Because when the Russians threatened openly the rest of the world with thermonuclear war, the world responded that, no, we will not be held hostage by your lunacy. So we don't care that you threaten that. That's the response from the rest of the world. In Norway, we cooperate regarding the cod in the Barents Sea with the Russians. We have a well-functioning cooperation when it comes to how much cod we can fish there. And the Norwegian government has not been threatened by Russia. They have made up their own threat that they are afraid that if we close the ports for Russian ships, the Russians will no longer have a constructive resource management of the cod fisheries in the north. So they have imagined, without the Russians saying it, that they might just send out every fishing boat they have and just start fishing up all the cods and destroy their own livelihood, even though I don't think they have the actual capacity to do that. And the way the cod fisheries work, I grew up in this region, so I know it very well. is that it's very difficult to destroy them because it has something to do with the survivability of the children if they are fewer than a higher percentage survive and things like that. But these are all they're beside the point. The Norwegian government has made up their own threat from the Russians, and even though it's not thermonuclear war, they are willing to be held hostage by this threat they have not received, but are afraid that they will receive if they do the right thing. So I'm less than impressed.
So are you saying it's not actually true that the fisheries could be destroyed very quickly and very easily by the Russians?
No, I don't think that is possible because the region where I grew up, Lofoten, is where all the Arctic cod come down from the Barents Sea to have children.
Procreate.
And there's been a lot of research done on this because Lofoten also has oil and gas that has not been opened up for exploration. And in that political process in Norway for the last 20 years, or whether or not to open up Lofoten or not, there's been done a lot of research on the cause and how vulnerable it is. And the conclusion is that it's not particularly vulnerable because they have lots and lots of children. And a very small percentage of those children survive. The rest of it is food for the rest of the ecosystem. And if for some reason some catastrophe hits the cod fisheries, the survivability rate, so if there's fewer children, if it's just 20% of the normal amount of children of a year, their survivability goes up from less than 0.5% to, for example, 5%. So the damage done to the number of young cods each year is less than you would imagine. At the same time, I think the Russians, if we close the ports, they can no longer have, they can no longer service their fishing boats in Norwegian ports because there's Norwegian shipyards that service most of their ships because they don't have the competence to do that themselves. And their fishing fleet isn't that massive. So without having deep dived into this, and I just wouldn't understand the motive of them to punish the Norwegians. We're going to destroy our own fisheries for all eternity. It doesn't make sense. I don't think they want to do it. I don't think they have the ability to do it. And I think the cod as a species is so resilient that they wouldn't be able to do it. And most importantly, they haven't threatened to do it.
What could they even do, if they couldn't? I mean, could they massively overfish then in the Barents Sea? But where would they send the fish if they don't have really capacity to receive it? Or is the Norwegian government's logic that they would just do it out of spite and destroy a bunch of fish, but not actually be able to use them?
Yeah, from what I understand, it's that they're afraid that they will do it out of spite, and I'll give them that. I think that the Russians would be able to do that, but only if it was the Norwegian fish. But what they would actually do is that they would destroy their own livelihood forever if they do that. And so it's overfishing. Yes, I doubt that they have the capacity to overfish alone that much, and we would be able to protect our own part of the Barents Sea from their fisheries. So they would have to only fish in the Russian zone. And if we're unlucky, then most of the fish would be in the Russian zone. So that's, I'm not saying that that the threat isn't real at all. I just think it's very unlikely and not as acute as the Norwegian government has said it is. And it's also this question of whether or not we're willing to be held hostage by anything. If the rest of Europe is not willing to be held hostage by the threat of thermonuclear war, I think we should be able to grow a backbone when it comes to fisheries.
On the point of fisheries, Jan, did you see the Faroe Islands have prolonged the fisheries agreement with Russia. This is news today. I don't know if you've had a chance
No,
to
I haven't
notice
seen
it.
that. But the Norwegians prolonged the fisheries agreement with Russia like 1 or 2 months ago. And the Norwegian Prime Minister tweeted about this with pride and ended the tweet with the word great. So there.
Has this been, let's say, explained to the government, or has this case been publicly made to the government that Russia doesn't actually have an ability to destroy a whole lot of, the fisheries truly for more than, let's say, a year or two?
Well, we have our own Ministry of Fisheries. So fisheries is very high on the agenda, always in Norway. And sadly, the political debate isn't to that on that detail. We've had some op-eds, and it's basically people writing op-eds in the newspapers. And the answer from the government is sweepingly in the form of, well, this debate is much more advanced than that, and we have to remember the importance of our cooperation when it comes to the cod fisheries in the Barents Sea. And then everyone is nodding their head and thinking, yes, everything's difficult. The world isn't black and white. It's gray. Everything's difficult. We can't do anything about anything. We just have to accept that everything is hard and difficult.
All right, very well. One last little thing, Ian. Is for a long time Ukraine was very much on the front pages of Norwegian media. Is that still true now, or not so much anymore?
Well, the missile strikes has brought it to attention, and I actually think I've been doing my own updates on Facebook of what's going on in Ukraine, because I think the Norwegian media is short on detail and far behind, like the international media, but we're even further behind than CNN when it comes to updates what's happening in Ukraine. But I think it's gotten better lately. It's not that there's much more material about Ukraine, but they have their own correspondents in Ukraine, and they do some deep dives and talk to both people and soldiers and stuff. So I think the quality of the reporting from Ukraine has increased lately from Norway, both with the onset of winter warfare, which is something that people actually wonder about and think about, and also these Russian missile strikes has provoked the Norwegian population, and the suffering. Loss of electricity and heat during winter is something Norwegians can relate to and understand how desperately difficult that must be for people. So I would say that there is an increased focus on Ukraine now compared to a month ago.
And has there been a similar response as in Switzerland when it comes to a galvanization of helping out Ukraine with electrical supplies and other similar things?
Yeah, there's a lot of private initiatives of people driving down there with stuff, and my feeling is that the response from the Norwegian people when it comes to giving is high, and people are motivated to make a difference. On the government side, I'm very critical of the government when it comes to the ports and the trade part of this, but I actually think that even though they were late and took their time, their response regarding giving military assistance and other assistance has actually been surprisingly good from what I expected. So yeah, I think the response from both the Norwegian government and the Norwegian people when it comes to solidarity and giving to the Ukrainian people has been good, and it's continuous. It's not letting down. So my main beef is this port and political thing when it comes to trade and financing the genocide.
I got another question in from a fellow Norwegian of yours here, and maybe you can explain this. Apparently, if you live within 30 kilometers of the Norwegian border in Russia, you can visit the Norwegian border area without a passport with a border resident certificate. Apparently, this is still a thing. Why is this still a thing?
Yeah, I don't know why they haven't closed that down, but the history of this is that we have had quite a successful people-to-people relationship with the Russian that goes back to the Cold War. And this border certificate thing was something that was worked on for a long time and was actually a quite successful venture to create a common, common, we have a word for it in Norwegian, work area. So people could work at one place and live in the other place and go back and forth without lots of administration, and would increase trade and be good for the businesses on both sides of the border. I would say that it's time to close that down now, given we don't want too much mobility over the border in the current situation.
Has this been a matter of some public discussion of late?
No, actually, I haven't really thought about that, and I haven't seen that as one of the issues that's been discussed.
One can only guess that it will be soon. So when there was discussion of tourist visa cancellations and the like in other countries, was this not even brought up? That's really interesting.
Yeah, I think because the tourist visa is looked upon as a luxury, but this is actually has to do with work and livelihoods and stuff. So it might be that. It hasn't been on my radar. So it might have been discussed locally in Finnmark without me noticing it. But I haven't seen anything about that, actually.
Interesting. Well, thank you very much, Jan.
Thank you.
Lunchtime, good morning.
Morning, Dobbin. Well, so a couple of things struck me today. First of which was Latvia removing a pedestrian bridge from its Russian border over a little sort of a little river that's on the border there. I thought that was interesting. If it was to be repeated across the length of the Russian border, I mean, I'm not sure what significance this sort of move really has, other than making it crystal clear that that Russia is becoming more and more despised and hopefully isolated. But then I suppose that won't be a surprise from some of the countries, like, well, in fact, all of the neighbouring countries aren't really fans, for good reason, of Russia. And the other thing, that this is not a new story, but I sort of came across it first yesterday, was this move. Von der Leyen announced something about donating 200 transformers to Ukraine. And that sounded like very good news, very hopeful news. But I couldn't really see any massive detail about what the timescale would be, or like there was one source that seemed to suggest this is sort of stock that already exists as part of something called the EU Rescue, or I think the name is the Rescue with EU like in capital letters program, but I don't know much about that program. So further details from would be welcome, if people have them. But yeah, it sounds like perhaps there is some possibility that the hard to replace parts of the infrastructure, maybe there is some solution coming. I just hope that they put these transformers in like extremely well fortified underground locations. Of course, I don't know if that's even a possibility. It's kind of joking there, but yeah. So that's my two hopeful bits of news. Hopefully.
About that bridge, wasn't that bridge between Lithuania and it was a bridge made for
it was a small,
Pedestrians.
yeah, it was a small footbridge. I think it was Latvia actually, not Lithuania. I just posted the video.
It was placed because of some kind of friendship between Russia and Lithuania and another. I think it was 3. I don't know for sure, but that's what I know about it. I couldn't find the poster, so
I'll just ping it to you.
Okay, thank you.
So regarding the transformer, sorry, Lentra, I was slow for reasons that I think you'll appreciate. I had to put a loaf of bread in the oven, and that slightly occupied my hands with oven mitts. And do you know what I can't do when I have oven mitts on lunchtime? Can you venture a guess?
Answer the phone.
I can't click the little mute button because it doesn't work. I don't know why, but apparently touchscreens don't work like that.
His nose is too big to push the button.
Have you tried juggling with oven mitts on?
I have not. I am generally not good at juggling, so I don't. Have you tried juggling with oven mitts on?
Yep. It's a terrible idea. Don't do it.
I mean, I think juggling is a terrible idea to try in the first place. Not if you can do it well, but I mean, for me, it would have been a terrible idea to try in the first place.
Actually, can I just disagree with you there? Juggling is, particularly
I
if
said
you're
for
not
me.
good at it. No,
Oh, I see.
particularly if you're not good at it, right? Is extremely entertaining because yeah, if you want to cheer yourself up, have a go at juggling stuff, particularly if you're rubbish at it. It's yeah, well, I find it amusing. It amuses me how completely incapable I am at it. So.
Anyway, so the what was it? The Transformers. Some of them, not all of them, but some of them are coming from the Rescue stocks, and that is a part of the Emergency Response Coordination Center, which is kind of a pan-European way of helping whenever there's forest fires or earthquakes or anything of the sort. Maybe Ioana has a lot more on this, but this is a centralized civil protection mechanism. This is coming out of a centralized civil protection mechanism, which I think falls under one of the commissioners. I think it falls under Lena Cic. I'm not 100% sure. Ioana?
I really don't know exactly about the transformers from the EU reserve. I just wanted to say that other countries, individual countries, hoped in and helped with the transformers. I've seen something about Finland. I was looking for it right now, and even other countries. And the EU stated that, well, the EU commissioner stated that they are working with the private industries to kind of get priority to deliver to Ukraine, even if there are orders in place and things like this. I was just looking through what I saved, and I didn't expect it to ask me so quickly.
I found it, Iwana. I'm going to try and add you. Here we go.
There we go. So generators are important. So the generators is what's coming from the rescue. The transformers are coming from Lithuania, apparently. The generators can each provide power to a small to medium-sized hospital, apparently. That's pretty impressive. So I'm guessing they have to be the sort of container-sized generators, the 1 megawatt capacity, roughly, give or take, from 0.5 megawatt to 2 megawatt, that sort of size. And that is, pretty big. But let's just remember, and this kind of ties into what Iwana and I were talking about earlier, these things, yes, they're great, but they consume an awful lot of diesel. They consume an awful lot of fuel in order to be able to generate electricity, right? And that then needs to be supplied additionally. That's not easy. So they can be useful, very useful, when you're trying to supply electricity for a hospital, for example, or similar, critical infrastructure. It's not useful if you're trying to replace energy generation for, a larger area. That doesn't work. Because of that, this isn't a substitute for Ukrainian power plants. It really isn't. It's a substitute in a time of desperate need for particularly critical infrastructure. The transformers, I think, are a lot more interesting. So the medium-sized transformers, that's basically useful for stepping down from a grid level, from the long-distance grid level down to let's say a large neighborhood, for example. These are transformers, I understand that some of the time Russia has been targeting, when they haven't been targeting substations outside of power plants, effectively trying to disconnect power plants from the grid. And it's very good that these are being sent as well. This is going to significantly help the resilience of the Ukrainian grid going forward. Lunchtime.
So thanks, Domin. So that sounds like a way of making the grid much more distributed. Is that right? So you have many more nodes. Did I understand that properly, or?
No, not really. I don't think so. Anyway, I think what this is for is to replace the things that are getting destroyed, but it makes it easier indeed to run a grid. That's for sure, because there's more ways of rerouting electricity. So there's 2 problems. Russians are hitting apparently 2 types of electrical infrastructure. One, okay, so if you imagine pylons and cables, right, that's really resilient because that's cheap, that's easy to replace. Yes, it takes some time, but imagine any storm. You can imagine a storm like this country, and a winter storm, and a lot of trees fall and they crash onto cables, and they take out electricity because they've crashed onto a bunch of cables. Yeah, exactly, right? This happens all the time. But that's relatively easy to replace. What you need is a lot of manpower, and you need to just write them up again and reconnect the cables, and you're done. So that's not really what Russians are hitting. Go for it, Lach.
Can I give you a quick another disaster scenario for those sorts of structures, which is that you get this thing. I don't know what it's called. I don't know what it's called in English, and I can't quite remember the French term, so I'm kind of stuck. But you get this thing where you have water instantly freezing. It can be quite beautiful on trees. Do you know what I mean? The sort of crystal tree thing.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. And you end up with like everything encased in very thick ice.
Yes, that's right. I don't know what you call that in English, and I can't remember the French term. But so you end up with lots of this effectively on the sort of the pylons and stuff in remote bits. off cold countries. And if it gets bad enough, it can get heavy enough to warp not just the cables and bring them down, but the actual metal, the pylons themselves can start deforming and sometimes just breaking over. And if you add that sort of deposit, and I really am quite annoyed I can't remember
What
the term
you're
for it.
looking for is glaze
Yes.
ice.
Glaze ice, yeah. It's not
And
quite.
I know this because Slovenia got this about 10 years ago, and it destroyed like 10% of the forest in some parts.
Right.
So
Yes.
anyway, it made the country look really pretty. There was lots of frozen references going around, but yes, it is pretty bad. So again, right, that is the sort of an example where it takes out a whole lot of power lines very quickly in very many different areas, and that's very bad, obviously. But that doesn't mean that that doesn't, and that's a bad one because it destroys a lot of pylons, as you said as well. But nevertheless, you can repair that relatively quickly because you don't need very specialized equipment, right? Pylons are relatively straightforward. They're steel. They're relatively fungible. Cables are relatively straightforward. What's a lot more difficult is taking care of the two things that Russians are hitting, because they're hitting the substations outside of power plants, effectively disconnecting the power plants from the grid, right? You know what that means. That means that the power plant can still function, but it can't actually send electricity anywhere, and that's really bad because it's as though the power plant doesn't exist. And that substation outside is a lot more complex. And if we have any electrical engineers knocking about, they can come and explain how they work. But that's a lot more complex, and that needs a lot more specialized equipment that's only manufactured in relatively small volumes, and also is currently on massive backlog. Right? It's on massive backlog. Things that used to be delivered in days previously are now delivered in weeks. Things that used to be delivered in weeks are now deliverable in months. And I think some of that has to do with the whole COVID issue from before as well. The whole supply chain management stuff. It's been a problem for a few years now. And this is what's crucial to deliver. And then the other type is the step down transformers that go from the very high voltage grid to a less high voltage, more local electricity distribution, or sub-regional electrical distribution. That's the other thing that they're hitting. And so these medium-sized transformers coming from Lithuania, these are, I think, going to be used for this latter part. Of course, Ukraine needs a whole lot more of the type to repair the former as well, because if one is needed to ensure distribution, the other one is needed to ensure that the generated power can actually be distributed anywhere in the first place. And both of those have been suffering from Russian cruise missile strikes. And both of those will continue to suffer from Russian cruise missile strikes. So a lot more equipment is needed to replace those future destroyed that have not yet been destroyed, or that have already been repaired, that will be destroyed again, or that will be destroyed down the line sometime. So both of those are desperately needed, as well as, of course, more air defenses. And this is something that was being discussed last night or yesterday at the NATO Foreign Ministers Summit in Bucharest. And I wonder if anything will actually come out of that, because if something does come out of that, that could be exceptionally helpful to Ukraine going forward. But Lunchtime, does that kind of explain the utility of different things?
Yes, definitely. So it is then quite encouraging, because like the worry was, I mean, the initial sort of talk about transformers particularly was how difficult they were to source and to replace. So this is very positive news indeed. I didn't quite catch. So you're saying about Bucharest, what there was discussion about providing further air defense. Is that right? Or
so when you were watching football yesterday lunchtime,
I wasn't.
You weren't?
Absolutely not. Well, I was, first of all, I was gonna go, right? I was gonna go not really to watch the football, but to have a pint with some mates. And I was too ill, to be honest. I think I was kidding myself. The hope is that I will have a blowout Saturday night, but it's not looking very good because I'm still feeling rough, but better than yesterday. So I didn't manage, I didn't go. And apparently I didn't miss much because not much really happened. So
Yeah, well, fine then. No, sorry. The summit in Bucharest is actually next week, Monday. Yeah, Monday through Wednesday. But as of yesterday, if my understanding is correct, kind of the following happened. Give me a second, because I wrote it out somewhere, and I'll just read this out because it's better than me trying to generate it again. So, a few days ago, Germany said that they're willing to send the Patriot battery to Poland to, avert any future missiles hitting Poland unintentionally or possibly intentionally. Poland kind of said, well, why not just go ahead and send it to Ukraine instead? Germany said, well, we can't just do that. We need to clear that with NATO. And then they seemingly did ask, according to some of the comments that came out yesterday, seemingly did go ahead and ask, but they then were effectively told that it's a country decision, that it's up to them, that it's their sovereign decision of what they end up doing, which is interesting because there was the expectation that the US might be the ones blocking this. But what Stoltenberg said was that effectively, no, it's fine. You can decide for yourself whether you want to do this or not. Now, it's not exactly likely that it is going to happen. Let's be clear on that one. What could be a little bit more plausible is that they get stationed in Poland close to the Ukrainian border and then actually protect Western Ukrainian skies from Poland, at least partially. But nevertheless, it's a big move forward in terms of air defenses for Ukraine. Now, I'm not expecting Patriots in Ukraine. Definitely not expecting Patriots in Ukraine. What I am expecting is that this moves other bits of air defense along a little bit more quickly than they would be moved along otherwise. What I am expecting is that somebody says, now we can actually spare this NASAM system in addition to what was planned previously. Or we can actually get that French-Italian SAMP-T system into Ukraine that we were not so sure we were going to send previously. Or that we can scrounge up some IRIS-T system from somewhere or maybe produce it a little bit more quickly than we were going to do this previously. I'm not actually expecting Patriots in Ukraine. Now, the Polish president, Duda, actually put up a note saying that it'd be a great idea to send it to Ukraine because then both Poland and a part of Ukraine would be protected. But nevertheless, even if that's not agreed upon, let's put it in Poland anyway, and that's fine. And nevertheless, they can reach across. That's something that they suggested. Specifically yesterday, Christine Hoffmann, who speaks for the German government, said that the Germans are discussing the Polish initiative with their allies to transfer Patriots to Ukraine. Now, this is a big move, going from no, definitely not, to at least talks are being held. That's a pretty significant move in itself.
Yeah, that's definitely significant and definitely encouraging. I was frantically Googling to try and find what the range is of the Patriot, and of course there's like 7 variants or something. But I think it sort of ranges from, oh God, where's the range gone? From like 56 miles to 99, so 90 to 160 kilometers, something like this. So yeah, it could be a nice buffer, I suppose, over the bits of over part of Western Ukraine. Yeah, it's so long overdue. I mean, the thing I find incredibly frustrating is, like a million voices will be like, okay, let's guard against this possibility, right? It could be that the Russians might do this, so let's try and guard against it. And the position seems to be, no, let's wait for that horrible thing to actually happen, probably several times, and then start discussions about, oh well, okay, maybe we need to actually put in a measure to, okay, I get it, right? We have to be cautious in dealing with a nuclear power, etc., etc. So, before the voices of realism weigh in, yes, of course we must be cautious, but at the same time, really, do we really have to go to the drawing board every time? Is it uncautious or incautious to prepare for the possibility and to have these discussions in advance? And it seems I'm saddened and depressed by the fact that inevitably we have to just react to some sort of awful cost paid by the Ukrainian people before, rather than anticipating it and sort of really being forceful and saying, "Oh, you did this." Well, as it happens, this measure has been prepared as an adventure, as a possibility, and we're about to roll it out. So stop doing that. If that makes any sense at all.
A little bit. So the difference between this and other military equipment, to some degree, is that air defenses are essentially necessarily defensive. No one can ever say that air defenses, especially stationary, bulky ones in the west of Ukraine, are anything but a defensive measure. So that probably makes it a little bit easier and a little bit less problematic when it comes to getting permissions from, say, manufacturers or whomever, countries in which they were initially manufactured, because it is just so very clearly a defensive measure. So that should possibly make it a little bit more palatable. Tanks can be problematic because they're perceived as too offensive, even though it's essential for Ukraine to have weapons that can kick Russia out of Ukraine, which is a thing that sometimes isn't said clearly enough. But crucially, it's very politically easy to say, well, these are purely defensive. This is purely a defensive measure. Look at what the civilians are suffering through in Ukraine with all of this electrical infrastructure being taken out. This is just there to protect civilians. This is purely a defensive measure. It's a lot easier for even the most the wettest of crowds, the least decisive, the most nervous of crowds to say, yeah, this is okay. It has to be done. It's easier to do. It's more palatable. It's more straightforward.
Palatable to who? Palatable to whom? Rather,
like you have. I'm sure you have some friends lunchtime that would take issue with delivering weapons to Ukraine, but would take much less issue with something definitely purely defensive.
Oh, I tell you what, I don't think I do. I mean, I do know, like practically everyone I know. Like, but the sort of what varies amongst the people I know is the degree of understanding of what's going on and the degree of I don't know, involvement, right? Because I know people that just don't follow the news. I mean, I was saying the other day that I went for lunch with someone, and she was saying she just hasn't. She just every time she turns the news on, apparently, it's just World Cup this and World Cup that. And she just doesn't care. She's like, I'm not interested in the World Cup. I think it's stupid. It's boring anyway, and also it's in Qatar, and I disapprove. So anytime the World Cup comes on, I just switch the news off. So she doesn't actually get any other news. Do you see what I mean? It's like a sort of blocker. So she was, for example, unaware of the wide range, the sort of 70 missile strong sort of shelling off Ukraine in the week. So that's why she was unaware of it. But it's not that she's against sending munitions to Ukraine at all. The only example I can think of this is one. It is a small group. giving anything away here, but basically they're sort of slightly older. They're kind of tanky-ish, and they're just stuck in the sort of war is bad, and our Western governments are untrustworthy because they have been in the past. Therefore, there must be, possibly two sides, etc. But even they aren't against sending support to Ukraine, just because of the I mean, it's just the huge amount of atrocities that have been committed there. I mean, even they aren't against it. So I don't know anyone that's against sending weapons to Ukraine at all. Actually,
I would have thought you had some more, tanky type friends. I don't know.
no, no, not really.
Just not anymore.
Certainly, that's a diminishing bunch. No, I'm not really. I think people are. After Jeremy Corbyn, I did know a bunch of very fervent Jeremy Corbyn supporters at the time. They were super enthusiastic. I was not enthusiastic, but I did know a number of people that were very vocal about about their support for Corbyn, and they seem to have dried up. They don't seem to be so supportive of Jeremy Corbyn anymore. I don't know why. I don't know what happened. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Was it the anti-Semitism, or was it the appearances on Iranian television?
I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It could be either of those, but it could be neither. Who knows? But I think it's as much to do with things like his brother was sort of honey trapped by a YouTuber who set up a meeting pretending to be like basically offering to give him an envelope of money, which he accepted, although the envelope was swapped out during the filming. But yeah, the YouTuber sort of gave him a brown envelope of cash in order that he sort of drop his principled objection to vaccination for this one particular imaginary company. So it just sort of exposed the ridiculously corrupt and complete absence of principle at the heart of this sort of so-called, so-called highly principled moral, leadership that Piers and his brother Jeremy were attempting to foist on the UK. Once you cut to the core of that and show it as just being viable, it kind of takes away your credibility a little bit, I think. But I don't know. I mean, YouTube's got a much bigger sort of reach, I think, than Piers Corbyn's speeches. So I wonder if that might have undercut Jeremy Corbyn's credibility a little bit.
I didn't know about the envelope story. I will note that, it takes a special talent when you're Jeremy Corbyn's brother and you're even less sensible than he is.
Oh, this guy's awful. I mean, it's just, I really, the rumor going around about Jeremy Corbyn was he wasn't particularly academically gifted, to put it mildly, and this guy makes Jeremy look like a genius. So. I'm just trying to find the YouTube for you there, Dom.
Don't bother. I'll never have the time to watch it anyway. That's okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no point. I have a little note to make. Apparently, who's this? The Prime Minister of Belgium is in Kiev today, and he's meeting Zelensky, which is very nice, and he's promising new both humanitarian and military aid. Now, why is this interesting that the Belgians are doing this lunchtime? Do you know?
No, I don't, but I don't at all, actually. You'll have to enlighten me.
Well, a couple of days ago, 2, 3, 4 days ago, Luxembourg, maybe it was a little bit longer than that. Luxembourg sent a number of things to Ukraine, including some Humvees and some other military aid. They also went and bought a bunch of Grad rockets somewhere from someone, who knows, as well as a ton of RPG-7 munitions. Right, so for well, you know what an RPG is, right, Lunchtime? Or do I need to explain this? You're my gauge now. Grenade.
Thank you. Yeah, rocket propelled grenade, right? Yeah, no, I'm the appropriately unmilitary foil to your conversation here. Perfect.
Okay, so and that's really surprising because Luxembourg doesn't really have a military. And the other day, Oryx came out and said, Luxembourg has now surpassed Belgium despite not really having a military. Now, Luxembourg has a little bit of a military. It has a pretty cool air transport wing as well, among other, but it's highly specialized. It doesn't have much in the way of a military. Remember, Luxembourg has, 600,000 people, maybe, something like that. And it's surrounded by countries that, aren't going to invade it again. So I hope, I choose to believe that the reason why the Belgian Prime Minister is now in Kiev promising additional military and humanitarian aid is all because of what Oryx said, that Luxembourg has surpassed Belgium, because there's no better way to motivate someone into doing something than saying, hey, your much smaller neighbor is outdoing you.
That's amazing, actually. Hilarious. Yes. Yeah.
I mean,
just
how do you
saw a couple
motivate
of-
the Swedes, right? You motivate the Swedes by saying, Denmark's doing better than you are.
Absolutely. Just as a not meaning to derail things, a friend of mine went to Luxembourg and said they had excellent wine there, and somehow they didn't export any of it. Right, so it was all just kept for domestic consumption somehow. I wondered if you had a short side note or a short comment on that.
It's pretty good. I can attest to that. So if you know Mosel Rieslings from Germany, well, the same river actually flows through Luxembourg, and before that flows through France. It's called the Moselle. There, you get a couple of extra. You get an extra le because it's in French. That's the difference.
That's I think you've summed up the entirety of the French language there.
Pretty much. I mean, the important bits anyway.
I wonder if Dom's phone went off.
No, it wasn't phone. That was my my oven timer. It started beeping, so I muted myself. So what I want to say is, it's pretty good, as you say. Luxembourg is fine. Both the Rieslings, as well as the other stuff like Auxerrois and Rivaner, can be pretty good as well. Interestingly, there's a winery called, I forget what exactly it's called. It's called something like Chateau Schengen, something like that, which is fantastic, and it reminds people who like wine but don't understand, but don't know what the Schengen system is named after. The Schengen is actually a village in Luxembourg, on the border, where the Schengen Treaty was signed. But it is pretty cool when you drink a Chateau Schengen Riesling, I think. I don't know. You tell me.
That's I didn't realize there was a Chateau Schengen. Gosh, amazing. Well, that's the Schengen thing. I mean, God, that was the topic of much discussion in the UK, and good Lord, yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to open that kind of worms, but yeah. So that sounds amazing, and I love Riesling. So yeah, this sounds worth checking out. It sounds like I have to actually go to Luxembourg to try the stuff, though, which is a bit annoying. Also, can I say, by the way, I'm super impressed you're baking bread, Donovan.
Oh, I did regularly. I have to say, I have to correct myself. It's not Chateau Schengen, it's Chateau de Schengen. because Luxembourg.
Yeah, it's like the LE with the French, I guess.
Something like that. Okay. I need to ask. Oh, Ivana, go ahead, and then I have a question for you, Ananda. Ivana.
Just a quick line. If good Riesling is a condition for Schengen, we have good Riesling in Romania too. So we should be in Schengen.
Very good. Very good. I love how you tied that one in. Well done. Okay. So my question is, Ivana and then Anda, for Romania. So what Luxembourg is to Belgium, what is it to Romania? What country is it to Romania? Who's kind of the competitor that you can't, not really a competitor, but like the little brother that you can't possibly be doing worse than? Is it Bulgaria maybe? Or is it Hungary? You know, who if you're compared, who are you compared to that is going to really drive action?
As a comparison, Bulgaria, for sure.
Like, you can't be outdone by Bulgaria or anything, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Anda, do you agree with that assessment?
Unfortunately, we were the last one standing at some point, and there is a sort of a small competition, but generally, because we are the last ones standing in line for everything, they take us in bulk, you know. when one goes, there goes the other. So we kind of entered everywhere together. But one thing that Ioana is right, and many people, unfortunately, here in Romania have this sort of a disdain, let's say, for Bulgaria. They went through a very rough patch some years back, and they were actually the only ones which were faring at that point worse than us. They had some economic problems, very large corruption, which we had, by the way, the same, but we were more stable from an economic point of view. And they had, so in order not to go down the drain, they had to accept, and they did accept this. They had someone from outside governing their finances for a period of time. But after that, they kind of reformed, and they still have corruption. There are still some problems within the country that, well, it's not a very safe country, let's say, right? But
so you definitely wouldn't want to be outdone by them, right?
No, we wouldn't. But you know, I wanted to point out something which is true. They do out us on something, and it's very important, and I think it will help them in the long run. They have a very simple and sound fiscal system. So they have like 5 or 6 taxes, and that's it. It's very easy to figure out what you have to pay, where the taxes are very low. And I think this is very good for them in the long run, and it will encourage their development. We have, like, I don't know, 117 taxes, some of them one on top of each other. So yeah, Joanna, I think, has more to say on taxes. But in general, if I find out, and I'm sorry to say this, I love them. They are good gardeners. They have a beautiful country, and they have friends actually there. But if I find out that Bulgaria is faring better than us and enters Schengen before us, I'll get pissed. So I'm sorry about that. I'm petty. I'm sorry. Joanna, please save me for my pettiness.
Oh, I'm pleased to say that I know nothing about the tax system in Bulgaria, but I know they outdone us at two things: cucumbers and roses, rose perfume and like canned cucumbers. And this year, for the first time, I don't know why, what happened in Bulgaria, but they began to buy cucumbers from Romania. So I don't know what's happening. It's really strange. They no more outdone us at cucumbers.
So, sorry, Domen. Sorry. Traditionally, Bulgaria was a gardening, very good gardeners, right? Like excellent gardeners. And apart from that, they have a region in Bulgaria that Ioana was referring to, where there is a special brand of roses with a very strong and unique special perfume, which is the best one to be used in all the French perfumes that you actually buy from France and Italy and other places. So they are exporting that, and yeah, it's that thing. It's really special, really special.
Yeah, it's literally called Rose Valley. Do you know it's really funny? The center of the Rose Valley is Kazanlak. People might remember Kazanlak because there was a fire at the munitions factory there a few months ago that was suspected to be Russian nefarious activity because it's one of the big munitions companies in in Bulgaria. And actually, I think it was the owner of that munitions company called Arsenal, which is based in Kazanlak, that had that was the one that was twice attempted to be poisoned by various by various what did GRU? Must have been GRU operatives some years ago. So that's kind of ironic. They're famous for two things. In Kazanlak is a munitions factory. The other one is all the roses.
Guns and Roses.
Hey, perfect. Well done.
So how did we get at this discussion about
Well,
the competition between
the Belgian Prime Minister is in Ukraine. The Belgian Prime Minister is in Ukraine a few days after Luxembourg's deliveries of military aid to Ukraine have outshone that of Belgium, and of course Luxembourg can't allow Belgium to be Belgium can't allow Luxembourg to be better at something than them because they're much smaller.
well, and much richer, probably. It's a duchy, right? The Luxembourg, it's a duchy, and I find that it's actually compelling, to have. I think it's the only independent duchy on Europe. I may be wrong.
Grand Duchy.
Grand Duchy. I'm sorry. I'm yeah.
I'm just standing up here for the people of Luxembourg who would complain if I didn't note that real quick. Because
Yes,
they're the
And I
only
think
pass it.
Grand Duchy still in existence.
Do you pass it on the left-hand side though?
What?
Pass the duchy on the left-hand side? No one? Oh well.
The port.
And I just wanted to add that I think per capita Luxembourg is richer than Belgium. I'm not sure, but I think so. They have quite a big per capita.
Yes, they have. It's true. It's true. It's true. They have um, a very high um, rate of revenue per capita.
Do you know what? Per capita doesn't buy more Humvees or M109s.
They have Lamborghinis. What are you talking about?
I mean, yes, the Ukrainian tractor brigades can always use more equipment, but no, you know, it's. I think that Humvees and actual guns are much more useful. So Belgium was all the rage and was very prominent, let's say. When somebody realized that Belgium used to have lots of M109s back in the day, that they sold to some private company somewhere in Belgium, and they had a bunch of M109s parked in Belgium, just waiting. And then it was the Brits who ended up buying them up and fixing them up and sending them to Ukraine because the Belgians didn't want to. But Belgium really lost out on that one. Ioana.
Yeah, sorry. Just back to Ukraine. I have a good news. Guess what city is connected to electricity today?
All of it?
Probably, but more particular, just one city.
Is it Lviv? Because they were off for quite a while. I don't know. You tell me.
Is it Kherson?
Lviv is, yes, it's Kherson. Lviv is connected to electricity, but they do still have to have rolling blackouts. Like a third of the time is with electricity, and the other 2/3 without, because they have to save electricity. But Kherson is connected to electricity today, which is, I think, a really great news.
Interesting. I didn't know that Kherson was already up. I saw at some point that Kherson was going to be tried to be connected soon, but wow, Kherson already? That's amazing.
Yes, I've seen some quite reliable source posting it, and there was like photos and things.
That is fantastic news. Now, for anyone who's wondering why is this a big deal, well, this is a big deal because it's a very big city, but it's also quite far away from the next biggest city, which is Mykolaiv. And setting up all the infrastructure to get it online is not trivial. Indeed, it's so very much not trivial that I thought this was going to take them a couple of weeks after Russians, during their retreat, rather destroyed a lot of the electrical infrastructure in the area, in more, let's say, more conventional ways. So them getting that online already is incredibly impressive. Thank you, Anna. That's fantastic news. And that.
Sorry, my phone blocked for a moment. So I was watching. I was watching three things, for three things, and looking up for the conclusions of the investigation of the rocket who actually landed in Poland, and they pointed out that it was a tragic incident which happened from Russia's fault. That there was a discussion about two rockets, but only one landed in Poland and the other one in Ukraine. And yeah, basically it was I know it was a very big debate here, and I don't recall, but maybe you Domen, or Joanna or someone else recalls this. If at the time it was Thomas Steiner here in the space, or I don't remember that tidbit, if it was or not. But this
Lunchtime?
Hello. Oh, God.
Okay, and do continue. I think Lunchtime unmuted accidentally. Carry on.
okay. Sorry, that all right, that happens, I guess. Yes, so well, at least I don't know if to he was not snoring, right? It happens to the best of us.
Maybe it was a nightmare or something. It really sounded like one.
Yeah. So what I wanted to add as two other two other tidbits. Let's stick to news at this point. Um, so three things actually interesting that I also saw in the news. Domin, yeah, I think you need to, yeah. um, so the authorities. So there were a discussion about Kiev, about the preparations for worst case scenario, right? And at some point, it was a discussion here in the space if it's gonna be an evacuation or not, where to do this, and basically Vitaly Klitschko, which is the mayor of Kiev, um, said officially that he will not recommend the evacuation of the city, that he will recommend for the population to have sufficient reserves within the apartments, right? Um, they are foreseeing at some point the possibility of not having electricity, heat, or water, and they need to have. They are preparing for this scenario, and looking forward to prevent as much as possible this scenario. Kiev being one of the most hit cities throughout this war, and he basically advised everyone to have in their homes water for drinking, and also for internal use, food, and um, things to warm up, right? Clothes, warm clothes, in order to protect themselves and the kids and everyone else. So they are stocking up on um, a residue of petrol. I will have to look it up how it's called. Ioana, do you know how păcură translates?
Oh no, I don't think so.
So it's a residue of petrol which is used for generators and other devices which are used to generate provide heat or electricity. So
Apparently, it's HFO. I don't know if it's correct, but
It's
this is
heating fuel oil.
yeah, something like this.
Or
Yeah.
heavy fuel oil, maybe something like that.
probably we have a we gave it a name, right? We were fond of it, and we named it, so it's our pet. Uh, so
You can run ships off of it. Is kind of the idea.
yeah. So they want to. They already stocked up on this, and also food and water. And there are some centers where they are preparing to keep them warm. So in case you have a complete blackout, and for example you have kids and you need to keep them warm and you cannot, you will be able to take them to these centers until things look up. But all in all, they are not foreseeing evacuation. So uh, I thought it's a hopeful news, and it's something that was discussed here in the space. And um, I don't remember which general had the same opinion on this, that they will not evacuate Kiev. But I today my memory is not helping me, and I'm it's a hit and miss. Sometimes I hit and sometimes I miss. Yona, I'm sorry, I'm talking too much. Do you have something to add?
Yes. So yesterday they were talking in this space, Dr. Nick and I believe it was Ryan also, about these invincibility points that were open all over Ukraine. 4,000 such centers where there is heat, there is electricity, there is like there are soft drinks, warm drinks, sorry, and other stuff for the people that really need something to get a little bit warmer. And I will repeat myself, but it was during the night, so maybe there are some other people in the space now. I think at this point, all Ukraine is an invisibility country, because I was seeing on Twitter a lot of pictures with some in very I don't know, the people are really a proof of ingenuity. They were like cooking at candlelight by suspending the pot over a bunch of candles. They were grilling sausages also at candlelight. They were cooking fried chicken on the bottom of a turned up upside down can with some fire inside it. Yes, like a can of soda or something. And uh, on the concave bottom of the can, they were like frying little bits of chicken. And what amazed me the most was that someone improvised a way to heat the iron for ironing clothes. So during this hardship time, somebody was thinking to ironing clothes to look good. And also some ladies in I don't know if it was Kherson or Odessa, it was really in the south. They were improvising coiffeur on a like hallway space in a mall that had electricity. So they were still trying to look good, they were still trying to, it's not coping, it's determination to live at your best even if in the worst times. So really, really, I think all Ukraine is invincible now. And about Kiev, they took all the precautions to ensure that if something happens, they will survive, and not only survive, but they will keep on. But it's also up to us to help them. So everybody just put pressure wherever you can, and give help if you can, because they need our help.
Precisely. Sorry about that. Vyshnikovsky, do you maybe have a report for us of how it's looking like now in different parts of Ukraine?
No, I just heard from my in-laws that in Obolong Kiev, electricity also came back, and it's running as long as it hasn't been running for days. So that's good news. I shall ask my colleagues in other parts of Ukraine. Maybe I can come back later to you. I have a colleague in Vinica who was affected incredibly badly by the electricity outages. I'll check in with him. I just wanted to a couple of 10 minutes ago. I wanted to add that it's quite shameful, isn't it, that Luxembourg delivers weapons or like delivers military aid. Almost every European country except for Austria. It's an embarrassment. Maybe I can exchange my passport. Maybe you know someone who can help me with exchanging my Austrian passport for some less embarrassing one.
Like what, for example?
I have no idea.
So my question,
it's pretty low on the scale now.
So I actually have a question for you, Vyshnikovsky, on this one. So earlier we were saying, if Romania can never allow itself to be outdone by Bulgaria, Belgium can't allow itself be outdone by Luxembourg. Is there a country that Austria can't afford itself to be outdone by, or is that country Hungary, and that's really the problem?
Today it's very difficult to stay politically correct, and I would refrain from insulting any other country on this planet. So, if I mention any name of a country now, so let's say North Korea, right? Yeah, let's keep it at that. Or no. Like hold on. Switzerland. If Switzerland helps Ukraine with military aid, then Austria is quite embarrassed, I would say. Sorry, Swiss neighbors, but yeah, you're only a notch better than North Korea.
Okay, where's Florian when we need them? Because it looks like at the very least Switzerland is going to be doing quite a bit to help Ukraine's infrastructure assistance requirements. And in that context, I fear that Austria might be pushed a little bit then, if what you're saying is correct.
No, I do think that Austria also is first of all, part of like European aid where infrastructure components are delivered. And I do think that there is some contributions to these generators and transformers. So in non-military aid, there is something being done. I don't want to be entirely unfair to my country in that regard. I think the non-military aid might be quite okay-ish, I would say. But I can check what's Austria's contribution.
Thank you, Vyshnikovsky. Ivana?
Yes, it's what I wanted to say. Some countries are bound by this vow, I don't know how to say it, by this thing being neutral for hundreds of years, and it's the case of Austria and Switzerland. But if they really can't help on the military level, let's see them ramp up the humanitarian aid and technical aid and I don't know, any kind of assistance that they can offer. If they cannot offer this militarily, okay, there will be other countries doing this. Let's see then amazing humanitarian aid from Switzerland and Austria.
And actually, Switzerland has been like that for hundreds of years. Austria has only been neutral since 1955. And the funny thing, and maybe Vyshnikovsky can try to explain this, but it's a sort of self-imposed neutrality that a lot of the Austrian political class pretend is a part of the Austrian state treaty that re-established the country effectively and stopped it being split into 4 zones of occupation, including the Soviet one, which was very, very bad for obvious reasons. So, Vyshnikovsky, how much is that still a part of the assumption in Austrian political discourse that actually Austria can't do anything about it because it's a part of the state treaty, even though it's not?
Yeah, I think it's very very big still of the assumption, and I think there is a general lack of understanding. I think some people even assume that the neutrality is hard coded into our constitution, which it also is not, right? But um, it's very ingrained in people's heads versus in hard contracts, I would say, similar to the opposition to nuclear power. Um, it was, I think, just very successful marketing of those stances that keeps Austria um, in this line.
So, is there reason to believe or expect that there might be, at the very least, substantial help with Ukrainian infrastructure coming from Austria, or will they not be wanting to compete with Switzerland on this one?
I would need to check. I would need to check honestly what's currently be done in what extent. But I do think that we are contributing there. Um, just let me get into the weeds of it and check how well we're helping in non-military aid. But I think there's been done quite a bit. Yeah.
So this is good, right? It will maybe you will find that it's way more than you thought, and maybe you will be, happier keeping your current passport than you think you will be.
No, absolutely not. I disagree with the neutrality stance in terms of military, and I disagree with this absolute uninformed stance on nuclear power. Right. So there is still quite some embarrassment that can't be avoided. Also, our political parties, right? So, for instance, take Austria, and you talked about Romania and Schengen just recently. Austria is, I think, the only country causing a fuss there in blocking accession to Schengen. What I heard, so FPÖ is vehemently opposed to it, and Austria is causing some troubles there. That we, for instance, extend Schengen to Romania, and I believe who is also a candidate currently wanting to join
Bulgaria
Bulgaria. I'm not sure. Yeah,
and Croatia.
yeah. So I think I don't know if they oppose Croatia as well. It would be quite stupid as Austrians always go down there now for holidays, and I would think that at least on this scale they would be like, but we want to go down on holidays without complication. But who knows? I just know that we are currently one of the blocking countries whereas everyone else is quite aligned.
And that.
Actually, it's not the only one. We thought we were almost home free because the only one which remained at some point was the Netherlands, right? Holland was one of the countries. At some point, they were the last one standing, and our politicians were really revolted on that. And one strange thing happened. Our prime minister, which is actually a military guy, tempered everyone because the Netherlands helped us with the NATO exercises, and not only. So the tone here kind of went a bit mellow on this. And another thing is that in the meantime, Austria revised their opinion, and they thought maybe we should wait for a bit from this or that reason, and we are waiting for the moment. So even our president, I think yesterday, said maybe we should not push this discussion right now, as it is apparent the vote won't go in our favor. So we will just wait and see, what happens. But Domen, you might want to discuss some other things, Romanian related, if this is the point.
Oh well, I was just trying to get Vyshniakovsky to be less despondent, really, as primary point. Like what? I'm lost a little bit. You must have a really good suggestion and hinting at something really clever and sensible, and I'm just missing it. What is it?
I don't know. I won't. I won't define myself like really clever and on point lately, but uh, I was talking about the ministerial reunion that will take place in Bucharest next week. So we will have several states joining, Ukraine included, and not only Ukraine, but there will be the Republic of Moldavia, Georgia, Finland, and Sweden, and also Bosnia and Herzegovina. And the top news is that Antony Blinken will also join on Monday. He will arrive on Monday in Bucharest. So I'm really looking forward to see what will happen, because as I mentioned earlier, we have had a lot of exercises and trainings here, and I'm wondering if there will be more help or another kind of help sent to Ukraine, right? We have some tanks which are patiently waiting. We have some other assets and equipments that we can send. So yeah, but to your point, at least Vyshniakovsky can be happy, because Vienna, it's a really beautiful town. It's a really beautiful town. So I went there, and it's a really beautiful town. So as something to smile to.
Don't get me started on Vienna's appearance.
Today everything is in darker shades of I don't know. Is it sunny there?
No, it's currently clouded, but if you ask me of the opinion of Vienna, which is of course utterly subjective, I think we don't go to a better place. So let's just table this topic. I understand Vienna is quite attractive to tourists, and it has an opera, and they play nice music there, and there is some good food somewhere. And I think nature around Vienna is quite nice, and we're close to some skiing places and close to some forests. So there is some nice parts to it, certainly. Yeah.
I have a good fact for you, Vyshniakovsky. Of all the European capitals, no European capital has more vineyards within its boundaries than Vienna.
Oh, that's fantastic news.
It's a good fact. It's over 600
good
hectares,
fact,
I think. Yeah, it's not news. It's really old. It's been there for centuries. But it's a good fact. Now, it's not the only one. Several other capitals have a little bit within city limits. Even Paris, which you think, oh, that's awfully far north, but a little bit, but nothing close to. I mean, it's orders of magnitude out from what Vienna has, all of them. So it's a good fact and should make you feel a little bit better. But it's a very nice city, mostly because it's massively over-designed for the size of the country, because the country used to be a lot bigger. And that kind of makes sense why.
Absolutely. Also, the infrastructure is quite nice, and the airport is always like half an
Very
hour
good.
away.
Exactly. It's close and it's very good. So don't be so negative. There are good things. There are good things in the world, even when it's hard to see what they might be. Even
100%, 100%. So don't worry, I'm not too depressed here. I'm just very disappointed on a continuous basis with what we are able to achieve and produce politically and how we position ourselves on the international political landscape. I'm quite disappointed that we don't make a more positive contribution in that regard. And especially the current government seems to be quite cozy with Hungary and Serbia, which are not the right allies at the moment, I would say.
Thank you, Vishnikovsky. On the other point that Andel was raising, so there's going to be a NATO foreign minister meeting in Bucharest on I think Tuesday and Wednesday. There was the opening press conference for some reason was yesterday. I don't know if this is normal to have an opening press conference on Friday and then nothing happens until Tuesday. But maybe there's some informal discussions that will be being had in Romania over the weekend, maybe. And it's a foreign minister summit of all the NATO member states, plus a bunch of the other ones, including, as Anta noted, some of them, including Ukraine, including some other regional partners, things like that, which is very good. And hopefully something useful will be agreed at it. But as we noted yesterday already, there is a pre-summit discussion already being held with some ideas about how to get Ukraine more air defenses more quickly, because clearly, as we can all attest to, Ukraine desperately needs a whole lot more in the way of air defenses, and maybe, just maybe, this discussion will be conducive to that. Juana.
Oh, I just wanted to help Vishnikovsky and say that about Schengen, there is no definitive decision taken yet. The Chancellor was against Romania entering Schengen, but the Vice Chancellor was for. And I believe there is some division of opinions in Austria, so we just have to wait and see. And also, if he wants to change his passport, he may look to our friend of the show, James Vasquez, who got a new passport recently.
Wait, did he got a Ukrainian passport?
Apparently,
no, I think he just got a visa. He just got a visa to live there, to be a resident, but I think he did not get a Ukrainian passport.
That makes a lot more sense.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry.
That makes a lot more sense. I thought, really, goodness, that would be very okay. Yes, that's true. Wow. Yes, it's because he I think needed one in order to be able to go in and out as much as he did, as well as actually stay in Ukraine for extended periods of time rather than just for occasionally. Okay, good. Yeah, residency permit. Okay, that's a lot more sensible. That would be exceedingly quick for getting a passport if it was that quick. Anyway, but yeah. So Vishnikovsky, why is there such gridlock within Austria and a less clear desire and wish and want to help Ukraine on a political level? Because there's plenty of private initiative in Austria, right? Plenty of private initiative to help Ukraine.
No, so absolutely. I think that the Austrian population is very much in favor of helping Ukraine. And I would say the problem really that Austria has is really this neutrality, which is an argument that's brought up in a lot of cases. And neutrality in Austria almost is like a holy cow that must not be questioned. Although I saw that in light of Ukrainian war, that the topic of neutrality came up and the topic of NATO cooperation and NATO accession, at least the discussion popped up again. But generally, I think, yeah, we're still too focused, too much in love with our neutrality, and I think that's the real issue. Besides that, I think, yeah, there is quite broad support for Ukraine. We only have one trouble in Austria, I would say, which is the Austrian, like FPÖ, the right wing party, which here and there, is fluctuating. But I think this right wing that's generally positively affected by Russia, they have the potential to get 30% of the votes of the country. So 30% of the votes of the country, I would say, are under Russian / right-wing influence. I don't know how that is in other countries. I think Germany's got a big problem with right wing and also the far left. The far left in Austria is actually neglectable. The ones that are on the left are all not supporting Russia except for KPÖ, but they only are big in Graz. So that's that. Yeah. So I think in general there's a broad support, but I would say 30% of the population might not be possible to get on, let's say, the Ukrainian or pro-Ukrainian side in worst case.
So you're saying Graz doesn't matter?
Yeah, Graz does not matter because KPÖ got to power there. They actually are still holding on their support of Russia, but they got in power because of their very local politics, such as the traffic management in Graz and the support of people who cannot afford housing, etc. So they have not been elected for ideological reasons. And I think if it was an ideological vote, I think Graz would also not be communist, although they have currently a communist party mayor. I think that was just for very good local politics and due to the abysmal performance of ÖVP in Graz.
So in other words, Vyshnikovsky, what needs to happen for there to be a change of political will when it comes to possibly even military aid to Ukraine coming from the government, or at the very least, a massively expanded, substantially expanded humanitarian infrastructure assistance?
Difficult to say. Let me think about it while I eat some of my lasagna that you keep me from. I'm trying to have lunch here. I will think about during lunch what could change Austria's stance.
Very well, very well. Because you know what's important? It's not just identifying problems, it's about identifying paths to solutions. If you're just listening and you have a path to a solution, click that button in the bottom left corner of your screen, intentionally anyway, and see, maybe you can come up with something useful. Or maybe you've read a particularly sketchy article in The Hill or Politico this morning, and you wish to unload about that one. How has no one brought that up yet? That's very surprising. In positive news, one country that has seemingly made a little bit of a improvement, additional improvement in attitude, seems to have been Belgium. The Belgian Prime Minister is visiting Kiev today and has said that they will substantially increase both humanitarian and military aid to Ukraine. He did apparently say that self-propelled guns are going to be included in this. So his actual quote, per Ukrinform, was, "Belgium was one of the first countries to provide military aid to Ukraine. We will continue to do so. Fuel, machine guns, self-propelled guns, etc." So I wonder what he's counting under self-propelled guns, or maybe this is a future a future-facing announcement in its entirety. I say this because I don't think Belgium has thus far provided any self-propelled guns to Ukraine. There were the formerly Belgian self-propelled guns that the UK has bought from a Belgian company that owned formerly Belgian M109s and refurbished and sent onwards. Or does this mean that the Belgian government is specifically considering sending some of their current self-propelled guns to Ukraine, which I'm not even sure they have any, which is very interesting indeed. And obviously that would be very helpful in a very specific way. Anda, thoughts?
Actually, no, not on this subject. Louis is to blame. So he distracted me, and I'm sorry about that. Please.
In which case, I will note
Yes.
quickly that Belgium right now, according to Wikipedia, doesn't currently have any self-propelled guns in stocks. That they do have some on order, both Caesars and Griffins, both of them coming from France, but none that they actually have currently. So unless they're expected to be having some delivered soon, which I don't think they do, that they could send on to Ukraine as they're being delivered. I don't know what this quote is actually about. Again, unless the Belgian Prime Minister is counting the M109s that Britain purchased from a private company in Belgium that had previously purchased many years ago some guns from uh, the Belgian government. It's very, very odd, very confusing. Maybe he got misquoted, who knows? But very odd.
It is a possibility. I think another possibility would be for them to cede the production directly to Ukraine, as at this point Belgium is on the other side of Europe in terms of this conflict. So it's not exactly in the line of fire. They have strong countries around them, and the ocean on one side. So at this point, it's the possibility for them to actually have any problems would be minimum. And I think it is a possibility for them to see the production, right? Like, for example, Egypt did with Iris Tea. which were ordered many months in advance. The contracts were signed and everything, and they ceded the production to Ukraine, following to receive their own IRST when all this is over. So basically, they will get them later.
Do you know what the problem is?
No.
The problem is, I've just looked up the reporting from the time that the contract was signed, and apparently the first Caesars to be delivered to Belgium are going to be delivered from 2025 onwards. So that's not actually useful.
Yeah, that kind of would have possibly be a problem.
If you're listening and you know what the Belgian Prime Minister might be referring to when he's referring to self-propelled guns from Belgium to Ukraine, please let us know. Please come, request to speak, and explain what's going on. Because I am confused. Again, alternatively, he might be being misquoted, or he might be referring to the guns that were previously owned by Belgium and have been sold by the Belgian government about a decade ago to a private company and since procured by the UK government, who actually went and fixed them up and sent them to Ukraine. Because I don't think that counts. I really don't think that counts as a Belgian contribution per se.
Well, it isn't, unless they no, it isn't. But you know what's funny? At some point, and I have seen nothing after that. At some point, we have seen in Colby. Colby is the one who saw a tweet of some tubs which are already in Ukraine, and those are produced in Romania, and they were in very few countries, so there are not many options for them to arrive in Ukraine, and nobody says anything from any of the country. I haven't seen anything in Moldavian press, in Romanian press, in any other. So I think some things arrive there like mysteriously. Poof, they appear on the front, and I don't know if it's good or it's bad, but as long as it helps Ukraine, I'm good.
Exactly. Ioana, why does the Romanian government not announce any of the shipments of weaponry to Ukraine? And then other Romanians are messaging me asking, why isn't Romania sending anything? And keep having to explain, well, they're just not telling anyone. So why aren't they telling anyone?
So I'm still ashamed for my mistake from before, but anyway, our political communications about the help to Ukraine in this war is openly closed. Like they are openly saying that we are not saying anything. So that's why they are not saying anything. We are kind of, I won't say cowards, but we live in the proximity of Russia. Russia already accused us many times that we supplied, like, from soldiers to anything, cyber help. They said that the barges that go to Ukraine to take grain go filled with Romanian equipment. So this is Russian saying this. This is not Romania or other. So they already accused us of giving too much help to Ukraine. So in response to this, our communication is really closed. They are not saying anything. I have some just small figures about the amount in euros communicated one time in June, 3 million euros. This doesn't say much. And also, I really know that we are producing some good armored vehicles. I'm not saying tanks. I'm saying armored vehicles, from the tabs to some armored trucks that look really impressive. I've seen them, and we will see them again because at 1st of December there will be the Romanian holiday, not holiday, like National Day, and they will probably be in the defilation. How do you say this? There will be like march
A parade.
on
It
a
will be
parade.
a
Yes,
parade.
thank you, thank you. It will be a parade, so we will see them again. They are quite impressive, and if we can help Ukraine with something, we can help them with that. I also know that at the beginning of the war, the factories in Roman and Brasov were involved in repairing some helicopters. At one time, the Russians said that Zelensky flied with the helicopter to Romania because some helicopters from Ukraine did fly into Romania to be repaired. So yeah, we are not saying much at all, but I really believe that we are giving some help to Ukraine because at one time even President Zelensky thanked Romania for humanitarian help, for welcoming the refugees, and for the military help. So there is some military help. We will know probably in like 50 years.
Someone will write a book, right, and say, yeah, no, we actually sent a lot more stuff. We just didn't want to tell anyone because, why give Russians any hints?
Yeah, I believe 50 years is the secrecy. I don't know, something about this. So yeah, that's why I said 50 years. Sorry, I'm a little distracted because like it's a lot of movement in my house, and I'm fleeing cartoon sound and bicycle repair sound and cooking sound and everything
And
else.
cats.
But the cat is very quiet. He's really very quiet. He's the best friend of mine because I really like quiet.
I guess the interesting question going forward is if anything does end up being communicated regarding those tabs, and just how many weeks, maybe even months after they're evidenced in Ukraine, will they be actually acknowledged? Then, John, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Just throw a lot of stuff at the recycle place. Anyway, so I'm in the car, so it might be a little bit noisy. But just want to discuss this whether to announce what's delivered or not. I think there's pros and cons, right? I mean, one way to see it is that yes, it's good not to say anything. And now I'm not speaking about if Romania is doing right or wrong. I mean, this goes for all the countries. So yeah, there's a value in not saying anything because then there's a lot of unknown, and it could be bad unknowns for Russia. But also, if it is announced that like ATACMS or something, or main battle tanks, that's also a deterrence, right? Or even given nuclear bomb, that would be a big deterrent. So I think there's a fine line whether it's good or bad. Up for discussion. Did I shock everyone?
Yeah, no, all good then, John. So I think a part of it, maybe, just maybe, is also a question of how much political capital does the government that is sending something need to get from that, right? This is probably why some things go into much more of a public, clear announcement, and some other countries don't really have to do this. In some places, the government might get domestic political capital or maybe even international political capital. for saying that they've delivered something or other, and in others this is either completely unnecessary, such as, for example, Finland, right, which has famously never said anything beyond saying, "Oh yes, we have sent something, no further comment," or "We have sent something in a total value of some millions of euros, no further comment." Whereas in others, getting both domestic political capital, say in Germany, as well as perhaps international political capital, is a lot more necessary. And I think this is really where it comes down to with probably especially Romania, right? Sweden has been awfully talkative about some things, but not very precise as to what it's sending, right? It tends to be, we're sending a system of this type, for example, air defense, but not actually specifying what it is, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And I mean, here the opinion is I think overwhelmingly on the support side. So they have to say here, they have to say something, otherwise people will be extremely frustrated.
The interesting one that we spoke about Finland yesterday, I think 2 days ago, was the Finns sending a whole lot in terms of ex-Soviet equipment to Ukraine, but never specifying it until now, when it came out in some Defense Select Committee meeting. But that also actually explains why Finland has been sending relatively little in terms of monetary value of equipment, because many of those things would be amortized already, would have a low bookkeeping value, but it could end up being just dozens of armored vehicles, maybe hundreds of armored vehicles and other pieces of ex-Soviet equipment that would collectively have a very minimal bookkeeping value. Axel, do you have any understanding of how militaries keep the books on very old equipment? Would, say, a Zu-23 anti-aircraft gun that Finland might have, how would you reckon that that's kept in the Finnish books? As something almost worthless, or would it still have quite a substantial bookkeeping value?
I don't know how the Finns budget, but I really don't. I've never had the pleasure of going into the budgeting process of our Finnish friends. What I would definitely shy away from is the assumption that they would budget it as replacement cost. Now, whilst that is suitable, if you know that you're on a war footing, that you need to know what will it cost you if you replace a piece of kit, that is more for budgeting purposes in terms of how to win the next war. Other than that, they would probably have depreciated them. And we think some of their guns have been purchased 30 years ago. Let's assume that they've been written off in the meantime.
Right, so they might actually have a bookkeeping value of like €1 or 100 euros or something, as opposed to tens of thousands, right?
A nominal amount. But that depends on how you want to accord for it. You could just technically, I mean, there are militaries you would not believe which still keep things just as an inventory list with an initial purchase value and purchase date, and consider it state budgeting, meaning this is what it costs then, this is what it does, this is the amount thereof we have, meaning we have 5 howitzers, and they do this, and they are, in this case, old. Thank you. This does also exist. You wouldn't believe it, but it does exist. I'm not saying that this is Germany, because it isn't, but some of the accounting practices of militaries, even those who have applied for NATO status, are unique.
Well, that makes fairly reasonable sense, and I'm glad that my assumption is reasonable. Actually, I have something to ask you about Belgian self-propelled guns in a little bit, but I think then John might have a Finno-Scandian comment first. Exactly, I know, that's why. I was surprised as well.
Did you speak to Tim?
I did not speak to Tim. Where is Tim? I've not spoken to Tim in 3 days. 2 days maybe.
Well,
okay, I'll try to get Tim to join us for the Belgian discussion, because no one's a greater expert on the great kingdom of Belgium than Tim is. Well, the Belgian Prime Minister is in Kiev today, and there is something to discuss.
They have a Prime Minister.
Currently, yes. I know it's often not the case.
I was just about to say, that in itself is quite something. All right.
They're full of news, aren't they? But let's go to Denjon. I'll try to raise Tim in the meantime.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have much to add, but I was thinking in the same kind of pattern that Axel was talking. I mean, if it's equipment that's just in storage and there's no plan to replace it, then I guess it will be a very low value. But if it's something that has to be replaced, even if it's old, I mean, the value could be very high. If you have to replace a T-72 with a Abrams or the Leopard, free the Leopards. If you have to replace it with a Leopard, then the value is high.
I know that song.
Shall we sing?
I know that song. Well, as everybody here knows, because I only did it once, and I did it out of a motive and spurious ideas conveyed by others. My singing capacity is limited to zilch. I mean, if you can sing, great. Tim can sing. Tim is actually,
I can play.
Tim has a voice.
Zilch, is that a relation of the Shilka?
Zero, my friend. Zero. Zip. Zilch.
Yeah, I can play the guitar, but I can't sing at the same time, and also I can't sing. So yeah, we need to find a singer, I guess. Maybe Dorman.
I am really trying to
vote
get
for
Tim up.
I vote for Tim.
Self-propelled guns from Belgium.
No, that's for Tim as well, because he's the resident Belgium expert. He knows literally everything there is to know about Belgium, doesn't he, Axel?
I've read a lot of comics which came from the area some people designate with the name Belgium when I was very young, so in the 70s. They were really good, like Tintin, you know?
I just still consider them a part of Burgundy. Should have stayed there, really.
Sorry, they're not?
Since 1830? 1831? No. It made things awfully confusing. I mean, that's how they made their money in the first place. Why did they ever want to go away from that?
I thought they made their money by means of utilizing the profits they made out of association after their so-called reorganization to then suppress people in colonies. But there you go. Let's not go there for the moment. If Tim is not coming, can you tell us a little bit more about what the so-called Belgians are doing, other than experimenting with potatoes and allowing their Trappist monks to brew beer?
They're flexing their muscles. You know, the ones that come next to the potatoes.
What did I miss when I slept? They have muscles now.
They do. They don't call them muscles, they call them moule. but same thing really. So the Belgian Prime Minister, let's be serious for a second, it's an instruction to myself, the Belgian Prime Minister is visiting Kiev today. Now, I think that he's visiting Kiev because of what Oryx did. Did you hear what Oryx did, Axel?
What in I was asleep for 6 hours was not clear.
No, Oryx, the Dutch-based visually confirmed losses in wars website, had a check on just how much, and not the Slovak sort of check, but a lowercase check on just how much military equipment Belgium has sent to Ukraine, and they found out that Luxembourg has been outperforming them, which must be very embarrassing for the Belgians because Luxembourg is a lot smaller. Yes, richer in per capita terms, but nevertheless, and doesn't really have a military.
Yeah, we all remember that you're completely mistaken, Domin. Luxembourg is one of the mightiest forces in continental Europe, an absolutely menacing army with an air superiority, which is, hell-bent on taking over its neighbors, which is why the Germans, the Dutch, the Belgians, and the French have not yet delivered everything they have in terms of a piece of kit to Ukraine, of course. It is an absolute menace. We are defending the borders in sheer despair and deterrence against Luxembourg. Did you not know?
I do. Do you know how many active personnel the Luxembourg armed forces have?
Well, everything in Luxembourg is quite inflated. It must be millions.
How many millions? Let's be precise, so that we can understand exactly how well you understand the size of Luxembourg. 300 million. No, they do not have 300 million.
No, but they have 300 active service personnel, do they?
A little bit more. 939.
I am surprised. I thought it was fewer.
Well, some of them fly the one Airbus A400M transport aircraft that they have, and some of them fly the two Airbus H145 helicopters that they also have. So I think that that takes up quite a lot of what they do. They are organized in 4 companies. Their military is just four companies. That's yeah, it's very good. Very expansive, clearly. What's usually 3 companies? I forget.
Are you scolding?
I'm not.
The menacing threat that is Luxembourg.
No, I'm scolding the Belgians. I'm scolding the Belgians for having delivered less stuff than the great, the Grand Duchy, indeed, not just the Great Duchy, but the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg had when it comes to military equipment. So I suspect the Prime Minister of Belgium, whom, yes, does currently exist, went to Ukraine today and promised more military assistance from Belgium on the basis that he felt embarrassed that the Luxembourgish were outperforming him. I have no doubt that is why.
That is proper potato peer pressure.
Yes, only right. So what he said, apparently, per Ukrinform, is that, among other, Belgium was one of the first countries to provide military aid to Ukraine. We will continue to do so. Fuel, machine guns, self-propelled guns, etc. And this is where my question comes, Axel. What self-propelled guns? Because if he's speaking in past tense, yes, those are self-propelled guns that Belgium once upon a time owned, but then sold to a private company, which then sold them to the Brits, who phased them up and actually sent them to Ukraine. And if it's about self-propelled guns they might be able to send in the future, well, Belgium doesn't currently have any. And they're the first ones that they'll get in about 2.5 years. So what is
Germany.
he talking about? No, Caesars, apparently.
Really, seriously? I thought they also were contracting for the Panzerhaubitze. Not for the Panzerhaubitze,
Very,
for the RCH-155.
Very plausibly, but I think that will probably take even a little bit longer to get delivered, right? Seeing that those are
Well, the RCH is not even
barely
in
in production.
yet.
Exactly, that's what I mean. It will take. It's hardly something that Ukraine can use now, right? That's the point.
Is it down to translation, Domin?
I don't know. I think
Self-propelled, as in someone put, automatic gun. It's kind of self-propelled. Right?
So you're saying
pull the trigger.
Someone takes an FN assault rifle and puts it on like a little robot that traverses the ground.
No. Easier than that. Let's say, I don't know much about gun, but let's say an AK-4, which we have in Sweden. Automatic assault rifle, right? So if you put it on automatic, it's kind of self-propelled. You just pull the trigger and it shoots continuously. Self-propelled.
Yeah, that would probably explain it. So, Axel, do you have any understanding what he's on about? Because I don't. I'm just curious. Maybe you have an insight that you can share with us.
I actually literally don't. That doesn't mean that we can't find out quick. I just need to find out someone who knows something about Belge. Everything which is not cuisine in Belgium and may actually go boom.
I've had a Belgian wine twice. One was really good. One was dreadful. That's all I know.
Yeah, well, a country with fully lit up motorways.
Thanks to the Germans.
As if we needed assistance in finding the way.
Bernardo.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw a little fun fact in there. And I have a question. No, the question was a fun fact. Liechtenstein doesn't have a military.
Well, the last time they went to war, they came back with more people than they left with. So,
and in the last 30 years, neutral Switzerland invaded Liechtenstein 3 times.
Several times.
Yeah, 3 times accidentally.
Yes, I remember one of those cases when Switzerland made it halfway across Liechtenstein before they realized that they're not in Switzerland anymore. Turned back, and then the next morning they gave a call to the counterpart in Liechtenstein. Apparently, nobody noticed.
Would you please, for our early bird American audience, highlight why that is the case and how deep and across Liechtenstein our fair Swiss friends went?
I mean, at the widest, I think it's about 5 kilometers wide, 7 kilometers wide, something like that, 8 maybe. So basically, they drove a couple of miles into Liechtenstein and they got sort of halfway to Austria.
Okay, for our listeners from New York, somebody went from Houston into Harlem.
I think not even that far. Is it that far? I think they're farther apart, Houston and Harlem. I'm gonna go have a look at that, and we can go to Nick in the meantime, and I'm gonna go measure the size of Manhattan.
Measure the curtains, please.
Exactly. Nick.
By coincidence, I was just preparing a tweet for general interest on the subject of Belgium's illuminated motorways, just to illustrate some of the issues that we've had over the last 2-3 days. We've had various people posting maps of Ukraine and attempting to infer something from the relative lack of light. And then there's been, the one that was photoshopped, and then the one where somebody was actually using a photo from 2012 and ... But if you look at one of those, I as I say, I'm preparing the tweet, but I'm uploading photos and stuff, and since it came up, if you look at those photos of Europe, where clearly Ukraine is darker than we would like it to be at the moment, you also notice that Hungary is not much lighter than Ukraine. And I suspect, I don't know, but I suspect that Hungary may be having an energy-saving drive and turning streetlights off. And a very major source of the light that you see on those nighttime maps of, you know, where civilization is street lighting. That's why you see the cities. It isn't that most people have, you know, leaky windows with light coming out of them. And one way to see this is if you look up in the top right, top left-hand corner of that map of Europe, you'll see the Netherlands and Belgium. But the brightest dot is what the Dutch call the Randstad, which is the kind of almost seamless multi-city city made of Amsterdam, The Hague, Rotterdam, and Utrecht. Just below that, you can see Antwerp in Belgium as a bright dot. Just below that, you can see Brussels. But running across Belgium from left to right, mostly south, a little bit north of Brussels, is this band of light that is basically as bright as London. And that is the dense and complex Belgian motorway network, which, as Axel mentioned, is lit up at night so that anybody driving along can make sure they continue to drive in the right direction, which apparently somebody in Belgium thought might be a problem on a divided highway. And so just as an aid to reading those maps of, you know, what is going on, it can partly be due to, and I'm sure it is, Russian attacks, but in many cases, the difference that you see there will be simply due to streetlights being turned off, which is an energy-saving measure that makes sense when your grid is under attack. As we see, Hungary is doing that, but Western European countries are doing that too. They're turning their streetlights, they're turning half of them off in some cities, they're turning them off earlier in the evening. There are some interesting preliminary figures coming out showing that it doesn't appear to affect crime rates very much. The people who campaign against light pollution are quite pleased with this. So when reading those maps, there are, as ever, things going on that are not directly related to the cause that people want to show. And as always, it's more complicated than it looks. And I imagine that if I was in charge in Ukraine, in charge of energy policy, street lighting in the cities would be the first thing I'd be turning off to save energy in the most general sense, probably even if I wasn't under constant Russian bombardment.
And you just put the finger on the wound: light pollution and the wastage by European municipalities. There's a good discussion about this since many, many years, that there's essentially much better ways of utilizing street lighting and make it more event-driven, respectively, more in tune with usage.
Yes, and as I say, I noted, and it was only very preliminary, but I noted in passing that the cities that have done a bit of numbers on this have not noticed any noticeable increase in crime. Part of the problem is that as human beings, we don't like being on our own in the dark. And so we have a fear of street crime after 10 in the evening, you know, people lurking in wait to assault us, and, you know, which works well in movies, but it's a very small proportion of crime. Apart from anything else, if you are planning to rob or assault somebody, hanging around on a street corner at 1 in the morning is simply not a very productive way of going about that. So it's one of those areas where the perception of the problem and the actual crime problem are far separated. But it's very difficult in normal peacetime circumstances for a politician, really of any party, to suggest that they're going to reduce the amount of lighting in the streets because if they're from the right, they're meant to fight crime. If they're from the left, they're meant to keep vulnerable people safe. And it is, in quote marks, obvious that more street lighting will be better for security. And it turns out, again, broken record here, that it's all a lot more complicated than that. And one of the consequences of that is light pollution, which prevents us enjoying the stars, although not as much as a Skylink train going over prevents us briefly enjoying the stars, and not Skylink, Starlink. Yeah, so as ever, we are learning interesting things we didn't know that we thought were obvious, and that's why I like being a scientist. That's why I hope occasionally contribute to this space. But I learn 10 things every day that I thought were obvious and turn out not to be, right here. And Domen, you asked me a question by DM this morning, and I'm working on that.
Thank you, Nick. And I assigned Nick homework because A, he kind of enjoys it at least, but also because I don't have time to go and read it up because I keep needing to talk to people. But Nick also knows how to explain these things pretty well and fairly concisely and fairly authoritatively because of his experience and background. So then we can all learn, and it can be one of other people's 10 new things that they learn a day.
Makes you wonder how many people receive morning emails and morning DMs from Domen assigning various levels of homework.
No, it's just Nick. So I've done some measuring in the meantime, Axel, and the distance from Houston Street to 125th, which I thought was an appropriate point for Harlem, is 10 kilometers. And the widest point that I could find across Liechtenstein east to west is 8.77 kilometers.
So I was barely incorrect.
You were no, but we were talking about people going halfway across Liechtenstein. So you were out by a factor of sort of 2.5.
Okay, so they literally only went halfway in and out. Okay, there you go.
So you could say approximately the length of Central Park, I think, from the top to bottom, let's say, as Manhattan goes. I think that is approximately, what is that? That's about 4 kilometers. Yeah, it's the length of Central Park. The Swiss military accidentally drove the length of Central Park through Liechtenstein before realizing they were no longer in the correct country.
I'll give you another one. The drive from 53rd and Lex down to Sammy's Romanian in Tribeca. That's pretty much exactly what you just said. It's a cab drive. So that's how dangerously effective the Liechtenstein ground defense force was. And speaking of ground defense force, we have an expert of the projected, theoretically existing country of Belgium with us, Tim.
Good afternoon, everybody. I got a message from Domen saying we need a Belgium abuse segment. So here I am. All you have to do is say Belgium thrice in the mirror, and I will appear to abuse Belgium. So which particular aspect of Belgium is causing problems at the moment? Is it their refusal to supply a hydrostatic press machine to the Royal Navy? Is that what we're complaining about today?
Not quite yet. We will come to this evidently as well, given the fact that they have been told that other purchases of their of the production which occurs within the circumference of what they call Belgium is at risk, as I'm told, and that the UK wouldn't mind stalling that contract in return for that hydrostatic press to be delivered, despite the rather terrorist willfulness of the Green Party, which has prevented that projected country of Belgium having a government from time to time. But having said this, No, we're talking about the fact that Belgium found out that Domen, to the extent that we know that it may exist, that entity has actually supplied fewer elements of military assistance to Ukraine, yet then the mighty Luxembourg.
Yeah, this was discussed on other means earlier on. In terms of what Belgium has supplied, does the M109 self-propelled howitzers that the UK bought back from them and then supplied to Ukraine, does that count, or does that count as UK?
This is the thing. It seems that there may be a set-off ongoing. The UK is not willing to pay for them in return for Belgium not doing other things or something. But it seems that a Belgian prime minister, yes, this a very at-risk segment of the animal kingdom seems to exist. A Belgian prime minister is in Ukraine today, promising exactly that. Domen, could you read that out? Is it a Belgian prime minister or is it just a politician?
No, it's the Belgian prime minister. It's the Belgian prime minister, Alexandre De Croo. And he said, Belgium was one of the first countries to provide military aid to Ukraine. We will continue to do so. Fuel, machine guns, self-propelled guns, etc. My question is, what self-propelled guns?
Did he say we will continue to do so? And therefore then lists more or less what has come out of Belgian stock, therefore digs deep into French grammar?
Maybe, but they don't have any they've not had any self-propelled guns for years, because they sold them all a decade ago.
Well, Tim, when did you purchase them back, and when did you actually pay for them? Did you pay for them?
I think they were paid for. Yes, there was talk at the time. This was back in, God, when was this? This was August, I think.
A few months ago, no, before August. So what happened is, a decade or so ago, Belgium decided to not have M109s anymore, and they sold them to a private company that put them in storage for a pittance. I mean, basically scrap metal money, barely more than that. And they've been sat in storage in Belgium, but in a warehouse owned by a private company, full of self-propelled guns owned by a private company, until this year. And then Belgium was pushed to buy them back, but the price was much higher now because, finally the private company found somebody who might be interested in buying them. And then the Belgian government refused to buy them, so the UK government bought them instead and fixed them up and sent them to Ukraine. I don't think that the Belgian government deserves any credit here at all, because what did they do?
My point. That's my point exactly. Is it possible that he just tried by means of utilizing a specific form of French grammar, transcending from past through recent past to present and projecting this into the future, that he just claimed or laid claim to those?
Well, it looks like it. Either that, or they will be, I don't know, going around somewhere and buying some other SPGs from a third party in order to then send them to Ukraine. I don't know what they mean by that. Nick, your French grammar is much better than mine. Is there some such element that actually?
Wait, not so fast. Well, Tim, is there a country which suppresses one language and then has the other adopted from yet another country, which then claims to be a nation? Oh, that's Belgium, right?
Or Scotland.
I knew it. So, but Tim, please resolve it before we go to Tim. Please resolve it. The M109s, these are British-delivered self-propelled howitzers. We are not aware of any other self-propelled gun Belgium currently owns, unless, of course, they found something from the Second World War. And I'm not quite sure that these can be construed as really self-propelled.
Well, horse-drawn still counts.
Unless the horse is integral to the howitzer, no, because it's not self-propelled then, is it?
Yeah, some HR Geiger level stuff would have to go on there, wouldn't it? Yeah. Okay, so as we're on Belgium Abuse Hour, have we been through the hydrostatic press yet?
No, please do so.
Okay, so this was a story that came out, I believe, yesterday, about there is a particular piece of equipment that is used by the Royal Navy to reprocess spent nuclear fuel from reactors. Now, the piece of machinery is called a hydrostatic press. Sorry, an isostatic press. And what it does is it takes liquid nuclear waste and presses it with other elements called such as I think titanium and various other things, and it produces a sort of very dense cylindrical cake type thing that is far easier to store and is very dense, so it doesn't take up as much space, and also for security, it makes it almost impossible to move without very, very highly specialized equipment. So they can take the spent nuclear fuel from reactors, process it into this substance, which is called synrock, and they can then store it in a much safer, much more secure, and much more convenient way. Now, these presses, highly specialized presses, they are made by a kind of Belgio-American company in Belgium. I don't have the name of the company to hand. It's called ISPN or something like that. It's some initial, EPSI FC, which is just outside Antwerp. Now, the Green Party, as we've just covered, have just vetoed an export license for one of these machines to the Royal Navy. And this is not the first time Belgium has done this. I believe it was in Gulf 2, where the United Kingdom sent 2 whole divisions to the Gulf to invade Iraq, and our contract for small arms ammunition was with Fabrique Nationale, with the Belgian government-owned arms manufacturer. The Belgian government did not support this war and therefore vetoed the supply of small arms for this enormous invasion. And of course, this made the UK very sad, and we had to go cap in hand to the Czechs to buy enough ammunition to actually invade Iraq. So Belgium has proven herself several times to be a highly unreliable partner when it comes to defense issues. And it looks very much like the British government is going to strike back by not going ahead with a 500 million euro order for machine guns from Fabrique Nationale. So this Belgian defense company, which does make some very fine equipment, particularly small arms, is now going to lose the United Kingdom's business, or at least part of the United Kingdom's business, which I believe represents the third highest defense budget in the world, or something like that. So this is a customer. If you're in the business of arms, this is a customer you really don't want to upset, and the Belgians have been busy doing it. Good news is the Royal Navy have assured the Royal Navy's press office have issued statements assuring everybody that this doesn't affect the British continuous at-sea deterrent, the British nuclear deterrent, one bit. It's still very, very much functional. What it does is it makes the reprocessing of nuclear fuel slightly less convenient. So yeah, that's basically the story. And so the Belgians have been disgracing themselves. Yeah.
Have you then already put the Belgian Green Party on a list of potential terrorist organizations, or are you still content to assume that they are either very gullible or very well flush with Russian cash?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure those things are mutually exclusive, right?
Tim,
yes.
I would suggest that for them to be a terrorist organization, somebody would have to be afraid of them. Are you afraid of the Belgian Green Party, Tim?
No.
So it's only gullibility on the one hand, and the resulting nuisance, or flush with Russian cash.
Yeah, correct. But then, there are plenty of organizations that are terroristic, that are not, that the British government considers to be terrorists, that aren't particularly scary, like the Swansea Liberation Front and all of that sort of stuff. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm not sure I buy the definition that you have to be afraid of them for them to be terrorists. They have to aim to make you afraid, which is presumably what the Green Party is doing, unsuccessfully.
Does that then also go for former government officials who then work as former party members for Russia Today and its aims? Because then you may have some of them on your own territory.
Oh yes, I'm all for throwing Nigel Farage into the volcano.
Is that where you grill your Scottish fish?
Oh, and Alex Salmond, yes, raping with rape face himself. Yeah, oh yeah, but we've got more than our fair share of disgraceful arseholes in the United Kingdom, of course. But they are not, shall we say, they're not particularly politically significant. They're certainly not in a place where they can veto fairly important pieces of equipment being supplied to the Royal Navy to safely process spent nuclear fuel.
All right, Dorman, I think we covered the projected entity with the circumference of what some people assign Belgium to be sufficiently, have we not?
Still
just
the northern extent
to the Dutch of Burgundy.
But of course, we shouldn't bring up problems without bringing up solutions. The solution to the Belgian question, which is capitalized, the Belgian question, capital B, capital Q, is of course to break it up, make it half Holland, half France, and then we will have Brussels, DC as sovereign EU territory, and that would solve the Belgian problem.
May I suggest that the cultural entity, which still today is Open Malmedy, should be considered to be integrated into its, say, historic surroundings?
Is this a Frisian land grab?
No. It's a very Catholic area.
It's the German-speaking bit, isn't it?
There you have it.
I'm just going to quickly note that I'm fascinated that Tim proposes to solve something that he calls a BQ with equipment that he might as well be purchasing from B&Q. Good. Nick.
I need a pencil and paper, listeners, space. But for the listeners, B&Q is a Home Depot type chain in the United Kingdom. I like the solution, Tim. I proposed it myself in conversations at least 30 years ago, particularly when I discovered that there is a political party in Belgium whose entire ethos and manifesto is devoted to becoming a part of France. Their party emblem is a map of France with the French-speaking provinces of Belgium glued onto it. The party song is the Marseillaise, and they have the party slogan is a quote from de Gaulle in the 1960s, I think, saying, if the Walloons were ever to ask us, we would have to support them. Good luck getting the Flemish to sign up to join the Dutch. In my experience, the Flemish regard the Dutch a bit in the way that the sniffier Brits regard the Americans, which is to say, too wealthy, too loud, and insufficiently cultured.
Wayward cousins.
Very much so. Yes, more numerous and just everything. And watching a bit of it, sitting around with Flemish friends when a sort of loud Dutch family goes past, and it's some cringeworthy cringeworthy comments. If we finished with Belgium, have we had Prigozhin? Have we had the FBI has put Prigozhin on its most wanted list, but in a sort of Al Capone worthy moment, he is wanted for conspiracy to defraud the United States, which was not something I would have had on my bingo card. I retweeted a German tweet about it. We'd have to go and look up exactly in what way Prigozhin has been defrauding the United States. But that struck me as quite novel.
If you have the link, I'm quite sure that this is a treasury function, so this has to do with the use and abuse of currency, U.S. currency, as a means of paying for terrorist action, or storing currency as collateral, or essentially interstate mail fraud.
Read it out. I can read it out for you, but I already sent you the PDF. So it says the FBI is offering a reward of up to $250 million. He speaks Russian, has ties to Russia, Indonesia, and Qatar. He is wanted by the FBI for his alleged involvement in a conspiracy to defraud the US by impairing, obstructing, and defeating the lawful functions of the Federal Election Commission, the DOJ, and the Department of State. This occurred in Washington, D.C. from early 2014 to February 2018. Prigozhin was the primary funder of the St. Petersburg-based Internet Research Agency. He allegedly oversaw and approved their political and electoral interference operations in the U.S., which included the purchase of American computer server space, the creation of hundreds of fictitious online personas, the use of stolen identities of persons from the US. These actions were allegedly taken to reach significant numbers of Americans for the purposes of interfering with the US political system, including a 2016 presidential election. On February 2018, a federal arrest warrant was issued for him in the US District Court for the District of Columbia after he was charged with conspiracy to defraud the US. Should be considered an international flight risk. If you have any information, blah blah blah. Yeah, so that's what it's for.
Yeah, the Internet Research Agency issue is of course true, and they did rent space also. Therefore, as it occurred in U.S. territory, that's fine. But it's yeah, I think they should make a case which has significantly closer linkage to what he's doing in other countries by utilizing U.S. currency in U.S. territory. But okay, fair enough. They know what they're doing, and
being a thorough FBI document, it informs us, which I'm sure everyone's always wanted to know, that his eyes are brown. There you go.
And that he's bald.
I think most of us have managed to work that one out from casual exposure to the photos, but yes.
I think we've had Bitedis waiting for an awfully long time. Bitedis, go ahead. Or not, in which case, Nick.
Continue on, have we had the Russian soldier who defected and landed in Spain not too long ago? Well, a week ago, but I don't know whether we covered it.
A little bit, but have you seen him? Is that why you're bringing it up?
Well,
do you want to refresh everyone's memory?
So I know I saw a Guardian article about him, which seems in turn to have been mostly inspired by an article in a independent Russian site called Insider.ru. But I then I went looking to see if the Spanish media had any more on that, and I did find one story from roughly when he landed. So this is apparently he's the second known Russian soldier to go to the West and defect and ask for asylum. he's called Nikita Chibrin. Interestingly, so he claims to have been in Ukraine for 4 months, to not have fired his rifle at all during that time, and oh great, on my web browser I can't see it, whereas on my phone I was able to read the story in the El Confidencial. He claims not to have fired his rifle once in the 4 months that he was in Ukraine, but he was part of the 64 Separate Motor Rifle Brigade. So the people responsible for the atrocities in Bucha. He claims to have himself, well, I say didn't fire a rifle, not to have participated. He claims actually not to have seen any atrocities, although he says people in the unit were talking about them all the time. The story sounds relatively plausible about the brutality going on within the unit as well. He went to Georgia, and presumably Georgia's not a terribly good, reliable place to get asylum from the Russian army. So then he got on a plane to Madrid, and he's currently being processed as a political asylum seeker in Spain. Let's see what if anything else comes out about that. But yeah, he landed about 8 or 9 days ago in Madrid.
Did you say the story sounds plausible, or were you being sarcastic? Because it doesn't sound terribly plausible to me.
It sounds plausible to me if you've got somebody who really doesn't want to be there. So it's consistent. It's consistent. He's either the whole thing is true or the whole thing is a lie. So
well, because he also said, if I remember correctly, that he wishes to testify in front of international courts and so on, but testify about hearsay, really?
I'm sure he's saying whatever. If you were in that situation, if I was in that situation, and I was genuinely, had not fired a shot, had not taken part in that, I might still be embellishing my story to maximize my chances of getting asylum. So I'm not going to. I agree. Legally that might be dubious, but I'm not going to hold it against him that he doesn't necessarily understand how a court system works. So I wish I could find. I'll go and try some of my paywall breaking techniques, because on my phone earlier, the article in El Confidencial, this Spanish outlet, was quite interesting. Most of the other Spanish news stories about it were either said according to the Guardian or had been taken directly from the interview with the Russian independent source. But this El Confidencial has quite a lot of nice information, I think, based on talking to people at the airport and immigration people. But I can't. As I came here to I shall put some links up. But I mean, it's interesting because this guy is not he's not a Mobic or on the run from the mobilization. He was a professional. Well, he was a signed up soldier. Who I think maybe from the Russian Far East. I'll have a look. Who he whatever the closest is to a professional soldier in Russia, and found himself in a war which he didn't really want to be in. He mentioned at some point something about how first of all, the sort of internal brutality is kind of constant threats to cut off the genitalia of anyone who doesn't display sufficient loyalty. But he mentions how at some point, once they decided that he wasn't really committed enough, he got put onto, loading and carrying and just, general dishwashing duties. We cannot infer, I think, the truth of the story from the contents of the story. That's certainly true. But only he actually knows the truth. But to desert, get on the plane to Georgia, I don't know. In any case, the story itself is interesting, and then we all have to, I think, read it and decide for ourselves how much of it is true. So let me try and assemble a couple of not paywalled links, and I'll send you Doman. I'll send you a link to a tweet when I put that up.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, I remember reading it when it first came out and thinking, really, that sounds a little bit tenuous, and maybe a little bit overly vociferous denial of everything to be likely. But then,
yes, although to be fair, he didn't have to tell everyone he was in the 64th separate motor rifle unit. So
that's true.
You know, and again, then the skeptic will say, aha, but he is embellishing his story. So just in the general case, we cannot infer the truth of a story from anything about it that is not testable against, known empirical facts. So it will always come down to what we think of the people involved, what we think of the whole situation, whether or not we believe a word of it or not. And as a result, but my only recommendation of this story is that it is an interesting story, and I think it's at least to that.
Yes, that it certainly is. And I think as time goes on, we might encounter a few more in a similar vein, trying to get asylum in Western Europe, one way or another, and that would be quite interesting. At the end of the day, they do have a very strong motive to testify against their former comrades, perhaps because it might allow them to stay permanently or stay longer. Would you like to talk about the OSCE a little bit?
Give me 5 minutes to check up the statutes.
Okay, excellent. Now, let's talk about something completely different, perhaps. Today is a very important day. Today in Ukraine, it is what was the correct term? Is it Holodomor Remembrance Day today? I think that's the correct term. Where Ukraine remembers those who were murdered in the 3 artificial famines, or rather were starved to death in the 3 artificial famines that were caused by the Soviet authorities. Crucial, the greatest number, of course, in the early 1930s, but also in the 1920s and the 1940s. And in 50 minutes from now, we will have minutes silence. So that's 1600 Kiev time, also known as 9 a.m. New York time, 9 a.m. East Coast time, for the millions of victims of the Holodomor. It's also today, as a consequence of that, there is a series of meetings around something called Grain from Ukraine, which is a new initiative that is going to expand the partnership between Ukraine and the UN World Food Programme, shipping grain produced in Ukraine to countries where there is a risk of famine, primarily in Africa and Asia. A number of countries across Europe have and across the world have signed up to fund and help fund this program. The US, for example, is providing up to $20 million for the purchase of Ukrainian grain and its transport to famine-affected regions. This was already announced some days ago. Today, there were several more announcements, about 10 million euros worth from Sweden, about 4 million euros worth from Austria, 1 million euros worth from Slovenia, and many more from many other countries still. And I do not have a nice summary, but there is an extensive conference going on about this today in Kiev, among other. Even the Hungarian president, not the prime minister, the president is visiting Kiev because of that today. And I think that's her first trip to Ukraine, isn't it? Pretty sure. Definitely the highest ranking Hungarian political visit to Kiev since the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Nick.
Okay, so ask me the question you asked. Oh, let's talk about the message you sent me earlier about the OSCE Parliament. So ask the question, and I can hopefully.
So the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, is a thing. Maybe you can start explaining what that is. And they have their annual Parliamentary Assembly in Warsaw on Friday. And the Ukrainian delegation is left the meeting. I guess this was yesterday. Left the meeting, as did the delegations of Estonia and Lithuania, because there was a Russian delegation present to the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. And I guess the question is, why is Russia still a part of the OSCE or the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly? What is the OSCE in the first place, and what is the significance of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly specifically?
Well, the OSCE was set up in the wake of the Helsinki Accords in the mid-1970s, and it's substantially modelled or inspired by the Council of Europe, which is, as we occasionally say here, not the European Union. And the Council of Europe has absolutely no say on anything to do with defence and or interstate aggression or anything like that. In fact, the Council of Europe is predicated on the complete absence of any form of aggression between states. So the OSCE is a talking shop, but basically it is European countries and Canada is in it. I'm not certain if the United States a member.
I think it's an observer.
Yeah, Canada is the 57 participating states. The United States is a full member. It's a full member. So basically, the 45, 6, 7, depending on how you count the states of Europe, plus Canada, the UK, sorry, the US, Russia, which is no longer a Council of Europe. Remember the former Soviet Asian republics, for example, Ukraine, and up to Turkmenistan, up to Tajikistan. Now, the OSCE you hear about it most often in the context of election observers in countries, particularly post-Soviet countries. The OSCE will go along and send observers to certify that the elections appear to be carried out in a fair manner, much like the Russians got allegedly neutral people in to supervise their fake referenda in Kherson and whatever, and they had got some German. Wasn't he chair of an energy or president of an energy he was president of an actual sort of I think a government, local government owned energy company until the day after the the referendum, and he was saying, yes, this is very fair and blah blah blah. So he got fired. So the Parliamentary Assembly is a group of parliamentarians, that is to say, already elected officials in their home countries, who meet a few times a year, typically, I guess, in Vienna. So US congressmen will be there, and British MPs and members of parliament from various countries, and they are the sort of democratic legitimacy of the OSCE. Now, in practice, I don't think many people are going to vote in their next national election on the basis of what one of their country's delegates to the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly did. But you've got to have a degree of legitimacy there. So there are members of the Russian State Duma there. With again, the democracy is in the eyes of the beholder. So, for example, there are 15 delegates from the Russian Federation. There are 13 members of parliament from Germany. There are 17 Congress people from the United States. Now, the Council of Europe it suspended Russia from its parliamentary assembly, or rather the parliamentary assembly suspended the Russian delegation 2 or 3 years ago. It took them a while because, you know, the Council of Europe doesn't like imagining that anything bad is going on. But in the end, the Russian delegation to the Parliamentary Assembly was suspended, but the Russians remained a member of the Council of Europe until mid-March of this year after the full-scale invasion. Now, that was hard enough for the Council of Europe because, you know, it clearly represents a failure of Russia since its admission to the Council of Europe in about 1995, you know, which was meant to help it on the way to becoming a fully fledged democratic country. That had clearly failed, so that was embarrassing. The problem for the OSCE is rather bigger, in that the OSCE without Russia in it is essential. It's not far off NATO. The entire point of the OSCE when it was founded was to have dialogue at various levels between the West and the Soviet Union, and you know, the entire point now is to have dialogue between the civilized world and the Russian Federation, plus whichever of the former Soviet states might be endorsing it at any given point. I see Mongolia is a member, so it's not a former Soviet state, but it's in there. So the Ukrainians are asking for the OSCE to suspend not only the membership of Russia in the parliamentary delegation, but obviously the Ukrainians would like to see Russia kicked out, etc. The slight difficulty for the OSCE is at that point the entire organization loses its reason for existing. So it is rather awkward. It is rather awkward. The point of the organization is to have a dialogue with Russia about not having wars. So if you think it's embarrassing, you know, if it's embarrassing for the Council of Europe to have to kick Russia out, at least the Council of Europe can go forward with its agenda for democracy, human rights, and the rule of law with the 46 member countries that do want to play ball. The OSCE is just mechanically in a very difficult position if it kicks out or suspends Russia, because that's kind of literally its own, you had one job. So that seems to be the problem.
But Nick, is it not also the case that essentially what has happened is that Russia has left the table of the OSCE by means of action?
De facto, yes, but they're still turning up and smiling. And essentially the entire organization, without Russia being there, would just have to kind of come into work and play Minesweeper. You know.
So therefore, if somebody comes to your dinner party only to ruin the dinner party, what do you do?
Oh, I agree. I sympathize, but I'm trying to explain why, in terms of the logic of the organization, it's a lot harder for the OSCE to kick out Russia than it was for the Council of Europe. So that's where we are. Yeah, that's where we are.
No,
I mean,
agree with you.
Yeah, it demonstrates. I mean, the other thing is the whole premise of the OSCE is based on the idea, which may at some point between about 1991 and 1995 have even been vaguely true, based on the idea that at least part of the tensions in Europe since, well, how far back do you want to go? You know, 1814, 1905, or perhaps 1945. But
I think you have it. The Vienna Congress and
let me finish the sentence. Let me finish the sentence.
Sorry.
Which the OSCE is based on the idea that at least some component of that tension is not due entirely to the bad faith of Russia. And we're currently in the middle of the periodic demonstrations that we get that, yep, it is actually pretty much entirely due to the bad faith of Russia. It's, yeah, it's like, I don't know, I can't think of an easy analogy, but you've set out to do something on the basis of, oh, okay, well, they've promised us this time it'll be different. And, you know, once again, they've let you down. But in the meantime, you've got a headquarters and you've got a mission and you've got a parliamentary assembly of 500 people and you've got a commitment to democracy. And maybe they're even helped. Maybe the OSCE has helped with some of the former Soviet states to make them less undemocratic than perhaps they are. You know, the first free elections in Lithuania will have been supervised by the OSCE. The Lithuanians will probably have been happy to have them there. The Lithuania no longer needs the OSCE to supervise its elections, but now the having had that low-hanging fruit, the OSCE is once again confronted, you know, with the paradox of why it's there, and international organizations come and go. International organizations come and go. The League of Nations did. On our side, we had something called the Western European Union, which was kind of a political backdrop to NATO. That just abolished itself. It may well be that the OSCE's time has come, but that decision can only be taken by the collective governments of the member states. And people have got their hands full of other stuff right now. So yeah, it's in the same way. I mean, this war has shown us, including people like myself who used to like to believe in the idea of the United Nations, but has shown us the inability of the United Nations to do anything because of the cuckoo in the nest. And I think this is on a smaller scale. On a smaller scale, the same kind of thing of, if you're going to have an organization which requires even 1% of the problems are not bad faith by Russia, and you get a demonstration that actually, nope, not even 1%, not even a homeopathic amount, then, you know, you have to take the decision to, you know, you have to take the difficult decisions. But it's like being in, I guess it's like being in a family. It's like, or let's say it's like being in a long and difficult marriage, but you've got a couple of kids. I apologize because all of my analogies are stretched. But imagine being a long and difficult marriage, and you finally realize that your partner is incorrigible.
Can you hold this? Go away from the marriage or the family. Make it less of a proximity issue. Just say neighbors for the sake of it. And then now look at the elephant in the room, which is not even Russia. Yes, Russia is insidious, absolutely, no question. But the elephant in the room is China.
But China is out of scope for the OSCE. So it's never been in scope for the OSCE.
For your concern in regard to the United Nations. Because if you have the United Nations at the top, so to say, of our projection of what, say, mechanisms of civil agreement, disagreement, collaborative action, and the like should be, and then you have the OSCE with its scope. Both of them have failed. We still believe that they are required, but both of them have failed as a corrective, as a possibility to educate these kind of things. So we are back, and this is completely true. We are back in an area where there are blocks of power and blocks of interest. We just have to recognize and consent to it. And by the way, people were criticizing Ms. Merkel for her views and her interviews and the likes, and this portrait, which has been cast in liberal communist utopian Der Spiegel fashion stone. However, in that interview, one sentence is quite remarkable, that she has highlighted her despair, quite literally, her frustration with the fact that whilst she had believed always that that matters could be resolved, by negotiation, the likes, this is the whole run-up, just paraphrase it and summarize it, that we are back in an era of interest and blocks. This is exactly right, because even in that bubble, in that political bubble, and especially in that political bubble inside the room, everybody could see that. But they didn't take the action. The procrastination human beings are capable of is
also vested in the streams which go through the wonderful veins of powerful people. This is exactly it. Our leaders have failed as much as the electorate in deciding that raw power should not be considered. And that is a massive European mistake, because the Americans do not tend to make these mistakes. They just don't. That's a major difference. And our British friends to an extent also don't, but then again, then you have your own issues. But it's astonishing that the national security interest of the United States is yet again about to deliver solutions to the world, as opposed to us all together. Tom.
Yep, spot on.
Yeah, Thomas here with us. Maybe he can talk about the projection of utopianism on and how human beings always believe there's a negotiated settlement position available to them whilst there isn't.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? The sort of what we would call the kind of the dove mentality in game theory, and the idea of peace, or utopianism, as you've put it. You know, I think in game theory, if every player is a dove, it's great to be a dove because there's just peace, everyone gets on, no one's betraying anyone, and everything's lovely. But as soon as you encounter a hawk, being a dove is the absolute worst thing you can be. Equally, if everyone's a hawk, that's an absolutely terrible state of play to be in. I mean, just look at the corruption and violence and lies in Russia. That's a very hawkish society. People are constantly betraying one another, and it's awful. So, you know, there is a middle ground. The middle ground in game theory is called tit for tat, where you cooperate with people until they cease to cooperate with you, at which point you retaliate. Now, that's great if you're playing with doves because they're always going to be nice to you, and as a result, you can just be nice to them. And if you encounter a hawk, unlike the doves, you'll retaliate. Rather than persevering or even perseverating, that is continuing to do something beyond the point at which it's useful, in cooperating with someone who constantly betrays you. And I think if we look at the actions of a lot of European governments in regard to Russia, they are trying to continue to cooperate in the hope that Russia will play nicely, in the hope that, for example, earlier this year, Russia wouldn't cut off the gas. And then Russia did cut off the gas, and then Russia blew up the pipeline. So, you know, how much more evidence do these people need that they are playing with a hawk, or that they're playing with someone that is a hawk pretending to be a tit-for-tat player? The idea of being very nice and then retaliating when someone hurts you is also there in militaries. So John Spencer's talked about the idea of being sheepdogs. You know, you're protecting the sheep from the wolves, so to speak. And it's a good strategy. There's a slightly better strategy that sometimes wins in game theory. I don't know what you'd call them, models, tests. There's one called tit for tat, which is the first time someone hurts you, you'll forgive them and continue to cooperate. But the second time, you don't, you retaliate. And that's what I like to think George Bush was talking about, where he says, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, and you don't get fooled again, was the way George Bush put it. But yeah, I think people need to learn just from history. But if they won't learn from history, learn from the last 12 months. That continuing to try and think, if we just carry on being nice to the Russians and cooperating, they're going to cooperate with us again. I think there's tons and tons of evidence that that's not the case. And I think people may be continuing to do it out of ideology or fear rather than sort of logic and the evidence that's in front of them. What do you guys think?
It's a very good point, Tom. I was just about to ask you a question in this regard. I've been advocating this many times over because it is one of the classic, concerns in, strategy, that a disproportionate response at the right time is the best form of anticipatory deterrence, respectively closing out a conflict, which is not dissimilar from what the Russians always were supposed to have in their doctrine with the escalate to de-escalate. But in our case, a disproportionate response would mean take off their capacity to respond, take it off the board. Now, you can do this in smaller, medium, and large size cup, so to say. But if the Ukrainians were to have the capacity for a disproportionate response to the Russians, that would be fine. If they can't have that realistically, militarily, and physically, then we should have that disproportionate response. We haven't quite used any of these capacities, don't you think?
Yeah, it's difficult to know with retaliation, like what level of retaliation is actually most useful. And by useful, I mean going to get you as close to the desired outcome as possible. I think what most of us tend to do in human conflicts is to fall back on our basic survival emotions, anger and fear. If we think that we can't win a conflict, we tend to react with fear. And quite a lot of the time, that's really helpful. There's no point getting into a fight you're going to lose. It's better to leg it. And any decent military or martial arts instructor will tell you that as well. But equally, if we do think we can win a conflict, we tend to react with anger. So, us feeling angry towards Russia is completely understandable, totally normal emotion to have. But the fact that we would be justified in retaliating morally because of our anger and our outrage at them, killing civilians, genocide, atrocities, that isn't the same as what you're talking about. What you're talking about, I think, is what level of retaliation is most useful, what level of retaliation would lead to the best outcome. So it needs to be a cold calculation rather than an emotional one, where you think, is there a level of retaliation that we can do that will lead to an end to conflict and atrocities more quickly, and hopefully less escalation from the Russians? Because the reason why the tit
They can't escalate, Tom. They can't escalate. They have no means to
No,
escalate. We're always faster than they are.
Sure, but I mean, what I'm saying is just in terms of game theory, the reason why the tit for tat can sometimes outperform tit for tat is that you can get two tit for tat people that just get locked into a cycle of escalation. And I think there are some people in sort of Europe that fear escalation with Russia, and so they're actually relying on their fear, which isn't wise. But I do suspect there's some people that's thinking, okay, how hard can we push Russia before they escalate? Did you see what I mean? But I take your point.
Absolutely.
Conventionally, they can't escalate. They're pretty much a spent force at this point. They've done everything they can. The only thing they can try to do would be to try and escalate in a nuclear sense. And they've made that threat so many times that I just don't believe it anymore.
The thing is, at the moment, what they're doing is they're dragging out the conflict. They're dragging it out, trying to extricate the best possible political solution for themselves by means of terrorizing civilian population and drawing yet another quart of blood from Ukraine. Now, in order to prevent that from occurring, I'm suggesting that we should that we should pronounce the most economically and military debilitating attacks on them. And I mean it in that form, debilitating. We should simply take out every single relevant military base they have at hand, or give the Ukrainians the capacity to do so. And we should hit at least 5 or 6 of their main electricity network nodes in a preemptive strike. Shut them down. They cannot respond.
Yeah, so I think in terms of something like that, I think it would be better to give the Ukrainians the ability to do so simply by giving them weapons, the Atacams in particular, but also Leopards, F-16s. Even if it's going to take 6 months to train people up on the F-16s, the Russians need to know that by next summer, the skies will be full of really good ex-NATO hardware and trained Ukrainian pilots. So they need to know that the more this drags on for, they're even less likely to win. I mean, they can't win anyway, but they can't even scrape a humiliating sort of draw in their minds. I think it's far wiser to give the kit to the Ukrainians than for NATO to get involved. I think even just politically, the Russians need to walk away from this knowing that they were beaten by Ukraine with NATO weaponry and not by NATO. In terms of taking out
that's a
electricity,
political concern I share. I
Yeah.
share that concern. I don't disagree with it. But there may come a moment in time, we do not know when, but there may come a moment in time where a clear decision has to be made. And we just simply, because there's no time further. I'll give you 1 second. Apologies for the interruption, but take this mental image with you. Russia manages to get 10 more missiles through the current and ever better functioning anti-missile and anti-air defense the Ukrainians are able to muster thanks to our support and their ingenuity and innovation capacity in integrating them. 10 more missiles come through and hit crucial network nodes. 3-4 million Ukrainians in a harsh winter cold spell have to leave their houses because it's simply after 2, 3, 4 weeks of very, very frosty environments, it's becoming too hard, no district heating, no electricity, no water, no wastewater, and it's becoming a bit too hard. Not for all of them. Some of them find other options and they are very, very ingenious and we're giving them very, say, generators and the likes, and that's fine. So it's not the 10 million which were potentially projected as a worst case, but it's 3-4 million. And you have 3-4 million civilians literally on the run. In that moment, either Ukraine has those weapons you just declared and you described and can take a stand and carry this out, or we simply have to stop it. Meaning not stop Ukraine, but stop Russia. And we have to do it in one fell swoop, which also has the nice side effect to tell China, if you ever make so much as a twitch, you go back to Stone Age, where you belong.
Yeah, so I think what you're projecting there is potentially quite realistic. Like if too much more of the electrical grid and power generation in Ukraine is damaged as happened over the last few weeks, that is possible. It's not an unrealistic possibility. So you're looking at what, how Russia is escalating and how it could escalate in the future, provided it doesn't run out of missiles. And I think there's a whole range of possibilities that we can have between what you suggest and what there is now. I mean, we could give them damn patriots for one thing. I think it would make more sense to me to destroy as many of the Russian capabilities of launching those missiles first, with the option of taking out their electrical grids later on. So, for example, missile strikes on the bases where these air-launched missiles are coming from. So, ATACMS to hit bases potentially in Belarus, in Russia proper, to destroy the airfields, to destroy the aircraft, to destroy silos where there might be missiles, so that the Russians have got less capability of striking back in this manner. That would seem like a good first step of escalation, and then to have other options on the table. In terms of like NATO, what I would hope is that they've sort of wargamed a lot of different scenarios, such as what if Russia does use a tactical nuke. I'm not going to go into that, but I would hope that and assume that NATO have discussed these things. What if Russia did blow up Zaporizhzhia? Again, I don't think they're going to do it. I think probably one of the reasons why they haven't done it is that it's been discussed by Western governments and NATO, and behind closed doors, very, very strongly worded warnings of retaliation have been given. And so Russia's realised those threats are valid, and so they won't do it in the first place. So I think having threats of retaliation and either having them publicly or behind closed doors can prevent war. I mean, that's the whole principle of game theory. That's the whole principle of why we didn't have a nuclear war, in the 1950s through the 1980s. So what I would hope is that Western governments have wargamed these things and already decided, so that if it happens, we don't spend weeks or months bickering about it, or even days. When such retaliation happens, within hours. And I hope that the Russians know that, and I hope that that means that the Russians don't do those things. The problem with having a very explicit red line is that someone like Putin will go, well, they didn't say anything about chemical weapons, did they? And would get right up to that red line without quite crossing it. And I would imagine that nothing had been said about taking out the Ukrainian power grid. And so you've got two options. Either you have more and more explicit red lines to warn the Russians off, or you have an ambiguous red line where some strategic ambiguity means that the Russians are thinking, well, what is the level that we can push it to? We don't really know.
It's the impact of a weapon of mass destruction, Tom. If you kill civilians by means of displacing 3 to 4 million in winter, and you kill literally 250,000 civilians by means of that, because if you have 4 million displaced and on the run, you will lose not just thousands, but more than 100,000.
Sure,
It's
I mean,
just it. And
if the trains aren't running.
How much did Hiroshima and Nagasaki cost in the first days? All right, so you exceed that level. That's exactly what Russia is doing. So nobody should tell me anything about weapons of mass destruction not being used if their weapon of mass destruction is terror upon the civilians by means of taking out the energy and use Captain Frost. That's the whole point. So the disproportionate response to that is, of course, taking out three things. Taking out the strategic capacity wherever it is within range. And that's the problem, because the ATACMS, great as they are, and they almost likely are going beyond their specified range of 300. However, that may not be enough to catch part of the strategic bomber fleet the Russians have far in the back in order to fire long-range missiles, just to make this clear. And in order to really deter them and make them have an issue, is you have to take out electrical network nodes on their own and power plants. You need to make it debilitating. And at the same time, you have to have the strategic posture to mark every single Russian submarine. Mark it, not take it out, but mark it in that moment so the Russians know if they so much as twitch, it's end of it. That is a disproportionate response. And this, yes, of course, I'm sure you're right, will have been gamed out, and somebody will have to do it, but it won't be the Europeans.
Yeah, it's interesting because what I'm noticing is my own emotional reaction, which is an important thing to reflect on, which is, and this is just my emotional reaction that I'm noticing, is, ooh, do you want to escalate that much?
It's not that much.
I'm not making a logical argument here, Axel. I'm making an emotional argument and conceding that maybe my emotional bias is the thing here. Because, I think you're more hawkish than I am, and I think I'm more dovish than you are. I think we probably agree on that, given my high levels of empathy and my profession. So it's interesting that my immediate emotional reaction is, ooh, no, I don't know if that's good. And it doesn't, maybe it's fear-based, maybe it's empathy-based, I don't know, but it isn't a cold calculation. But as a psychologist, I'm quite good at recognizing when my own emotions bias me, particularly in therapy, but also here. And what I wonder is whether other European leaders are good at recognizing that in themselves. Are they not escalating, as you suggest, because they've really done a cold, hard calculation and it actually seems to be unwise? Or are they actually reacting out of fear or wanting to be nice? Did you see what I mean? And
I think you're completely right. And
right.
I think you're right in dissecting this. And I think that their calculation is out of a general sense of, they are out of place. None of the European leaders, with the exception of Ben Wallace, has any understanding of warfare and sacrifice. And they are not suited for wartime.
Yeah,
that's the main difference between the American administrations themselves on the one hand and the Europeans. The Europeans are still in a la-la land of adolescent utopianism.
And I think the thing is, it wouldn't be a la-la land if they were in a game with doves. Like, it really would be the right way to be. It wouldn't be a la-la land if Putin was actually a tit-for-tat player, or a tit-for-two-tat player. He's not. He's pretending to be that when really he's as hawkish as you can get. I mean, everyone here knows I'm convinced he's psychopathic. So I think the problem is that they don't realise that they're in a game theoretical situation with a psychopath. And unfortunately, no matter how much compassion you've got, no matter how much fear you've got, you need to understand that if you're in a game theory situation with a psychopath, the only thing that will scare them off, a rational, high-functioning psychopath this is the threat of even more force. And this is why he hasn't used a nuclear weapon. Putin hasn't used a nuclear weapon because of any level of compassion or empathy. If he thought he could get away with it, he'd used a nuclear weapon already. He just knows that the result would be absolutely devastating. So, perhaps you're right. Perhaps the West needs to either threaten to or do something that is so devastating, preferably threaten to first, so that the Russians have got a chance to respond by ceasing some of these horrific attacks on civilian infrastructure and civilians. But yeah, I think they need to learn that. And I think the problem is that I don't think this is often talked through. I think people just see some general who's a bit more hawkish and think, well, he's a bit of a psycho. He's quite a bit of a warmonger, like, do we want to listen to him? And they don't realise what their own emotional biases are. Do you see what I mean?
100%.
Yeah,
this is right on the money from my point of view.
Yeah, so what that makes me think is that hopefully these things have already been war gamed, but perhaps what if Russia uses loads of cruise missiles on Ukrainian electrical infrastructure is something that hadn't been war gamed, and they hadn't thought about those refugees. So they perhaps need to war game that and go, look, what are we going to do if come January we've got 3 to 4 million refugees and the railways aren't running and people can't get to Poland and 100,000 people freeze to death?
Well, Tom,
what are we going to do if that does
may I
happen?
tell
What
you,
do we need to do to prevent that from happening?
Let me disabuse you of that projection that it hasn't been. If you remember now, 7 weeks ago, Victoria Wojtycka came here onto the space and laid out what the concern was on the Ukrainian side, and that this evidently is based on their scenarios, because the Ukrainian General Staff had gamed this out in recent, now it comes, years. And I'm absolutely 100% certain, without knowing it, that they have shared their concerns prior to the invasion with at least some people within the United States government. Previous administration, this administration, and there will be enough very, very sound, hard-nosed, utterly sober minds in the US and Britain, for that matter, who will have gamed this through plenty of times in varying degrees. And since this summer, definitely more intensively and comprehensively. And since the first attack started, with vigor. We can walk, chew gum, think, play, hit a baseball bat, and play with our iPhones, all in parallel. This has been gamed out. Be assured.
Yeah, so that makes me wonder why, well, if or if not, why not such threats haven't already been made towards the Russians. And that makes me think that there's a reluctance to do it. And that's why we're sending air defences rather than ATACMS, etc.
Which is what General Ben Hodges has been criticizing. Let's see how the next couple of days pan out. There is a NATO meeting in Romania. And I'm absolutely certain that there will be a lot more outcomes of the next Ramstein meeting just as well as a consequence thereof. But this is a decision to be made amongst NATO alliance partners, first and foremost.
Yeah, most definitely. I agree with that. And I really hope that people come to the most sensible next step for me would be to threaten the Russians with giving the Ukrainians ATACMS so that they can strike the air bases where those missiles are coming from if it doesn't cease. And then if it doesn't cease, following through on that and having the Ukrainians do it, so it's a credible threat. And then seeing where we are going into the next round of conflict.
Tom, quick question. Rational, high-performing psychopath on the other side, do you threaten by words, or do you just undertake the first action and hit him so that he actually feels the action?
So you would need to have the person know the outcome first, but the person would also need to know that your threats are not bluffs. So you need to have in the past carried out your threats. So, I mean, just to give you an example, people with
Kirchbridge.
Yeah, Kirchbridge would be an example. I mean, that depends whether that was an ATACAM or not, though. You know, like if that was an ATACAM, and you could say we'll give them more ATACAMs, and the Russians know that you're telling the truth. If that was Ukrainian homegrown, then you haven't got that option. If you see what I mean.
What happens if that bridge goes down, and what happens if two other significant, otherwise not easily attainable targets go down in the next 4 days?
I should imagine a lot of Russians would trap themselves. Where else are you going with this, Axel?
Would the strategic messaging with a rational, high-performing psychopath therefore be appropriate?
Yeah, I mean, it would be good to escalate in 2 stages. You know, if you don't stop doing this, we'll give the Ukrainians ATACAMs. They don't stop doing it for 2 days. You give the Ukrainians ATACAMs to take out the Kerch Bridge. Then you go, we told you, if you don't stop doing this, we'll give them more ATACAMs. And if they don't stop doing it, you give them more and you take out all the air bases. And then you see what happens. Because at some point, you know, a rational psychopath should learn from that. That would seem the next step. And then, you know, you can go further, as you said. You can think about threatening to escalate to go to Russian electrical grids and whatnot. But I don't know if this is just my own sort of ethics. It seems like if a lower level of deterrent will work, you should try that first. But you shouldn't be too hesitant and spend weeks and weeks and months making about this. You should be doing this over days rather than months.
I remind everybody of the power of Stuxnet and the name Osirak.
So Stuxnet was what took out Iranian reactor technology, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, it managed to overheat a few things and disabuse them of the notion that they could innovate as quickly as they thought they might.
Yeah, there's all sorts of options on the table when it comes to escalation. I think they need to consider all of them, game them out, and think what's the most appropriate, and you know, do it as quickly as possible. Not wait like weeks and months. We need to be doing this over days, so that they know. That's the problem with freedom. You know, freedom. You've got the freedom to disagree quite quickly.
Let's go to a couple of hands. Roland, go ahead.
Good morning. How are you guys? This may not be a timely comment any longer. I stuck my hand up earlier in the conversation when Axel was referring to disproportionate reaction. Made me think of a comment that Patrick Fox made probably in April or May of this year. One night he was talking about what would be a good way for NATO, Europe, the collective West to proceed when Ukraine finally kicks Russia out. How do we keep this from happening again? And the subject of disproportionate reaction came up. And he offered that there had been talk, and I don't remember, maybe someone here does, there had been talk about the possibility of selling or leasing or otherwise letting Ukraine have a certain number of nuclear weapons. The reason he said that was because deterrence works. And that was, I mean, we've seen that fairly well in the successive time between now and then. I'm curious what you guys think. How is that statement aged? Is that still something that would be a reasonable course of action? You know, after the hostilities have ceased and Ukraine no longer has orcs on its land. is that something that would be reasonable to
Yeah, these are
still
different
consider?
things. Yeah, these are different things. The way Mr. Fox explained it on that day was that this should be considered as an immediate action, and then when we pushed back against this because it is highly irrational and also physically impossible and politically completely not without any mandate. Is that, by the way, it would break a few treaties as well, and therefore give rise to other nations doing other things which we do not want.
Right.
So there is a certain level of utopian projection in this, which I detest a bit, if I may say. However, when we pushed back, that an immediate delivery of any such capabilities would be completely unreasonable and unhelpful, and that even the consideration that the nuclear deterrent umbrella would, say, be stretched across, because this is where the discussion with him came from, that Finland and Sweden had been in a negotiation at that time with the US to have, say, individual security guarantees, which would stretch the US nuclear umbrella to cover Finland formally, which it had done factually already, but formally, and Sweden just as much, that this discussion came up. Now, this is not possible for Ukraine, and there are many, many good reasons for it. But however, what Ukraine does after, and this then goes into why the statement unfortunately has not aged at all, because it's a stillborn in that case. What Ukraine does as a sovereign nation after it has repelled the invasion and freed its sovereign territory is within Ukraine's hand. Ukraine, after this invasion and having the Budapest Accord broken completely in every which way, is free to seek, and with its own capacity free to build whatever it intends to do. It may well just declare unilaterally, like Israel has never done, that it has capabilities which go far beyond what non-proliferation agreements would mandate. And with that, we should leave it.
Okay. Well, like I said, I thought I'd ask that question because, thinking about it, you are right. It is two different things, and I'm glad that you could recall those facts because I didn't remember all of the conversation, but I remembered enough
I
to
was
where.
right in it when it happened. So
Right. All right. Well, then that answers that question. Y'all have a good morning. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Roland.
Slava.
You're always welcome. Joe, but who was next? Was it the, say, resident scientist?
Before we go on, it's almost the top of the hour, and today,
we have 4 p.m. Jesus.
Holodomor
Yes.
Memorial Day, we shall take a minute together with all of Ukraine to think of those who perished in the artificial famines under the Soviets. Thank you, everyone.
What happened?
Oh, it's the we observed the minute of silence, which occurs on this date, the 26th of November, in Ukraine at 4 p.m.
Oh.
And with that, we can revert back to our resident scientist and our resident Frenchman.
Surely you don't intend for the both of us to be speaking at the same time. You need to make a choice.
Go ahead, Ben.
Oh, I love you, Tom. Thank you. Ben, please go on.
Thanks. All right. I wanted to tease Tom on his grandpa game theory, but I won't, because the evocation of the Holodomor is bringing to mind much more important things. And we've often spoken about Tim Schneider on this space. He's an American historian who specializes in the east flank of NATO, and mostly some of his best books are deeply involved in Ukraine, and one of them called Bloodland. He has an argument in which he says that all the genocide that happened in Europe, in Eastern Europe, between 1933, or sorry, between 1917 and 1947, were marked by the same proximate cause, which was the destruction of the state structures. And in this fight, I find that the renewed pledge of the Russian administration to denazify Ukraine is extremely worrisome, because what denazification means is doing away with the government. Of course, if you translate it, it means doing away with the government. And doing away with the government is precisely that proximate cause that Tim Schneider was considering as the one that was at the root of all the genocide of the 20th century in Central and Eastern Europe. And that was extremely chilling. I think that it is extremely interesting that the Russian government and the Russian press decided to air this on this day. And it's a reminder that by their own admission, the task of the Russian state and of the Russian army currently in Ukraine is to eradicate a people, to commit a massive crime of genocide in ways that, as Tom was saying, for normal people like us, is simply unacceptable, in the sense that we cannot even conceive it. We cannot understand it. We don't see why someone would do this, and even if we understood why, we don't understand how someone might decide to do it. And yet, you've got a massive organization at the moment that is set on finishing the job in a way. And this is why we support our Ukrainian friends, and this is why they cannot afford to let go of a single square mile of their territory. Sorry for this slightly sententious moment, but I thought the occasion warranted it.
I wholeheartedly agree. I totally agree. I can't really add much more other than that. I 100% agree with you.
Well, technically, you agree with Tim Schneider, who came up with the whole theory, and now is showing, is putting his mouth where his money is, well, is whatever, you know the expression, by supporting Ukraine and being the ambassador for United 24. That man has peered into the darkness, and what he came up from it, that is what that society decided to be on. And I think that's about everything we need to know.
Yeah, I think one of the great difficulties that I think a lot of us have, maybe not so much in this space, but in general, is just accepting that evil does exist in the world, that it's not just something in, Lord of the Rings and villains in movies and TV shows, that there are actually, hold on a second. Sorry, back again. Just checking something with my wife. Yeah. Look, a lot of our modern myths are things like superhero movies. You know, we literally had the therapist on here, Janina Scarlett, Ukrainian psychotherapist living in the United States, talking about how she uses superhero metaphors with people who've been traumatized by war. And that's because a lot of our modern myths are mythical in the sense that they're not real, you know? I mean, genuine villains don't wear outfits and a big neon sign saying, I am a psychopathic evil bad guy. They don't. They pretend to be decent people. It's much more like Goodfellas, where they say murderers come to you with smiles. That's a much more realistic depiction of evil. And I think the utopianism that Axel talks about is something that I think I long for in my heart. You know, a world where people are decent to one another, where you don't have to be violent because it's horrible. Yeah, we'll do, babe. And, you know, no one wants to live in this world, I think, where there's lots of violence, apart from the people that are psychopathic, apart from the people that enjoy doing it. But I think realistically, you know, we have to accept that it is the case. Unfortunately, as much as we say never again, these things do repeat. You know, human beings have the capacity to do evil to one another. They have the capacity to murder and commit rape and genocide and war crimes. And no matter how much we wish the world was not that way, it is that way. I see some of this utopianism on the left, and I say this as someone that is on the left, where people talk about, I don't know, men shouldn't assault women. Absolutely agree with that 100%. But then there seems to be this utopian belief that because we believe that that shouldn't happen, that if we just shout it loudly enough, it won't happen. And I've argued terribly with friends of mine, female friends of mine, about, no, you need to learn self-defense. Because just as there are nice guys like me that won't do that to you, the people that will do that to you do not care about your emotional beliefs. They do not care about your politics. They do not care about your emotions. They do not care that you want to belong in a just world. And the problem is so many people just don't get this, that actually, if there weren't people like policemen, like John Spencer, like our other veterans, that we would be dominated by evil psychopathic bastards. And it just doesn't matter how kind and decent a person you are. We need those people that are prepared to protect us using violence if necessary from those psychopaths who would do violence to us. And I think this was a very difficult thing for me to learn because I was brought up in a very pacifistic kind of hippie environment. And I'm naturally a very empathic person, but I've learned these things and I've taken them to heart. And unfortunately, not all of our populations and not all of our governments seem to know it. But the evidence is right there in front of us. And still, I think people don't want to believe that they exist in a world where genocide can happen again. I think that's why we see very, very little about the millions of Ukrainians, including children, who've been kidnapped. Because I think people don't want to read headlines that are talking about potentially a second Holocaust. People just don't want to believe it. And I'm not sure how to get through to them. I'm not sure how to change that in people other than just the experience of harsh life lessons, which is how I've learned this stuff. Anyway, I'll shut up now.
What was the impact of the Panorama segment on the British public? What did the other British television stations do? What did British media, print media, do the next days after Panorama at least showed a little bit, of course, partially pixelated, about Mariupol? Tom, can you refer this to our global audience?
I'm afraid I can't, but Nick's just put his hand up. I didn't watch it because I thought I'm only going to see things that I've learned on Twitter and in MriyaReport anyway. So, Nick, if you watched the Panorama segment or you followed the news afterwards, please go ahead.
Very, very little. The probably 2 or 3 million people will have watched it, and most of them will have already had quite a strong interest in Ukraine. One of the phenomena of the last 15 years is that we're losing the. We used to complain about television and the terrible effect television was having on people, but it at least gave us points of commonality. And now, with the possible exception of our national football team taking part in an important game, it's extraordinarily rare for more than 10% of the population of a country to all watch the same TV show. With the people who don't watch TV anymore, people on social media, Netflix, and all the hundreds and hundreds of offers. There's a British comedian called Matt Green who did a nice little spoof on this, and he's meeting his friend at the pub, both played by him, and one of them's going, "Oh, did you see this great new thing?" And he said, "What's that?" "Oh, well, it's on Amazon Prime." "Oh, I don't have Amazon Prime." "Did you see this?" "No, it's on Netflix." "Oh, right, okay. I want to look at this." "It's over. That's on Disney Plus." And then they hadn't seen each other's social media posts because one on Twitter and one's on Instagram. So those days are gone. Those days are gone. It's important that we have national broadcasters, but they are becoming very much like sort of the the quality newspapers, which is to say they don't have particularly great reach. So we will have watched that because we're interested, but let's not overestimate the ability of the reach of national broadcasters anymore. Previously, 30 years ago, people who like to be informed about the world would have watched Panorama at the time, Monday. And a substantial number of people would have learned about Ukraine by watching that who didn't previously know stuff. Now, when you make the choice to watch Panorama, you're going to watch it because you look up in the guide and it says that tonight's program is about gay rights, or is about Ukraine, is about an issue that you're interested in. And I remember a few years ago when it was, the web was going to make it so much easier to read the news because your news would be tailored for you, which of course is great, apart from discovering anything remotely new. And as Tom recognized, the personality characteristic of open to experience. A lot of people don't have that in enormous amounts. And so people are quite conservative about what they watch. So really, no, that's not going to, it's not going to have changed almost anybody's mind. Perhaps if you were a bit skeptical and your spouse made you watch it, but the reach of television programs, or what's now called, I believe, linear television, television that goes out at a particular time and date, is far, far less than it was, certainly in the West. I don't know to what extent that is true in Russia or in Ukraine. I don't know to what extent Russians have access to, how many of them are watching the Solovyev and talking head show that we see regularly tweeted out. Obviously, many would turn it off, but I don't know. Do Russians have that as one of their choice of 5 programs to watch? I guess out in the countryside, they may only have 2 or 3 state channels, but I don't know. But in most of the West now, TV is not what it was 15, 20 years ago. And it's pretty much gone the way of landlines, which is to say, if you still have a landline, you might still watch linear TV, but most people don't. So yeah, it was powerful. It's a resource. And as long as it's up on the iPlayer, and as long as we can download it, and as long as we can take clips from it, it's a resource. But the event of Panorama putting this on did not result the next day in large numbers of people saying, "Did you see that last night? Oh my God, we got to do something." I really don't think that's happening.
I think that's well put, Nick. I suspect that you're right, because I didn't hear anyone else start talking to me about it suddenly. There's a lot of people. I think the thing with our media landscape at the moment is that you can put yourself in whatever bubble you want. If you just want to watch superhero movies, you can just get Disney Plus. If you just want to get into certain sorts of music or hobbies, you can do that and you can ignore the whole rest of the world. You know, I've told people what's happening in Ukraine, and I've just reduced colleagues of mine to tears, and then I've gone, oh, I'm really sorry, because, you know, they've got children, and the idea of children being kidnapped just devastated them. And then I've sort of not told them again because I don't want to hurt their feelings. They know I'm really into this and they know what's going on, but they don't ask me about it, and I don't tell them. And I don't tell my wife about it because it really hurt her as well. And there's a lot of people that aren't watching, not just because they don't care, like Gunny's talked about before, although there are people that don't care. There's a lot of people that aren't watching because they care too much, and seeing this on a daily basis would just absolutely devastate them. I think, as Nick said before, we've got to remember that people in this space, we're a really, really biased sample of people that both really deeply care about Ukraine and are sort of somewhat obsessed with getting the latest news on it. You know, we're not really representative of populations as a whole in our countries, I don't think. And I'm not sure how we change that, because there's so many other things going on in the world that people are paying attention to.
So how do you change that, Tom, Nick? How do you perturb those who otherwise wouldn't see it?
I mean, I know how I would do it if I was Prime Minister or something, which is never going to happen. You know, when Boris Johnson went
I
on
don't
national
know, Tom, with
television
the
at the
current
start of the lockdown,
rate.
at the
I'm
start
sorry,
of the
Tom.
pandemic.
With the current rate, you might be won by mid-year next year, because the rate they've been cycling them, they might need you.
Sorry, what do you mean by the current rate? I'm not sure what you mean.
Of changing prime ministers.
Ah, right, yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, we might be back to Boris next year, who knows? But look, I mean, if a British Prime Minister, or for that matter, a French president or a US president, went on television and went, here are the satellite photos, here are the filtration camps, here are the mass graves, look away now if you don't want to see it, here are some of the bodies that we dug up in Izium. You know, this is what the Russians are doing. Here are testimony from people who've been tortured. This is why we need to do more. This is why, and politicians could politic this and spin it. This is why the gas and electric prices are so high, even though it's only part of the story. This is why we have to fight Russia. This is why we need to do more. I hope that you can understand and support us. You know, put it on at 10 at night.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We're back at it. We're back at it. And it's not about what I disliked about before what you said. It came back now. I understand why you do it, but you said, I didn't want to hurt anyone. I didn't want to hurt their feelings. And then you just said, oh, if you don't want to see it, look away. No! People in the Second World War were spared it because we couldn't show it. But then some people knew about it, talked about it, and then it was shown. And the horrors of the camps, when they were discovered, was shown. And it's right to do so. The world must not be allowed to self-segregate in social media and look away. That's exactly the point. You're highlighting it well. It needs to come from the top, unfortunately, in this point, because that's the only way to grab the attention. How many people watched Liz Truss live on television? We did it here. We watched her. We reported it. That's as far as it went. The highest level of media participation across everybody. And this was during the day. People were switching on their television live streaming wherever they were in their offices to watch what happened. And they watched the cat later being sitting in front of a podium. But the world must not be allowed to look away. Because if they don't look evil in the face, they won't know what the Ukrainians have to sustain and go through. And if they don't know, they cannot empathize. If they don't empathize, they won't pressure their politicians or give their politicians the backbone, the spine, the whatever you want to call it, juice, to take deliberate action rationally. That's my point. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I think because I'm from a background of ethics and informed consent and the sorts of people that would do things like trigger warnings, that's probably why I said, if you don't want to see this, look away now. I was thinking
outside
about
of war,
bodies,
you mean? Exactly.
outside of war. Yeah, but I think, I was thinking about the bodies dug up in Izium that had their genitals cut off, I think people need to know that that's happened. Not everyone necessarily needs to see it, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe people do need to stare reality in the face so that they know what is really happening.
They had to walk some of my countrymen after. Wait, they had to walk some of my countrymen, our predecessors, through Dachau, Bergen-Belsen, and the likes, in order for them to understand what they had contributed to. That is ex post. It is after the fact. That's bad, but they had to. This is why we fight. We have to make it clear.
Yeah, and I think, my grandfather saw that firsthand in Bergen-Belsen when he was one of the first British military that arrived there. And I've just seen photographs of, emaciated bodies in mass graves from that and read about it. But you're right, there's people that don't. There's people that look away because they know it's real and they can't bear to see it. And then there's other people that just don't know. And then there's other people that do know and deny it. And is it better to know? For me, yes, definitely. For me, I want to see, I want to know. Is it better for everyone? That's difficult. What happens if no one looks or not enough people look? Well, then evil people get away with it. So, yeah, that's why I say I think it should be on television. I think enough people would look if given that choice, that it would move society. And I don't think the media are going to do it. It's weird. You would think that in the age of clicks and advertising, massive genocide would be enough to drive interest, but apparently not. After a while, people, get stimulated by something else. I think, the first atrocities in Ukraine or something particularly awful grabs everyone's attention, but after a while, people get used to it and it doesn't grab attention as much. So that's why I think governments could do this. And I think they could do it to their own political advantage as well. To be a slippery politician, they could say, yes, I know things are tough at home, but look, this is one of the reasons why. And I think they could use that to their advantage. And I'm no fan of Boris Johnson, but I think he did use it to his advantage. So he's both doing the right thing and doing something that was politically popular. He got sunk for other reasons. But there's no reason other politicians couldn't do that, and they don't seem to be, and I don't really know why.
They are not appropriate wartime leaders.
Sometimes, Axel, I think that you're Winston Churchill in a German suit.
I know of 3 German of Jewish descent RAF pilots. Dietrich, Klaus, or Dieter, Dietrich Friedrich, Klaus, and George. 3 who survived their missions. These were Germans who were relocated to Britain, or relocated themselves to Britain, because of the Nazis grabbing power, and because they couldn't stay there. If they could, in order to save millions and fight evil, do that, we can stick up the courage to look at a few images.
Jörn, go ahead. Jörn, I think I heard your car, but only very briefly. Again. Do you? Alas, I fear your reception is not good enough. Okay. Let's try again in a little bit. I think that's what happens in bits of Norway sometimes. Richard.
Mic check.
It's a little bit echoey, but I think it will be perfectly audible. Go ahead.
I just want to say good morning, guys. And I was listening to what you were saying, gentlemen, a little bit earlier. I would certainly like to see my president stand in front of the American people and do the same thing, but unfortunately, I don't see it happening. I just wanted to make sure that you would realize that, because a lot of people wish that my current president had a little bit of common sense, but he keeps dragging this out. We keep yelling, he keeps dragging it out. So unfortunately, if you're looking to the U.S. to make this faster, I don't see it happening. I just pray that Europe will stand up a little bit more and try to help this thing move along. That's all I wanted to say.
So what can we say? We can say that the US were certainly instrumental of getting things this far in the first place, right? Maybe
Absolutely.
the next step, the big one, will have to be made by someone else for the Americans to take the one after. Then John.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, interesting discussion of what needs to happen to get the opinion up. But I mean, it's a little bit frustrating to think that the top leaders need to go on national television to say what it is in order to get the population to get a strong opinion, in order for them to push politicians to do something. I mean, the politicians already know, that's the thing, and they shouldn't have to go on television to say what they know, in order for the public to push them to do what needs to be done. That's extremely frustrating thought, actually.
Oh, absolutely. No, I think it's because sometimes things that are out of the norm, right? They feel like they need legitimization. They feel like they need some assistance, a little bit of help with it, just to move it along, and to be able to make the hard decision. Right? They need people backing them up on it, and I think maybe they'd feel that they need that sort of backing in order to be able to make that decision. Yeah, let's try again.
Thank you. Sorry, that was Twitter box of some sort.
Much better.
This discussion is very important, and I've thought a lot about it, and I don't imagine regular media showing the worst pictures that we get out of Ukraine, because they simply won't. And also they are so afraid of fake news now that their demands for verifications are so high that they will probably never be met with the things like this. Maybe reports 3 years after the war, or researchers have gone through it and stuff. So it's up to us to spread that information. And I agree. There's some of those images that are so gruesome that I don't. I have friends that I know would be traumatized by them, that I don't want to see them. So I write most days, like 5 days a week, I write a little report on my personal Facebook of what's going on in Ukraine, and also add pictures of this kind. Or I add a link and say, if you press this link, you will see this on that video. You will see Russian soldiers die, or you will see a dead child, or things like that. And surprisingly high number of people actually watch that stuff, and they share my posts, and they write stuff like that. This is extremely uncomfortable, but you need to see it. So I think it's absolutely necessary to move the debate, because after you see a picture of 3-year-old naked child that has had its hands taped behind its back before it's probably raped and then executed, then come talk to me about resource management of cod or high energy prices. People need to know what this is about, and it's about something that has a level of gruesomeness that leaves everything else in society unimportant.
Thank you, Ian. I think you've characterized it exceedingly well. Yes, there are things that are orders of magnitude more important than the details of resource management of cod. People who are now confused, we actually had this conversation earlier today about why the Norwegian government hasn't barred Russian ships, Russian fishing vessels from Norwegian ports yet, and the reasoning being because of the resource management of fisheries in the Barents Sea, which is a topic for another day, perhaps. Thank you, Ian. John.
Yeah, hi, mate. Look, I mean, we're lucky that we live in democracies, but you don't need to have a referendum to get permission from the public to to send this or that weapon system. It's within the gift of elected politicians to just crack on and do what needs to be done. So ultimately, it boils down to political cowardice, and the delay in shipping what needs to go is giving the Russians time and space to reconstitute back in Russia with these Mobics. And the Ukrainian military has I would argue, has substantially defeated Russian Army 1.0, i.e. the army that invaded in February. And next spring now, because we haven't put the stuff in that is necessary for the Ukrainians in order to smash the front and to make the Russians' position completely untenable all across Ukraine, which we could have done if we had done what they needed when they needed it. They're now going to have to fight Russian Army 2.0 in the spring, and that will have to be defeated as well. And that's going to come at higher cost to Ukraine in lives, in lost economic activity, in destruction, just the all-round horror of continuing war, and it will have a higher cost in the long run for us as well. Because unless we're suddenly going to reverse our position and decide that actually Ukraine can be allowed to fall and this doesn't matter too much, then we will have to up our support at that time, and we will continue doing what we've been doing, which is being reactive instead of getting in front of the problem and giving them what they need just in time, pretty much, to grind down Russian Army 2.0, which will probably take us through to late spring, early summer next year. Maybe, in fact, probably summer next year, depending on how many more of these mobilized idiots are dragged out of wherever they live in Russia and thrown into what resembles an army. So this is all on our political leaders who have it within their gift to sort this out. And the American fellow who came on, I didn't catch his name, a couple of speakers ago, he said he hopes Europe stands up and takes a bit more responsibility. So do I. We're governed by political pygmies and cowards, and we've been saying this all the way through, and it hasn't changed. They remain political pygmies and cowards, and they can't even seem to act in their own interest, because ending the war as quickly as possible is absolutely in the interest of European politicians. But the only way it can end in a way that's acceptable to us, to Ukraine, and is strategically logical for us, is for the Russians to be defeated. And fearing the means to do, willing the ends, but fearing the means and refusing to supply them in a timely and in sufficient numbers is just idiocy. It's absolute idiocy. It makes no sense whatsoever. But I'm pretty sure, I think some of these politicians are inclined to be cowards by nature, and they have people around them who dress up their cowardice or their cynicism with doctorates and what have you, and think that they're very wise and very sophisticated, but actually they're not, because it's not a complicated problem. Russia is committing genocide in Europe. I don't care about who's in the EU, who's in NATO. It makes absolutely no difference whatsoever. Ukraine is Europe. The Russians are committing genocide in Europe now. And we're not doing everything in our power to prevent that and to reverse it. And that is just, I mean, it's scandalous. It's absolutely scandalous. And yeah, I agree completely. Get it on the nightly news, ram it down people's throat, make them understand what's happening. And the reason that's not happening is because the governments don't want that sort of pressure brought to bear on them, because they are cowards and they don't want to take the actions that they need to take. So all of this the agony of Ukraine just gets prolonged indefinitely because of, anyway, I'm going to stop ranting. Sorry.
No, it's absolutely correct. This is what we've been saying here for a long time, led by donkeys.
Nick, go ahead.
I think there are I think I understood two separate strands emerging from the last 2 or 3 points. And I think I understood John's position correctly, and I think I mostly agree with it. I don't think we need to have Macron and Scholz and Sunak have some kind of simultaneous telecast. People of Britain, people of Germany, this is what's happening in Ukraine. I think it would absolutely freak everybody out. And I think public opinion in terms of supporting weapon shipments, etc., to Ukraine is probably getting relatively settled. As we've seen, I saw yesterday a rather depressing poll about the willingness of, I think it was French, German, and Italian people polled to send stuff to Ukraine. For sanctions. It wasn't actually sending military stuff; it was sanctions. But these things in people's minds all tend to get mixed up very quickly. The number of people prepared to support sanctions, even if it involved their own cost of living going up, and it was around 30%. It wasn't great, but I think by and large, the public opinion is has settled on a particular level of support, and it's up to the politicians to then work within the constraints that imposes on them. And so I certainly don't want to see. There may be a role perhaps for the European Union in this, in that people can choose to ignore it or not. But if we're going to have a situation where we stop all broadcasting, and then on all channels your president or prime minister says this terrible thing is happening, people are going to assume pretty damn quick that that's actually going to mean NATO boots on the ground, and I don't think we're currently proposing that. So I think the public opinion, while we would all love, when we go out there with our Ukraine t-shirts, and I have 2 Ukraine armbands on here that I can give to anyone I meet who expresses solidarity or indeed being Ukrainian. While we would all like that to be higher, I don't think that's going to move very much. I don't think that many people are going to object if Germany if anyone sends modern battle tanks. 1 or 2 people from the contrarian wings of politics will say, US sending another $500 million, that's going into Zelensky's back pocket or other bullshit. But the people don't tend to see the money at that level. They're more likely to see the money in terms of things like cost of gas, etc., which fluctuates. So I think we need to, as somebody said, emphasize, I think this is John's best point, emphasize the fact that this has to end. The quicker it ends, the cheaper it is for all of us. And to not have people imagine that it will go away if they just close their eyes and wish it isn't happening. I think that's the most important thing. I don't think we need to necessarily escalate the messaging about it. I don't think there are very many people left in the West who are not aware that what is going on is bad and that it's Russia's fault. And those that are, I think, are being deliberately, are trolling or have other ideological reasons to do that. So, keep up the pressure, but I don't think I mean, obviously all these things are good, but in terms of the priorities for the attention of our politicians, the attention of our media, and for the attention of the people here, in terms of what we aim to get done, I wouldn't make that a priority. Pressure on governments to get the message out that what we're doing is right. But I think a lot of the minds are made up, and unfortunately, I think a lot of the political minds are made up too, in terms of supplying advanced weapon systems. And I don't think, well, as Axel says, it needs the Americans to make a phone call to Scholz. Well, they still haven't done that. I apologize if this was a little incoherent.
I think it was perfectly coherent, Nick. Axel, I need to recycle. Aluminum cans only, nothing else. And let's go to Alex.
Hi, thank you, Domen. I wanted to, join the discussion about them. There are all kinds of weapons suggested. I think sometimes the most straightforward way is the simplest and also the most right. I do believe that helping Ukrainian now with weapon, even simple ones, will have dramatic effect on battlefield and on everything else too. I do believe that it's not linear. It's like if you double amount of guns, it's not that the productivity will not increase twofold. It will be probably 4 times more productive, 5 times. It's exponential at this point. It has always been, but right now, when we are facing winter, there are reports that Russians are so poorly prepared that they there are footages where drones are destroying soldiers and soldiers don't even move. They apparently they have this syndrome, when the body is too cold, the reflexes are they can barely move, even under the direct threat of being kind of destroyed. It's I think that we need to, rather than talk about negotiations, and I know that most of audience here are know how things are and would not really buy into that BS. But rather than talking about negotiations at this point, I think we should double up the support, like military support of Ukraine, and something that will have effect not like 3 years from now, but like next 2 weeks. I do believe there is this momentum that needs to be, again, the Russians are very poorly prepared for winter, and we should use it to full extent. So, just let's make sure that Ukrainians never run out of bullets, guns. And I know a lot of things are being done, but I would definitely support sending them these Leopards, Humvees, anything that can capitalize on on that Ukrainian winning trend. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Alex. Dan John.
Yeah, thanks, Axel. I just want to ask Nick, because you said that we wouldn't want to see the heads of states going out with this because it will freak people out. What's the problem with that? Honest question.
Oh, I mean, no, it would be treated as an It would be treated as, it's like, why did they do that? When your leaders do something like that, people will assume that they are being prepared for pretty much full-scale NATO involvement. That's what would happen.
Yeah, but if they also said what we have to do, I mean, they could also at the same time address this is what we need to do, and honestly, if we don't do it, then maybe that's the next step. The NATO troops on the ground. I mean, if it continues into Poland or the Baltics, I mean,
yeah, but that isn't going. That we can assume that isn't going. That's a separate question. That's a separate question. But the idea that we now, particularly 6 months after Bucha, that the politicians stand in front of, you know, a slideshow of horrific pictures and say, so as a result of all this, we're going to send another 250,000 rounds of 7.62 millimeter ammunition. I mean, it would have to be accompanied with some absolutely huge announcement of something that they're currently not prepared to make. So I don't see the point of the politicians standing there under the horror slideshow and then not announcing something absolutely enormous. But then the issue is not really the slideshow. The issue is the enormous announcement. So it just seems to me to be totally, you know, what are you expecting to happen after Sunak and Macron and Scholz go on TV and say, my fellow citizens, this is how horrible the Russians are? You know, he sort of, they stop the slideshow and then he turns to face the camera and says, and so as a result, ... Either they're going to announce, you know, something relatively modest, in which case, you know, why go on TV and do that unless you've got the full support of the entire legitimate opposition parties, for example, because they're going to want their word. They're not going to want to allow the currently elected leader to get a free shot at this kind of announcement without a reply. Just a second, please, Axel. Or are they going to do it as part of a really major announcement? So, for example, we are going to declare a no-fly zone over Ukraine, in which case, great. But the point is, the issue is the no-fly zone over Ukraine. The issue is not the slideshow. Sorry, Axel.
But Nick, two things. A, it's not. I didn't even know that you were going no-fly zone. You don't have to do that. That is not relevant. And it's not the opposition parties. The opposition in Britain, as I understand, would carry through with the Tories whatever needs to happen to liberate Ukraine. The opposition in Germany would be cajoling this coalition onwards. The opposition in France doesn't matter because Macron has full control of all the body politic. So John is right. It's in the hand of the politicians. And secondly, the announcement just has to be, and therefore we are committing any and all resources and releasing any and all export licenses for all those pieces of equipment Ukraine desires and we can deliver, period. That's all
but they can do.
Say.
My point is they can do that anyway. There is not.
Yeah, but they need to communicate. They need to communicate. If they
but they could just do it.
This,
why? We're not currently in a situation where Scholz feels that the reason he's unable to send Leopard tanks is because the people of Germany wouldn't quite understand that, and therefore he needs to make that clear.
He believes that he has to play a role with Russia in future. That's what he believes.
Precisely.
And therefore he needs to communicate his turnabout.
Oh, he needs to change his mind. The point is that's what needs to happen. Once he's done that, the discussion, it seems to me so far, and maybe I've misunderstood it, has been as if the problem is the communication. Yeah, the communication will follow naturally. But just in terms of the opposition, I don't know how it works in Germany, but in the UK, if the Prime Minister gets to make a sort of specific special announcement, even on an issue that the opposition supports them on, the opposition will want to come on and say why they support it and what what their different view of it is. And I mean, unless they do some kind of joint broadcast, which will be wonderful. All of these things are wonderful, but they're not in our political traditions. And I just don't see that at the moment our political traditions are the problem. So it's just, I mean, the discussion is interesting, but I don't think the discussion doesn't sound to me like it's proposing a solution to a problem that is what's getting in the way. So maybe I'm just being a little bit churlish about what we're choosing to shoot the breeze about on a Saturday.
Nick, I think I can help. The real issue at the moment is communication. In German media and in the German public opinion and the wonderful talk shows, they've all been arguing constantly. Ukraine needs this. No, this is the wrong weapon system. They know they only need missile defense, and they need this. No, they need all of it. And if Scholz were to turn about, he needs to communicate it. Otherwise, he will lose every single election just for the sake of that. That he is likely to lose the next election is a different one, but he is in a coalition government. He needs to communicate. And the German public has now been constantly imbibing this procrastination talk show effort of bullshit and disinformation and constantly seeding doubt and concerns and fear and whatnot. If you want to actually, as a chancellor, now do it, you really have to communicate, even if it's just a change of your mind and your politics. Even if it's a change which is forced upon you by, say, friendly advice from the White House.
Maybe that's specific to Germany. I don't see it that way in 2 or 3 other countries that I'm thinking of, but maybe it's specific to Germany, which I know less well.
I can see that Peter Duran has joined us 6 minutes ahead of time, and that's grand because we obviously have a segment upcoming. What on earth, Domen, shall we be talking about?
Bulgaria, I think, right? No, Hungary.
What? Are we talking stories of freedom again, or what was it?
Hey guys, give me a second here. I'm going to be pouring my coffee and opening up my notes for a discussion today. So very keen to hear everybody and chatting in the space. Also, let's get our numbers up. Let's share this space and let our friends know by sharing the link that we're going to be talking about stories of freedom and Romania, especially the story of communism's last king today.
All righty, so everybody, you heard it. Share and retweet. We will have a very, very interesting hour and something, hopefully longer. Last time it lasted a lot longer, and discuss what pertains to Europe and how it actually can escape from authoritarianism. And with that being said, before we go to that, we have 4.5 minutes left. Ryan, you are driving. Are you in Poland?
I'm in Poland for the next 2 minutes. I'm actually sitting at the border right now. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Perfect.
Got yourself some winter tires?
Not yet. I'm going to make one more trip back to our area of operations to unload 1.5 tons of food aid, and let me look at the inventory list I made. I want to say it's about 90 water purification kits. There are some that are specially built to work with a 5-gallon bucket. It's just a filtration system. It comes with a drill bit. You drill a hole in a 5-gallon bucket, fill it up, and potable water comes out the bottom edge. There are a number of water filtration kits that screw directly onto a faucet. So if there is a pressurized water system that has been compromised, you can get water that way. And then there are a number, I want to say 80 water filtration bags that you can fill up with about 3 gallons of water and filter 3 gallons of water at a time, but you can scoop it out of a river essentially and get potable water that way. Sorry for the door slam. We have also recruited.
No worries. You can, Ryan, if you transport that much, all those water filtration units and 1.5 tons of humanitarian aid, you can slam the door as long as you like here.
Actually, the vehicle's a lot less squeaky when I load it down. We do have somebody new with us. I'm not sure if he's comfortable releasing his information, but I'm about to pull into the Polish side of the border transition. So I'm logging off. I'll be back. I look forward to hearing Peter's history lesson today. And I will log back in when I get to the other side.
All righty, Peter. Coffee in hand?
Yeah, I'm ready to go. Okay, so again, as always, I really encourage everyone to tweet out the space. Let everyone know we're talking about stories of freedom this morning, as usual, 10 a.m. East Coast time, early afternoon in Europe, and tweet out that photo of your cup of coffee. I really enjoy getting a little window into everybody's mugs and sit back and really. This is that time of the week in which we can go back in time, really unpack the deeper roots of this war for Ukraine and get a sense of scale and history, and also understand what the future could look like after Ukraine wins. But before we do that, I did want to share some insight because it is very important for this space, very important for this effort. Many people right before the Thanksgiving break were chatting about how MriyaReport just released its audited financial statements through August 31st of this year. As a think tank CEO, I had a chance to actually roll up my sleeves in this case and look through those statements. And I have to say, I am extremely impressed by what I saw. Many people were chatting about the pie chart, which MriyaReport published on Twitter, showing how they have been spending the money. But I actually clicked through to the link to read through the audited financials. And like I said, very impressive. Having read a lot of these statements of myself, having gone through audits like this myself, a couple things jumped out at me. First and foremost, I was very impressed by how MriyaReport is spending the money that people are donating to the organization on exactly the things that it said it would spend the money on. I saw none of the usual red flags or warning signs that one would typically see in a sham operation. If an organization was basically taking donations, spending it on itself, and lavishing its people with the money instead of spending it on the mission, you would see that in the financials. None of that was apparent. This was an extremely strong financial statement. So kudos to everyone involved. And that's, I think, also the key. MriyaReport is spending far below what is typically considered the industry gold standard for overhead. And that's mainly because MriyaReport is run by volunteers who volunteer their time, they volunteer their passions and abilities to help the organization. And again, that means that these financials look very strong. So for everyone who has donated to MriyaReport, I know here at the MriyaReport, we're very supportive of MriyaReport. Everyone who's donated, I'd encourage you to continue to have good faith in this organization. It is what you want to see, transparency. Open the books, show the world what's going on. And when you do open the books, you see extremely strong financials. So I'm very proud to be associated with this organization, and keep it up, MriyaReport. We're very proud of what you're doing. Okay, so Axel, I've been really looking forward to this conversation for a while. We talked last week about the invasion by the Warsaw Pact of the Czechoslovakia in 1968. And through that conversation, we briefly touched upon the story of King Michael in Romania. It was somewhat related, but there was a lot of interest there. And I thought, wow, wouldn't this be a fantastic topic for next week's Stories of Freedom? It's a topic that I've spent a considerable amount of time researching, reading through the original documents, reading through many of the autobiographies and first-person accounts of the the story of the last king of Romania, communism's last king. And I thought this would be very, very interesting to dive into. So retreat the space, get your coffee, and sit back and let's talk about it. So the question that I think we should all keep in our minds for this story about King Michael is, when exactly does a pawn, like on a chessboard, become a king? And so at the height of World War II, one man, King Michael, had to answer that question for himself. He was Michael I of Romania, and at the time, he faced a dilemma. Adolf Hitler's Nazi war machine had occupied his country. The SS wanted Romania's 300,000 Jews for its death camps. Joseph Stalin's Red Army was looking to smash into the country's frontier and seize its crude oil, and then transform the country into a communist state. And so as the reigning monarch of Romania, Michael was trapped in the middle and stripped of power. He was a pawn in this catastrophic contest between Nazi Europe and the Soviet East. And it was at this point that Romania's young, untested king launched a brazen conspiracy to take his country back. So together with his mother, Queen Helen of Greece, Michael intervened to save tens of thousands of Romania's Jews from the Holocaust, slip Nazi secrets to the Americans, and then turn the tables on Hitler by seizing control of his own army to join the Allies. Ultimately, the king, well, he saved his country from destruction, and he did shorten the war. However, in a devastating betrayal by London and Washington, Michael was forced to sacrifice his own crown as the Iron Curtain crashed down on his homeland. This is the story of communism's last king. So the impact that King Michael I of Romania made during his very brief but incredible reign in the 1940s is one of the least known, but I think perhaps the most riveting stories of freedom that would shape the course of history in East Central Europe. Michael was the son of a philandering playboy father. He was the great-great-grandson of both Queen Victoria of England and the famed German Emperor Wilhelm I. Michael, he could count most of the royal houses of Europe as his family members. And as a teenage prince, he watched the rising tide of anti-Semitic fascism consume his father and topple the role of the monarch in Romania. He was pushed onto the throne once as a young boy, taken off, and then finally pushed back onto the throne at the age of 18. And Michael had a very close relationship with his mother, who served as his mentor, his conscience, his guide in navigating the world of being a monarch. But during the war, these two were effectively prisoners in their own palace. They were kept there by Hitler's puppet dictator of Romania, and yet they were woefully underestimated. Because you see, when the calamity of World War II unfolded around them, Michael had a choice. He could either remain king in name or wager everything, his throne, his crown, his lands, even his life, to save his country from the competing plans of Hitler and Stalin. And Michael opted to risk everything for his country and to do his duty. I like this story of freedom, and I think it's important because the history of Romania during World War II is complicated. Romania was America's enemy at the start of the war, and yet its ally at the end. Romania initially joined Hitler's terrifying New Order, and the Nazis occupied Romania. But Romania was never a true Nazi state. And so as monarch during this period, Michael was the head of his country, yet he did not possess real authority to alter Romania's course. In a sense, I think of him as kind of like a passenger on a train as his country is veering off into the path of anti-Semitic fascism. Now, his training and his upbringing never really prepared him to rule, nor did he initially understand the powerful tectonic forces that were rupturing Romania's pre-war tranquility. And that's the point of this story. The West must never betray our friends in East Central Europe who are looking to us for help. In the case of Romania, we betrayed the Romanians. We betrayed Michael. We handed his country over to Stalin and to communism, to our shame. Because you see, one of the most important lessons about freedom is that grand bargains with the Kremlin are never as magnificent, nor do they cost as little as leaders in Washington would like to believe. In our own time, we see calls for new grand bargains with the Kremlin over Ukraine. We see unresolved questions of war and peace, of conflict with Russia, and the fate of 44 million Ukrainians. Yet, before Kennedy cut his grand bargain with Khrushchev at Vienna in the 1960s, or the big three allied powers divided east from west at Yalta, Winston Churchill cut a secret wartime deal with Stalin to trade away Romania in exchange for Greece. So this deal between Stalin and Churchill was a straight up quid pro quo. In making the deal, Churchill and Stalin essentially doomed Michael from the start. Yet the king of Romania never knew it. He represented a little country. Churchill and Stalin represented big countries. And Churchill was trading away the fate of millions in Romania to communism as if he were negotiating over a condo or a cow. The problem is, Michael, he believed in the West. He believed in us. He thought that we were his friends. And he was never aware that his assumed friends in the democratic West had already sealed his fate, trading away his country to communist rule. Nor did he understand why the secret communications from Washington during the war, communications that he had initiated, why Washington kept on insisting that he invite Stalin's communists into his closest councils. By the time that these consequences would finally be clear to Michael, it would be too late for him, too late for Romania. His betrayal was already complete. And so this is the incredible story of how King Michael of Romania, a good man who tried to save his people, became the last king, the literal king in name and law of a communist country. How Soviet commissars wrested control of Romania out from under him, and with America's complete blessing, and how Michael had to make one final choice as king, either to abdicate his throne or watch the new regime around him execute 1,000 Romanian students in retribution. Michael could allow the students to live by surrendering his crown, or they would die and he would stay in power. I have to wonder what any of us would do right now in that situation. So, as we have to understand this, like always, we get into our time machine of the imagination, our little thought experiment here. And out of all the dates we can pick for this time machine in our travels, we're going to have to skip over pre-war Bucharest, which was truly the Paris of the East. We're not going to be able to visit the burlesque shows or tumble through the spectacular Art Deco hotels and restaurants that really made this city such a weird and spectacular gem. Many of those architectural wonders, by the way, are still around today, and you can visit them. Today, Bucharest is reclaiming the glory of its past, and you can almost get a glimpse of that magnificent splendor from our present times. But for us, we have to go back. So for our trip to the past, we are, again, not going to be able to watch the rise of anti-Semitic fascism in Romania in the 1930s, or see the rise of that country's dictator, a man named Ion Antonescu. We won't be able to see how Michael's father, the Playboy King, was sympathetic to the rise of fascism in Europe, and how he even introduced a young Prince Michael to Adolf Hitler at the Nazi dictator's famed Eagle's Nest, that mountain retreat in Germany that Hitler established. No, we're going to have to go back to the final year of the war. And in doing so, we're going to jump to Bucharest, to the point where Nazi forces in Europe were very clearly losing. Michael was now fully king of his country, but again, only in name. And at this point, he was a very dashing young man in his 1920s. He'd spent most of the war, as I said, as a prisoner in his own home, along with his mother, Queen Helen. And as we travel back in time to Bucharest in 1944, the Red Army is fast approaching Romania's eastern frontier. So we're here with Michael for a decisive moment in his life and the life of his country. This is the point when King Michael had to make a decision, and he resolved that the pompous dictator of Romania, Ion Antonescu, had to be stopped before Stalin's forces arrive into Bucharest. If the dictator is not stopped, then the Red Army will probably level Romania, probably level its capital, Bucharest, and treat the whole country as a hostile enemy belligerent. And the only person in the country who can really change the course of history here is King Michael himself. He's the only figure at the time who has enough clout and weight in Romania to whom others would follow. Michael clearly sees that the writing is on the wall. He sees that the Red Army will soon arrive, and he begins to ask himself, what can be done? And it was his mother, Queen Helen of Greece, who presented Michael with a defining choice in his life. She literally said to him, either become known as Michael the Horrible by doing nothing, or own your crown, become a real king. So for Michael, the answer was very obvious to him. He must oust the fascists. To do so, this young king begins to craft a conspiracy to essentially resist the Axis occupation of his country. And that conspiracy quickly balloons into this massive undertaking. Soon, Michael begins to engage in regular clandestine communication with Washington. His offer to the Americans, crafted in very careful language and most of the time in secret, because his residences were just permeated with spies. Well, his offer to the Americans was that Romania would be willing to switch sides in the war if there was enough political support from the Allies to do so. The Americans, for their part, they were extremely receptive to this offer, but their answers to him were somewhat confusing to Michael. Michael did not understand, for example, why the Americans were so insistent that he take Romania's communist leaders into his closest council and make them part of his scheme. Michael clearly understands that the Moscow-backed communists in his country are the camel's head. Once he lets them into the tent, Stalin's commissaries, they're going to be very hard to remove from power. He tries to convey this in his communications to Washington, and he, again, doesn't understand why Washington doesn't understand. Why Washington doesn't understand that once I let communists into this scheme, they're going to be hard to get rid of after the coup. Sadly, it was Michael who did not understand what was happening. Like I said, his betrayal and the betrayal of Romania by America and the United Kingdom had already begun. I talked about it earlier when we started. Stalin and Churchill had made a secret agreement to divide Europe after the war. And so, in exchange for keeping Greece in the Western non-communist fold, Churchill agreed to essentially trade Romania away to Stalin. Stalin could have Romania. Churchill, he wanted Greece. The deal was done, and Michael and all of Romania were to be handed over to communism. For their part, the Americans, who were negotiating with Michael over his clandestine channels, well, they were aware of Churchill's agreement, and they dutifully enforced the arrangement. Romania would be given to Stalin. The Americans did not tell Michael about this betrayal, but listening to the Americans, Michael assumed that they were acting on good faith. And so he brought the local communist underground leaders, as Washington had insisted that he do, into his plans. This is one of the darkest moments in American foreign policy. Thanks to our time machine, we can see Michael. We can see that he is unaware that Romania's fate has already been sealed. His country has already been handed over to Stalin. No matter what he does, Stalin will get his country in exchange for Greece. This is what a grand bargain looks like. It was the West's betrayal of Romania. But because Michael believed in the Americans, because he believed in the West, he resolved still to take action. He would confront the fascist dictator of his country and take up his true role as king. So Michael travels north into the mountains to join his mother and wait for his moment. And when news breaks that the Red Army is on Romania's doorstep, Michael leaves his mother behind at the Pelish castle in the mountains and rushes into a car. It is the beginning of his coup d'etat that will surprise the world. For the entirety of his rule so far, Michael has essentially been a pawn on the chessboard. He's been a figure who was moved around by others, but now he will finally become a king. Michael arrives into Bucharest and he prompts this riveting one-on-one showdown with showdown with Antonescu in the royal palace. We can see that again in this time machine of our imagination. He's in the royal palace. He goes in and the young king literally confronts Antonescu and demands that the dictator should step down. the Antonescu, as the dictator liked to refer to himself. Yes, the Antonescu. He called himself I am the Antonescu. Well, Antonescu did not take this demand from the young king very well. He starts to lecture and yell at Michael, and that prompts the young king to make his pre-arranged signal to the soldiers in the room. They were there to guard the Antonescu, but now they suddenly turn on him, physically seizing the dictator and locking him in the room where Michael's father once kept his stamp collection. From this point on, the wheels of Michael's coup would start to spin very rapidly. As military and political forces who were loyal to Michael, they began to grab control of the country's capital. Although, to his credit, Michael, I have to stop here and say that Michael would be very upset at me because I keep referring to this as a coup. As he would later insist, later in life, he would say, quote, "I don't make coup d'etats. I was head of state." Okay, fair enough, Michael, but it was still, what he did was still a real coup by the young man who decided to become a king. Hitler's Gestapo, which was stationed in Romania at the time, it was furiously lobbying to have Romania hand over the country's Jews for transportation to German extermination camps before the Red Army arrived. Well, Hitler's Gestapo was caught completely by surprise in this coup. Germany's soldiers in Romania, they suddenly lost their bearings and their influence, literally overnight, in the capital, over the army, and over the entire country. In very short order, Michael's forces, including the entirety of the Romanian army which joined him, were in total control of Bucharest. North of the capital, the bulk of Romanian forces rallied behind their king and suddenly turned their guns on the Germans. Michael's forces captured 50,000 retreating Germans, including Germany's top brass in Romania, and Hitler was furious by the seeming betrayal of the Romanians. Not only did he lose 50,000 soldiers that he needed for his last defense of Europe, but he also lost Romania as a major source of crude oil that was fueling his war machine. And when the Red Army eventually arrives into Bucharest, it does not arrive as a conqueror, but officially as an ally of Romania. Now, this was a major problem for Stalin. Michael had impeded Stalin's plan for the armed, aggressive conquest and occupation of Romania. How does Russia go about occupying an ally? That's interesting to me, because Michael's coup has presented a unique problem for Moscow. He is the legitimate head of state of an allied friendly power. He's too popular to kill or dethrone, and yet he's a king. Communist governments do not have kings, but that is exactly what emerges, at least initially, in post-war Romania. The moment that the Red Army arrives into Romania, Moscow's commissars declare that the country would now become communist, just as Churchill had agreed. But as far as the law and Michael were concerned, he was still the king of the country. This made him a legally reigning monarch who was head of state of a communist country. How very, very awkward for Moscow. And so from this point on, we're going to see this ever escalating series of political tensions between Michael and the Kremlin's commissars, which now seek to run the country on Moscow's behalf. Moscow would arrange a show trial for Antonescu and force King Michael to sign the former dictator's execution order, after which Moscow's puppets demand that Michael resign as king. But he refuses to do so. Romania might be a communist country, but he's the monarch. This led Stalin's commissars to essentially force Michael into making a final evil choice. If he would not abdicate as king, then the new regime would execute 1,000 Romanian students in retaliation. These youths would only live if Michael leaves. It was a terrible choice to make. And for Michael, he chose to let others live. He wasn't going to remain king and let the Russians slaughter his people. So Michael finally conceded. He surrenders his crown and then is immediately stripped of his royal possessions and his Romanian citizenship. Michael and his mother then board a train in Bucharest. They are now citizens of no country. They say their farewells to a few friends who came to see them off at the train station, and then they slip away into exile and the unknown. Now, for everyone who wants to know what eventually happened to Michael, The story of Romania's last king does not conclude on that platform in Bucharest. After losing his crown, Michael ended up marrying the love of his life, the Princess Anne of Bourbon-Parma, and together they would rear 5 daughters in Switzerland. President Harry Truman would award Michael the prestigious Legion of Merit for his wartime service to the Allies. But in actual fact, America was thanking him for his service to the communist takeover of Romania. How very ironic. And Michael's mother, Queen Helen of Greece, well, on account of her interventions on behalf of Romania's Jewish population during the war, the World Holocaust Remembrance Center would subsequently declare her Yad Vashem, righteous among the nations. And the name Queen Helen of Greece, Michael's mother, mentor, and conscience, is now forever inscribed among the Jews and Gentiles who selflessly saved the lives of others during the Holocaust. But our story of freedom just can't end here. We have to make one more jump to the fall of the Iron Curtain. And so in the time machine of our imagination, we go to Christmas Day, 1989, the day that Romanians executed their communist dictator live on national television. This is an event that no one alive at the time, I believe, will ever forget. Merry Christmas, Romania. So as communism disintegrates across Central and Eastern Europe, Michael becomes determined to return to his homeland. Only he's no longer a citizen of Romania, and the wobbly post-communist government that replaced the dictator is afraid of his political pull and influence should the former king return. They do not want him back, and they actually tell him, do not come back to Romania. So Michael sneaks back. He sneaks back into Romania to attend Easter Mass, and word quickly spreads around Bucharest about the return of the king. During this very historic visit, Michael encounters spontaneous crowds of supporters in Bucharest. Residents of the capital literally line the streets to cheer his return. And when the country finally elects its first truly democratic government after communism, Romania's leaders open the country's doors to their deposed king. They restore his Romanian citizenship, but not his crown. That said, free Romania showers him with honors and returns his property, including his very treasured home up in the mountains of Romania, back to Michael. In the end, Romania would also forgive America for its betrayal. Time heals many wounds, and America has done much to make political and military restitution for its betrayal of Romania during the final months of the war. Romania to this day is now one of America's best allies in NATO, and Romania is helping to support our friends in Ukraine in their current fight for freedom, while also welcoming Ukrainian mothers and children into their country, mothers and children who have fled, once again, the return of Russian invaders. And that's why I think this story of freedom is so important, and why we should never forget. Grand bargains with Moscow are never grand, nor are they a bargain. Countries who want and need our help should never be traded away like they were cows or condos. And on a personal level, we should always have the courage to remember Michael's decision. Are you a pawn or a king? Do you have the courage to be a man or woman for others? And I think that King Michael and his mother, Queen Helen, show us what real courage looks like. And I think they can be a model for our decisions. And we can learn from their courage in the past in order to, once again, help our friends in Ukraine fight for their freedom. Never again should we betray countries who look to us for help. That is a true story of freedom, Axel.
Yeah, well, you could let it stand there, if you like, and you could highlight that someone who dedicated and designated himself to defending freedom, potentially even at the very end, as soon as he had been forced to take in communist commissars into the then government, knew that he was on a tragic, on a tragic passage on that train. And still,
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? Like having faith in the Americans and trying to explain to them what would happen if he lets the communists into the new government. And the Americans keep saying, yes, absolutely, we want you to do this. And he did it, knowing what the cost would be. But this was what the Americans were saying, so he went along with it. It just makes me seething mad to think about how, in a sense, America at the time betrayed Romania. And also, it's why I'm very proud that we have made up for that betrayal through our current military and security alliance with Romania, restoring or repairing a harm from the past. But what a decision to make there. And I love the personal courage of Michael. Again, he was not trained for this. He really wasn't. He had no real experience as a head of state or as a leader. Most of the time he was a monarch, he was just under house arrest, essentially. And so he had to really rise to that occasion. You don't often see that in life, but here is the example of King Michael.
Two original sins: sleepwalking into 1914's August and then not stopping it before Christmas, and allowing the fire with which you eradicate fire to take over Eastern Europe.
And that's what happened. But we do have to give Michael a tremendous amount of credit. One thing that popped out to me was it was an interesting, almost the dog that didn't bark. So when you look at the number of Jews who died in the Holocaust by country, there is this strange statistical anomaly in that so few Jews from Romania were actually killed in the Holocaust. Now, I'm not saying that Jews were not killed from Romania in the Holocaust, but statistically speaking, there were far fewer Jews from Romania who were killed. And that's because Romania did not allow the SS to essentially export, that was the term they used, export Jews from Romania to the Holocaust. They said, no, we're going to keep our Jews here in Romania. I personally believe that had Antonescu not been deposed, the SS would have put enough pressure on him in the final months or weeks of the war to release Romania's Jews, again, using the terminology of the time, and basically allow Germany to kill hundreds of thousands of them. That did not happen because Michael seized control of his country. He ousted Antonescu, and Romania turned their guns on the retreating German army, capturing 50,000 soldiers. Those are soldiers that Hitler would never have to defend his part of Europe against the oncoming Red Army. He lost access to Romania's Ploiești oil fields. This was a huge defeat, and we actually have a lot of records of how Hitler responded. He had one of his temper tantrums, frankly, when he got the news about Romania's so-called betrayal. He thought Romania was going to fight to the end on his side. The loss of the soldiers, the loss of the oil, and this so-called betrayal by Romania really pissed off Hitler. So it's a very good day if you can piss off Hitler, and that's exactly what Michael did.
Well done. Unfortunately, Antonescu's troops obviously also eradicated many, many lives of Jews and Greeks and Gypsies and opposition parties and civilians in Odessa and surrounding Odessa. But that's another story for another day.
Yes, that's true. And that's why I want to make a very clear distinction between Michael's time as head of state and Antonescu. Antonescu was scum. And that's why I was very clear. His government was an anti-Semitic fascist government that was involved on the side of Germany in the invasion of the Soviet Union. There were terrible crimes committed by Antonescu's troops. And it was all the more reason for Michael to make that decision, to not remain a pawn, and to actually become king.
Very good point. Shall we go to one of our Romanian co-moderators?
I think that's a wonderful idea, Axel. Anda.
Good afternoon, or good morning for you. I was listening, and it's really it's it's interesting when you see how it's seen from outside, right? As I grew up in a communist country, the first part of my life, and after that, after the revolution, some parts of what you've told me, I knew them from TV, for example. Some parts of them I read about them, but very later on. So this was something that was not taught in everything that was after First World War. Was not taught in school. It was in the curricula, but it was not, at least in the schools I was in. It was not a subject that we never touched it in the school. And when I asked my history teacher, she said we were taught a history during communist times, and the current books do not describe correctly what happened. And instead of teaching you something that is well, not entirely correct, I will rather skip it altogether, and you will have to research it for yourselves. So basically we did that, right? We had to research it for ourselves. And this morning we had an interesting discussion on the topic of how was King Michael perceived in Romania, and how it is perceived right now. And I kind of avoided Domen's question, partially because there was some part of the population was really really in love with him. Some part of the population not so much. But overall, he was respected by all. He behaved himself in a very dignified fashion after he realized he ain't gonna so Romania is gonna remain a republic, and he ain't gonna be the head of state ever again. I think looking back, the most disappointed of them all were some of the political leaders who actually paid tribute in many years of prison for being the political leaders when Mihai was king. And I wanted to thank you, Peter, for your kind way of presenting Mihai and his situation and his choices, right? He had a very difficult choice, and in one of his memories, he's stating at some point that in the darkest hours of your life, you will always be alone.
I think that's true. I actually I know that quote, and it's why I wanted to present this story of freedom as that choice. I find it personally very compelling. In my own imagination, in my own mind, I can put myself in Michael's position and ask myself, what would I do? He knew that he was surrounded by very dangerous forces on all sides. And he actually knew that, he believed that his coup could fail, and he was risking his life. And yet, I also like how you did mention that after communism ended, he did come back, and it was true. There were some people who were saying, hey, maybe we should return to the monarchy, but Romania had gone beyond that point. So I think it's a very right and proper thing for Michael to be remembered for his decision. It's right and proper that Michael did not essentially become, how do I phrase it, that Michael was not restored as the monarch of Romania. I think for all of its ups and downs and trials and tribulations, Romania is much better off as a democratic country. And in the end, Michael's legacy is one that we can learn from. And it's probably better that he didn't get snarled up in the post-communist politics of Romania. It probably kept his reputation much more pristine than had he returned as monarch and been king over a post-communist country that was going through a lot of growing pains after communism. But I do really think your bigger point is the most important. Communism erases the past. It disfigures the past. It changes the past, because oftentimes the past is not conducive to communist ideology. And when facts and ideology come into conflict, communism just changes the facts. And so that's why I think these stories of freedom are so important, so that we can recover those facts from the past and remember what actually happened, and how history essentially changes based on the decisions that individuals and countries make.
And it depends on who's telling, right? Who's writing the history? Usually the victor, but not. Sometimes we get this chance of looking at actual documents and seeing how they were written and learn of the context. So
yep, I think that's absolutely right. Axel, do we want to go to Iona?
Yes, please. I was just about to leave it to you because we have all the Romanian hands up.
I knew we would. I'm very curious to hear their thoughts and reflections on Michal and his legacy in the context of our stories of freedom.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to really thank you. I'm grateful for the history as you presented. It matters a lot for us Romanians to be noticed and talked about with such care, with so much care. I'm sorry, I really don't find my words. I'm really grateful for this. Romanian history is complicated. Romania was always at the crossroads of empires, and the history is composed of many fights and compromises, and then again fights. And it's at this intersection of tectonic plaques of geopolitical influences, Romania was cracked apart and rebuilt and cracked apart again. So it matters a lot that you managed to tell the story so compelling. And well, for my family, they were like royalists. They really loved King Michael. And for my part, also from the stories they told, I am quite fond of the figure of this last king of Romania. I didn't want him to return as a monarch, but his figure was kind of symbolic for Romania. And the perception is split between Romanians because, as Anda said already, the stories in the history books are quite maybe not really telling what happened. But what I can say is that he loved Romania, and he said this himself, and I tend to believe. And sorry for my very emotional speech.
No, absolutely. In fact, this topic, it's why I really wanted to be sensitive and accurate with the history. I know this topic is a very important one for the country of Romania. I know different Romanians have different opinions about King Michael, and as you also said, I also am very aware of how the communist regime after World War II, after Michael's departure, tried to change and reinterpret the past to essentially change how people viewed him. That's why I think when we deal with facts, when we go back, we recover the personal stories, we can look at the primary documents, we can see what really happened. And that's why it's just so essential to recover the facts of the past in order to learn from them at a personal level and a geopolitical one at that. So thank you so much, Iona.
I just want to add something. The fact that during all this turmoil history, we managed to keep our identity and our language is very important. And that's why we are fully in support of Ukraine, because we understand this fight. If you look at our neighbors, you will see how really close to a miracle is that Romania is as it is today.
I couldn't agree more. And again, that's an important lesson that everyone should take. Making grand bargains with the Kremlin, that's an extremely dangerous thing to do. Big countries should never trade away the lives of millions because you view them as a small country or an insignificant forcing Ukraine into negotiating with Russia. We should always remember how negotiate with the Russians and trade away countries and say, well, you know, let's hand this piece of land over to those people and you get that piece of land, etc. That's always a terrible mistake. Grand bargains with the Kremlin are never grand. Anda, do you want to have a follow-up and then maybe we'll go to Nick?
Yes, very short. From my grandfather is actually, so he fought in the Second World War. He fought on the Western Front. But what he told me, and what I know because of what we read in history and about Churchill, we have, for example, his memoirs back home. He told me at some point that Churchill was an admirable man, but he cannot forgive him for selling us over. For him, that was something that, and there are not many things that my grandfather is talking in such drastic statements. So yeah, this part of the history with the Yalta meeting and the napkin and the drawing on the napkin and everything, this I know from him. And yeah, he never he didn't have such a problem with America, if that gives you any comfort, but he could never forgive Churchill for doing that. So yeah.
It's why we have to learn from the past so we do not ever make these mistakes again. Nick?
I just wanted to thank you generally for the astonishing story and the way in which you tell it. And I wonder, do you have training or experience as a storyteller or a history teacher, or because it's magical to listen to you.
Oh, thank you. You're very kind, Nick. No, I have always just loved rhetoric. I've loved the art of good storytelling. And I think we fail in our policy discussions by not telling good stories. It's one thing to throw out a bunch of facts and figures, but it's another thing to contextualize those things inside a story. And I was very proud to be able to tell the story of John D. Rockefeller and the rise of oil in the world. In my book, Breaking Rockefeller, it was I got a bit of practice there. And I have had a lot of practice in public speaking as a recovering politician, I like to say. But you're very kind for that compliment, Nick. I really appreciate it.
Are you speaking from notes, or do you just sort of go and do some reading for a few days in advance and then just it comes out?
So the work on this story actually has been many years in the making. As I said previously, I'm actually preparing a book on this topic. So I have several years of background research on this, and I basically just put out some bullet points for myself, and I just refer to them as I talk. And I like to keep things pithy, keep things moving, not bore everyone. So I just have some bullet points, and I just riff off of those.
Fabulous. Just one thing: if in the book you want to use that phrase, when does a pawn become a king? You might want to put a little footnote saying, "Yeah, I know that a pawn can't actually become a king in chess."
Yeah, I know. It's a pity that Michael wasn't a female, or else it would have really the metaphor really would have
worked well, wouldn't it? Yeah. But don't try sort of promoting a pawn to the 8th rank and reaching into the box for another king. Your opponent will not take that one.
Yeah, usually not. Usually not.
When I see you're on the space, I stop what I'm doing. I often listen to part of the space with 1.5 ears. You can let your attention drift a little bit. You can always come back if you hear a key word, but I am completely transfixed when you're on. It is, and also your use of language is super accessible for the non-native speakers here. You're doing a great job for them too, which again, sometimes people come on here and don't always take into account the speed and the cadence that will work with non-native speakers. And occasionally I mention that to people, and you're getting 100% mark from me here on that as well. And not that I'm in any position of authority to do that, but as an admirer of people who can speak fluently in public, I'm not afraid of speaking in public, but I do it about 1/5 as well as you do. So thank you so much.
Wow, Nick, thank you. I actually appreciate that you pointed that out. I think about that, especially when I do prepare my notes and when I do speak on this space. I always remember that we have a great number of non-native English speakers. And so I just like to make sure that when I do speak, I hope it is as accessible as possible to all types of English language speakers without dumbing things down, obviously.
I'll just add very quickly to that, Peter, both on my behalf and behalf of many people who've been writing to me, as per usual, that you do just such a fantastic job, and just what a pleasure it is to listen to you. There is one piece of feedback from the listeners, and I know that you're well aware of this, but one of them notes that it makes it sound as though West only betrayed Romania and not a bunch of other countries as well. So just to clarify that, can we run through a few other countries that have also suffered a betrayal during the Second World War by the collective West that maybe shouldn't have happened, or really shouldn't have happened, much in the same way as Romania had?
Oh, goodness. Well, if you kind of notice, there is a trend now emerging, Doman, in these stories of freedom, where I am highlighting points in time where the West, so by that I mean the Western Allies, led primarily by the United Kingdom and the United States, also France, of course. But in these stories of freedom, I am highlighting those decision points where we could have intervened, we could have made a different choice, but we didn't. So we can talk about the plight of the Baltic states. I've previously mentioned Poland and another agreement between Churchill and Stalin, where I mentioned it last week. Stalin essentially outmaneuvered Churchill by saying, hey, why don't we just let the Poles decide, quote unquote, what kind of government they're going to have? Let's just let the Poles have an election and we'll let the people decide. And of course, Churchill was conned into believing Stalin was acting in good faith. Perhaps he didn't yet understand who he was dealing with. And as the saying goes from Stalin, you may win the voting, but we will win the counting. That's what happened in Poland. We also saw the plight of Czechoslovakia last week. One of our colleagues in this space, Ben, pointed out that the Americans stopped Patton's army from actually taking Prague because they wanted to allow the Red Army to take Prague instead. So, we have examples of this. I can talk about Romania and others, but through the course of these stories of freedom, we're highlighting again those decision points where the West failed to make the right decision. And I'm doing so with the hope that we can apply these lessons to our own time and to the fight that Ukrainians are in right now for their own country's future, for their own freedom. And that's why I underscore grand bargains with the Kremlin are extremely dangerous, and we should not, in our own time, force the Ukrainians to cut a bad deal with Russia now. We have a very bad track record in the past when we force countries into those situations.
Precisely. Thank you, Peter. And again, I was critically well aware that this definitely wasn't the intention, and just so that we write it for someone who maybe hasn't listened to us before, or rather to your segments before, but has caught you this time, so that they will keep coming back.
Well, as a little teaser, because there continues to be so much interest in this space, I do hope to do this to tell the story of the Baltic Way and the end of communism in the Baltic states in an upcoming episode. And during that, we can also talk about how the Balts tried to fight for their freedom and ultimately had to wait to take their countries back after the end of communism. So, Doman, rather than calling this the Trail of Tears and Betrayal, I prefer to keep calling it Stories of Freedom.
Absolutely. Shall we go to Latin?
Latin, how are you, sir?
I'm great, and thanks, Doman. Thanks, Peter, for doing this. It's really interesting. I've been listening to it while I was making breakfast, and I'm old enough to remember the 1989 Romanian Revolution. I remember it very well because I was actually visiting family in Uruguay for Christmas, and when it broke out, and I had been following some of the things that were happening in Eastern Europe, and I became completely transfixed on what was happening, understanding that it was also tragic because it turned out to be one of the more violent changes in Eastern Europe. But yeah, I remember as my family would be going off to the beach, I was like, no, I'm staying here. I'm watching this we watched it on Italian TV. I remember that. But 2 points about the Ceausescu regime that I wanted to put out there, and maybe some of our Romanian friends might have some, I'd like to hear what they think of this. The first thing is that of all the images, Peter, you mentioned that Ceausescu and his wife Elena, because you cannot talk about the two were one, right, in that dictatorship, and the way that they were dramatically killed on TV, that was an incredible image. But the other one that has always stayed with me, that to this day I sometimes look it up on YouTube, I find it so inspiring, was what really triggered, like the moment that the revolution was triggered, which was when Ceausescu tried to give another one of his many speeches that he had given so many times with supporters, quote unquote supporters, brought out, handed out signs and stand here and support the leader. And if anybody who's listening to this has never seen it, go to YouTube and watch it. You talk about pivot points, Peter. What an amazing moment. And it came organically from the people. It was that moment where he was speaking and they literally interrupted him. They started heckling him. And the look of complete unbelief on his face, the fact that after so many decades of having absolute control, that they dared challenge him, and you could see how he just could not handle that. And that's where I think it was within 48 hours or so, he was dead. So I always wonder, could we see that in Russia? I don't want to open up a can of worms there, but I mean, I can't help but think if there are many autocratic regimes where you wonder, will there be a moment like that? The other point I wanted to make about Ceausescu quickly is that, much like Putin, he was in a period around the time of the Czechoslovakian invasion. He was also equally good in manipulating the West, as Putin had been for a long time. He's kind of blown his cover now, but Ceausescu had, by sort of criticizing openly the invasion of Czechoslovakia, and I believe that Romanian forces were not committed to it, which was a bit of a gamble. He actually convinced a lot of people in the West, including, I remember the prime minister of this country at the time, the father of our current prime minister, that somehow Romania was different. That yes, they're part of the Warsaw Pact, they're Soviet allied, but they're trying to blaze their own path and progressive in a certain way. And in the West, that was something that many people believed for a long time, until in 1989, the revolution showed us many of the horrors that had in fact been happening, what he had been doing to his people. So my question to our Romanian friends is that, you know, that moment in Bucharest in the speech where he was interrupted and the revolution began, kind of what do they remember about what really triggered that? And do I have it right in that it really was organic and it came from the people?
Excellent question, Latin. Excellent question. And Anda, I see your hands up. Iona, if you want to weigh in as well. But I fully agree with what you said. And I would add one thing to it. There's a photo that I found many years ago, and I kept it as the screensaver on my computer. When I would go travel around, it would be on my little laptop, and I would open it up and read from my notes. But it would always pop up first. And it was this photo of Bucharest during the revolution, and it was taken from overhead and looks down on basically a troop transport, so a military vehicle. It might have been a BMP, if I recall, and it was swarmed by human beings. And these were everyday citizens who just came out and they said, no, we're not going. It happened so quickly, the revolution in Romania, and this photo really struck me because it underscores the limits of power, that you can keep a dictatorship in place with bayonets, with the military, but there is a tipping point, and dictatorships are very strong, but they're also very brittle. And the moment they start to crack, they can collapse very quickly. And that photo for me really underscored the limits of Ceausescu's power and the speed at which the revolution unfolded. But Anda and Iona, I'd be very keen to hear your reflections, your first person reflections on the fall of Ceausescu and the speed at which the revolution unfolded. Anda, are you there?
Yes, I am. Iona, do you want to go first, or I will?
No, it's okay. Go ahead, Anna.
So, three things. First one, the real files from the revolution were not opened yet. 100%, we cannot say at this point that it was purely organic. Okay, this is the ugly truth. What I can say is that someone, and frankly, I don't care who or why, booed first, right? He was down there in the street, in a sea of people, with a plaque in his hand, and instead of clapping and applauding as he should be, he was booing, right? And someone else booed right beside him, and then you had the whole square booing, something that never happened in 30, 40 years. As a context, a week prior, on the 16th, 17th of December, in Timișoara, citizens were shot by the army in front of the cathedral. And as much as they wanted to keep that under wraps, they couldn't. So in Bucharest, it was known something had happened in Timișoara. It wasn't public. It wasn't anything public at that point, and you could not speak to anyone or ask anyone. So who's telling you something that should remain in your grave, right? But still people knew. So this rally was organized especially to show that after what happened in Timișoara, that was just a fluke, and he is still adored by the people. And frankly, what you see now with Putin, it's not that different from what happened with Ceausescu, because he was lied to, like, frequently, about how well the country is doing, how well the people are doing, how much the people are loving him. If he had some other information, we don't know, but the look on his face when he realized this is not well, this is not going well, it was like pure, I don't believe this. And it was live, so we saw this on TV. And the next day, the army sided with the revolution, protecting the television, right? In the we had one television at that point, broadcasting throughout the country. So basically, the army protected the television, and all the declarations and everything happened there. There are also some debates if the execution was live, but it still happened. It was on the 25th of December, so that's a fact. And basically, we wobbled from there to freedom, right? We were able at that point to speak our mind in public, which was not an option before that. So besides being cold or being, I don't know, without food or something, being free to speak up your mind and to make your own choices the way you like them, the way you think they are correct for yourself. Being able to have private property, which was against a right that was not respected during communist times, are the most drastic changes that appear in our society. And I think they are a definition of freedom for me.
I think that's very well said, Anda. I love how you phrased it as we wobbled into freedom. That's very, very well said. Also, Romanians were not alone in this. Latin mentioned how he was watching these events unfold on television. Romania's neighbor, Bulgaria, which was also a communist country at the time. Again, communism was rapidly collapsing, but the Bulgarians watched also on television on Christmas Day these events unfold. And it was very interesting to see how quickly the Ceausescu regime collapsed. And then the collapse of that regime did prime the rapid collapse of other communist countries. It all happened just boom, 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 very quickly. But in the end, what do you do? And I like how you phrased it. Romania wobbled into freedom from that point. Iona, do you want to share some of your reflections? Again, for the audience, we're talking about Romania's struggle for freedom, its long arc from the invasion of the Red Army through communism to the collapse of communism in 1989. And we have some Romanian participants in the space who are sharing their reflections of the collapse, the eventual collapse of communism and the end of the Ceausescu regime. Iona?
Yes, I will try. I will try to make it short because it's a very long story and I have some personal things to say to it. So indeed, from 65 until maybe the beginning of the 80s, Ceausescu managed to have a pretty good image in the West. He was regarded like being not so communist than the others because he took some very good stances, for example, in the conflict in Czechoslovakia. So he managed to be perceived like being a good leader. In the meantime, he was involved in collectivization and forceful repressive actions against a lot of people. So he really was a bad leader, but many did not knew this in the West, or maybe they knew, but they chose to not know. From the 80s, a very dark period in Romania began, and from 85 onward, it was really, really bad. He tried to do something like import substitution economy, by all the debts of Romania, because he managed to think this is the way. And every day we were told that the economy is doing fine, that Romania is rich and everything, but we didn't have really enough food. So the the shelves of the stores were empty. We didn't see butter for months. We didn't have coffee, meat, milk, and so many other things. I think I ate a banana once 2 years, like something like this. So it was really bad. We were doing homeworks at candlelight, and it was even getting worse. And in '89, my family, they were listening to Voice of America and Free Europe, and so on. And we knew already that something is happening in Europe. We knew that in other countries the regime was turned. So there was a congress of the party in 1989, and we were waiting for those between quotes elections for something to happen, like. Without violence, but it didn't happen. 99% everybody voted for the Communist Party and for the Ceausescu. This was in September. Since then, the tension inside the country grew constantly. And then on 16th of December in Timișoara, there was a protest of citizens against the detention of a priest, Catholic priest, I think, or I don't know. It doesn't matter. So there was this protest, and the people gathered in Timișoara, and there were like 200 people at first, and then many more came, and it was kind of a start of a revolt, and in Timișoara people were shot. So we didn't know because no television, no news told this in Romania. And there is a journalist in Romania who said that he couldn't go alone in the street and say anti-communist things and anti-Ceausescu, but if three people went on the street, he will be the fourth. That was the situation with many Romanians at that time. And we were finally finding out about what happened in Timișoara, and then there was the big demonstration organized in support of Ceausescu, and he was announcing how good we were and how everything is fine and how 100 more lei will be given to the salaries, and then the revolt and the revolution began. So it is controversial because some say that it was not organic. I tend to believe it was. I tend to believe it was because I have friends who were there. I wasn't there. I can tell where I was because I was somewhere at that period. But I tend to believe it was organic and that people just had enough. And standing in front of tanks and being shot, well, you cannot fake this. It's impossible to fake this. As any regime, even in Russia, as any authoritarian regime, I think always in the shadows there are people that are trying to steal the power or get to the power. So it was visible after the revolution that some people were prepared to take the power. But I won't say that the revolution wasn't a true revolution and it wasn't organic, because I really know people that were there, and I have a friend who was injured. So they were there like truly believing that they are doing something that will change things, like in Maidan in Ukraine. So I truly believe this. At that time I was student, and I was in a camp. We were leaving for a camp on 22 of December in the morning. It was very cold. We were in a train, and we had a radio station with us, and we heard about the revolution. And you cannot imagine what happened in that train with students, because we had like political police in the train, and they were just thrown out of the train. We are going to that part of the country, which is Magyar country right now. We were going to a winter camp there, and everybody, even Hungarian citizens, met us with the Romanian flags, with the center of the flag turned out, because it was you know, the emblem of Romania. And it was such a joy on the streets, and it was amazing because the next day they were told, tell us that the water was poisoned in Bucharest, and we worked like crazy on -22, loading trains with mineral water from Borsec in Romania to go to Bucharest for the people to have water. And every night we go to the cultural center to watch TV, and the TV broadcast broke every like 10 minutes, and we were there in silence and in cold, waiting for the TV signal to come up and see what's happening. So it was really, really something very touching for us.
And you were watching history. You were watching history unfold on television. All right, so I saw we had Nancy was briefly up, and looks like Nancy had a question. She's dropped down. Doman, if we see her pop back up, I know she had her hand up. Latin, you asked. I think our Romanians have answered. Do you have any quick follow-up there? Once again, we're talking about this. We're having our Saturday morning on the East Coast segment, Stories of Freedom. We're talking about the decision that King Michael, the last king of Romania, had to make, how that impacted the country's course and history, and how Romanians had to survive several more decades under communism before they could take their country back and chart their own free course for Romania. Latin, after you, I see Nancy's back up. We'll go to Nancy. And any follow-up, Latin?
I can hand it over to Nancy. I had a point to make, but was she up first? She can maybe.
Oh, go ahead, Latin, please.
She's been waiting a bit. Yep.
Okay, I'll in the interest of moving it forward, I'll get it done. Thanks, Nancy. Peter, you talked about the role of the king and how the actions of one individual really affected a nation over time. And Anda mentioned how during that final speech of Ceausescu in 1989, there was somebody who had to start booing first. It's one of the elements of revolutions that I find fascinating, is the way that individual actions can have such long-term effect. And I'll just share one quickly to do with this example that we're giving. One of the other epic images that came out of that day of the speech was shortly after Ceausescu withdrew into his palace. He was taken off of the roof of the building by his VIP helicopter, and the pilot of that aircraft, who I've listened to interviews with him over the years and read about him. It's an incredible story, because at what Ceausescu intended to do, he had his Securitate bodyguard with him, and he had Elena with him. And the intention was to get to a military base where he could hopefully rally the forces. And it's entirely possible that military forces, many of whom were still loyal to him, seeing him arrive in the helicopter, okay, we're under attack, we have to, things could have turned out very different. But that pilot, what he did, and somebody can correct me if I have the story wrong, but I've heard it many times, he had to make a snap decision once they took off. And what he decided to do was tell Ceausescu that they were being tracked by radar and that they could be shot down at any moment. And so once that happened, Ceausescu authorized him to, just said, okay, land, just land. And that completely changed the dynamic of the situation. Suddenly you had the dictator, his wife, and a few bodyguards literally in the middle of a road somewhere in the middle of Romania. And it changed his power dynamic radically. And things may have turned out very differently if he had been able to make it to a military. So again, individual actions, the way that one person's decision can affect the outcome in these things is always important to consider.
Yes, and I actually am very familiar with that story. It's the story that I've heard. I've heard the pilot interviewed as well, and I think you're right. Those pivotal decisions at certain moments in history can radically change the course of events, and it is to me absolutely fascinating just to see how quickly the Ceausescu regime just unraveled in front of everyone's eyes. Once again, dictatorships are very strong, but they're brittle, and the moment they start to crack, they can just collapse very, very rapidly. Nancy, we'll go to you, and then I see Nick's hand is up.
Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. My mic wouldn't come off of mute. Yeah, I just want to thank you guys for this topic and these insights. It's not a question, but Joanna, Anda, Latin, Peter, thank you so much for this. I think it definitely highlighted, and I loved, Anda, what you said about we wobbled our way to freedom. That was a very strong reminder that Western democracy and freedom it's not linear, it's not clean, it's not simple. Freedom is messy and chaotic at times because of the agency that it provides to its citizens. What we do with it varies, but that agency, and Latin, to your point, that gives us the freedom for the actions of one individual to make a difference, even though we, will feel so many times like we're a fish going against the tide.
Gentlemen, can you hear? Did we lose Nancy? I couldn't hear her for a moment. Nancy, are you there?
No, Nancy dropped off. I'm sure she'll be back momentarily. But I think she had some technical issues. That's what that was. Yeah, but I completely agree. The wobble to freedom is a fantastic phrase. I should be using this henceforth, I think. Shall we go to Nick, Peter?
Yes, we'll go to Nick, and hopefully we'll get Nancy back up because I think she was making a very important point. Nick?
Yeah, I just reminded of, I was very, very peripherally involved a year or so ago in putting some people in touch with each other, trying to get large numbers of fake scientific papers, or the papers themselves may be genuine, but you know the story of Elena Ceausescu and her nickname Kodoi.
Share it with us. I'm very interested.
So Elena Ceausescu wanted to be a scientist, which is a bit of a problem because she was an extraordinarily poorly educated woman and had difficulty with high school math. So she basically had all of these, we would say in British sporting terms, you would say ringers. She would have these actual scientists who would write her papers and write her PhD for her. And she would go along to international conferences. Often one of the conditions of Ceausescu turning up to your country was that Eleanor would get an honorary doctorate from a university on the way. And she was sufficiently unschooled in chemistry that when the topic of CO2 came up, which she tried to avoid talking about chemistry at all because she was able to hide most of it behind the fact that everything went through a translator who conveniently was also a PhD in chemistry. But apparently, at one point she was spoken to in Romanian about some relatively elementary aspect of chemistry, and in Romania, just as in almost every other country, carbon dioxide is pronounced CO and then doi for two. But she didn't know that, and she saw it written down and said Kodoi, as if you were to say CO2 for CO2, and so that became. And somebody told me Kodoi means something like long tail in Romanian, but yeah, she pronounced it Kodoi because she was that She was sufficient. If you can imagine, I mean, I think Doman, do you have a PhD in chemistry, or are you nearly there?
No, I was nearly there, but I know what CO2 is, if that's what you're asking.
Well, if you can imagine somebody pretending to have a PhD in chemistry, and I could probably pretend for half an hour to have a PhD in chemistry, and when questions came up, I would say, well, that's not really my field, but I can say some of the words. I don't think I'd choose to pretend to have a PhD in chemistry if I wasn't aware how to pronounce CO2. So that's the level of the kind of stupidity involved, and the level of the kind of personal corruption of the Ceausescus that went, I think, beyond what even most of the rest of the communist bloc had to put up with. So on the one hand, they were making out like they were these fiercely independent of Russia, etc. But as a result, you basically got the closest I think the Warsaw Pact ever came to the Kim dynasty.
Yeah, I think that's probably true, Nick. The cult of personality and the fear that Ceausescu ruled with, the fear of the secret police, the fear of being recorded or turned in by your friends or neighbors to the secret police was a critical element of his rule. I never heard that story. I do know that, yes, she was very poorly educated and she had pretensions to greatness. One tends to get that way if you are surrounded by sycophants and you are the wife of the dictator. And Latin did make that point that we have to really understand the Ceausescu regime as a husband and wife team. And that story about them landing in the middle of nowhere as the revolution is unfolding around them really is compelling to me because it shows just how they quickly became vulnerable the moment the country turned against them, and they were just sort of out there in the wilderness, literally and symbolically. Nancy, you were making an excellent point about sometimes it can feel like you're a fish swimming upstream. You were pointing out that freedom is messy, and yet history can pivot on the individual decisions that people make during dynamic points in time. Do you want to continue that? That's about where you were before you dropped off.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. I was close to wrapping it up there, but it really was on that focus of the actions of one individual and that they can make a difference. And really that I think was the key message of that personal agency. And it actually looped me back to the conversation that we were having earlier in the space about why isn't our media presenting a certain way? Why aren't our politicians presenting information a certain way? And it was the stark reminder to me that my personal agency demands that regardless of what they do, that I continue to present that information to anyone who will listen and to the seats of power within my country. So I appreciated the way it brought me full circle back to what I need to do with my personal agency in defense of Ukraine. That's it.
I love that. Yep, I love that. And that's why I wanted to end that discussion of King Michael on that question, because I think it falls to all of us. In times like these, do you decide to be a pawn, or do you decide to be a king in your own way, in what you can do to help our friends in Ukraine? I think that's the important link here, and it's why I really enjoy telling these stories of freedom. Doman, as usual, I've got about maybe 5 or 10 minutes left. I see that we have Oana with her hand up in the space, and maybe after her we'll go to Nick, and then I'm going to have to bid farewell once again until next time. But again, please continue to retweet the space. I'm seeing lots of folks showing their morning or afternoon beverages and tweeting out pictures of themselves listening to these stories of freedom. Keep it up, guys. We're spreading the word and letting our friends in the social media space know what we're talking about this morning. So thank you very much, guys. Oana, over to you.
Thank you, Peter. I wanted to say that it is a bit inappropriate to say that Ceausescu was not aware of everything that was happening in the country, because it kind of excuses him of what he did. And I think it will be interesting for the audience to look up how he rose to power back in the 60s, I think. And yeah, another point I wanted to mention is that dictatorships, sorry, do fall, as you said, Peter, but when the people actually look for freedom, for instance, in Russia, there were a lot of let's say periods of unrest. But after those, the people weren't free. Not much was changed. So they basically replaced one leader with another, but the status quo was kept. Thank you.
Thank you, Oana. Nick, I'm going to hand you the final reflection from our stories of freedom this morning, and then Doman, I'll hand the formal co-hosting baton back over to you. Nick, final thoughts or reflections?
Yeah, just before you came on, I was reading up about Elliot Higgins of Bellingcat, who dropped out of high school, started video blogging weapons in the Syrian war, basically because he was at home bored, I think unemployed, and 10 years on is really a very important part of the defense of freedom. And I while I was looking at that, an article featuring him came up, and it came up with this wonderful quote from Margaret Mead: "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has." And I think that's certainly I would say it's the only thing that ever has in a positive sense. So I think that fits in nicely with your tales of freedom, and the heroic individual deeds of King Michael. So I hope that's a positive message to end on.
And I think it reflects what we're doing here in this space at the MriyaReport, and what the folks at MriyaAid are doing to help our friends. And I see he's in the space. I assume he's driving. But Ryan, I wanted to send a personal shout out to you and thanks to your work on an individual level that you've been doing recently to help our friends in Ukraine. So I assume you're driving, but I wanted to let you know I've been following your adventures and your work in Ukraine, and I wanted to thank you for what you're doing. Once again, showing that individuals can make a tremendous impact at moments such as this. All right, guys, I'm going to switch down to listener and continue to listen to the conversation as I have a few household chores I must tend to, and painting the living room is on the docket for this week. So I'll be listening to you guys as I paint the living room. The dining room is done. Now it's on to the living room. Bye, guys.
Bye, Peter. Thank you. And I thought you were done with painting. And thank you so much.
Well, I had a
Looking
deadline.
forward.
I had a deadline to finish the dining room before Thanksgiving, which was completed. So the work never ends over here at the Hacienda.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Thank you, Peter. And looking forward to next week's installment of Stories of Freedom. All right. Thank you very much, Peter. This is fantastic as always. And let's go to Trident.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I have a question on aid packages from America, the motive of which is not what you're going to think initially. I don't prescribe to the reasoning behind the question, but I have family members who do, and I realized I couldn't answer it. So I thought I'd come here and ask it so I could have that conversation intelligently in the future.
You had a conversation over a Thanksgiving table, didn't you?
That's right. And it was actually a very positive one, but I do have family members that prescribe to the more right side of America around they're supportive of Ukraine. But they bought into the whole corruption. You know, they're okay with tanks and bombs, but no cash, right? For fear of traceability. So it brought up the very good question, and I can go online and see the total number. I'm aware of, and I can see of that how much a defense quote unquote packages, right? Hardware. How much cash does anybody on here able to speak to? Because I'm finding very little in the way of cold hard cash. And by the way, I'd support billions myself. But can anyone speak to, of the whatever the current number is, what percent or what number is actual money versus hardware?
If I remember correctly, there's about 18.18 billion in grants, I think, which is basically going to make sure that the Ukrainian budget doesn't completely collapse under the circumstances of there being a war and their GDP having tanked by many tens of percentage points because a large part of the country is under occupation. So the bulk of it is really going for that, making sure that pensions can be paid out, that essential workers can still be paid.
Yeah, paying civil servants, keeping
Exactly
the place running, right? People got
exactly. So they massively cut down on things, but basically it's one of the last things that are keeping the economy running still. So between the US and the EU, and then to a smaller degree, obviously Canada being much smaller than either the US or the EU, and a few other countries have been effectively funding the Ukrainian budget deficit. Best to put it that way. And Kobe, do you happen to have an updated number on that? It's not going as cash, obviously, right? There's some people putting pictures of pallets of cash from, I think, from Gulf One, I think, being offloaded off of a plane. It doesn't look like that. It's a very transparent transaction going straight to the Ukrainian central bank, which is, very, very clean. But I hope Kobe might have numbers, because I know that he tracks at least numbers and equipment for military aid. I hope he does that as well. What I will say is the following: the best argument to say, Trident, and this is my favorite one, is to say, look, if we just send all the Abrams and all the ATACMS and all the Bradleys that are in storage, they'll have kicked the Russians out in a couple of months, and then we don't have to, deal with any cash ever again.
Amen. Look, I can defend it 1,000 ways. I just didn't have a hard number. And again, I want to overemphasize, I don't even prescribe to the underlying, the underlying belief that begets the question. I don't even prescribe to. You look at the great work MriyaAid has done and that audit, and I'm blown away by what everybody's doing, from people giving cars to the way the Ukrainian. I don't subscribe to it, but I do like to be educated, and I don't like just telling people they're wrong without facts. So I appreciate, as always, this call having some facts. Thanks.
No worries, Trident. Always happy to. Kobe.
Thanks. The vast majority of military aid is not cash. Vast majority of military aid is either PDA or USAI. PDA, American inventory, goes to Ukraine. USAI, United States, buys equipment from industry for Ukraine. There was some amount of money, I believe, that was provided by the State Department for Ukraine to procure systems themselves, either through FMS or buying from other countries, I believe. I don't recall what that number was off the top of my head. But the vast majority of the American military aid does not involve any money transferred to the Ukrainian government. There is economic aid that is provided to Ukraine by the United States as well. Again, a lot of that is not coming sort of in the form of cash, but any money that is provided to Ukraine has numerous strings attached. I don't have all the numbers in front of me. I'd have to look up the various bills and see how it was divided. But all of it has strings. There's no blank checks. It's a myth. It's a falsehood. There are no blank checks whatsoever. Everything is accounted for. There's an audit process for all assistance that is provided to Ukraine. DoD Inspector General and State Department Inspector General. All of it is accounted for. There's audit processes. There's American officials on the ground who are accounting for every amount of assistance that's provided to Ukraine. I will throw a tweet or two up into the nest that deals with this, and you can provide that. There's some good work that's been done by Hudson Institute on this topic, and they're not really a left-wing think tank or anything. They're more on the conservative side, I would say. So, I appreciate, I understand where these arguments come from, and they're not necessarily bad faith. People just they hear things and they're not well informed, so that these arguments gain traction. So it's all good, and it's important for us to have these conversations so that we can debunk these talking points that, again, people they might not entirely subscribe to it. They just hear these things, and we need to make sure that we can correct the record.
Excellent. Thank you again, as always. Appreciate it,
And
everybody.
one little bit I want to add real quick is something like 1/6 of every bill that's for funding, be it military aid, stuff in kind, or economic monetary assistance. Roughly 1/6 of them is notes on audits and rules and checks and double checks. Double checks, also known as Slovaks. Just a joke. Yeah. So it's one of the most detailedly audited and controlled sets of any assistance to any country that the US really ever has done. So anybody who's calling for an audit is basically saying, I haven't actually read all of the bills that went into this, which is the really ironic thing.
Yeah, and for me, I'll just be honest. What I told him is I'd look into it, but that I knew the vast majority of our aid was in the form of actual hardware and materials. But I know money or financial assistance is given. And again, I support it 150%. I hate when people say over 100%. But the other thing I said, and I mean this, and I don't mean it to be controversial, every country has corruption. So anybody who falls to the trap to say that there wasn't any, there isn't any, that's ridiculous. America, when you look at what happened with our outlays for COVID alone, you look at the corruption and the billions and billions that went to buy people Mercedes rather than help businesses. It's a fool's errand to say there's zero corruption in any country, but the flip side of that is to use that as a red herring, to say that that's a huge problem and not to support it, especially the day Russia went in and what Ukraine is. I'm just so proud of what, again, this is a tragedy, but the positive side of this to me has expedited Ukraine truly coming together in all areas of Ukraine and having a one country. You see the metrics on Russian speaking versus Ukrainian speaking. You see the metrics on the way people would vote today versus before. You see the mayors that are now driving tanks instead of being pro-Russian. I'm just so proud of Ukraine, and I think if there's one bright spot, too, it's the West has stood so far. NATO has kind of gotten back into its shoes, its proper shoes, and Ukraine has come together as a country. Something I haven't seen maybe since World War II, truly. So anyway, again, I'm pro, but I do like to answer questions with facts. So I always appreciate this forum for that.
There's more corruption in Chicago than there is in Kyiv.
Amen. And no offense to anybody from there, Italy, France. I mean, go on and on and on. And that's why I say it's a red herring. It's a trope. It's a talking point, like you said.
All right. Nick, you have your hand up, please.
I think Klaus had his hand up.
Oh, Klaus, you want to add something?
Yes, it's only a comment to the revolution in Romania. I wasn't I wasn't witnessing it, but I do remember that Romania and Denmark played a qualifying match in football or soccer, as some call it, in November '89, and Romania won 3-1. And that there was a big gathering around that time, and people went out and to celebrate this victory. And even though that it wasn't the significant part of that revolution, that could have dictators are afraid of big gatherings. So maybe some people were sort of venting their opinions during these times and could have been a part of the bigger picture. So that was just an observation.
All right, Nick, please go ahead.
Yeah, is my mic on? Okay. I was checking in this afternoon with the people I help in Warsaw. I sent some money to the this group in Warsaw who help locally based refugees. And while I was there, I said I thought I'd ask whether they'd seen a major uptick in the number of refugees, which I think is one of our fears, or it's certainly probably also one of the aims of the Russians in bombarding civilian infrastructure, is to get Ukrainians, many of whom have already left once and gone back, to leave in large numbers. And the person I deal with there told me, she said, there's a small percentage of new people, but not a huge exodus. So I've been wondering what the effect has been on the refugee situation, and perhaps if there'd been large numbers of people leaving, we would have seen some of the footage like we saw in late February. So they are getting ready for Christmas. They're providing the refugees with warm clothes, shoes, coats, pants and socks, and she said also kitchen supplies. So if anyone's in the Warsaw area and would like to drop something off to these people, then let me know. And if you have money to spare after you've given to MriyaRaid, have a look at the pinned tweet on my profile, and that will give you the link to help provide for Ukrainian refugees who are spending the winter in Warsaw, Poland. Thank you.
All right. Nick, you have still your hand up. You have something else on?
Normally, it takes your hand down when you press the mic, but it must have bounced or something.
Yeah. All right. Don't worry. All right, guys. Yeah. I was out the last 2 days. So, are there any news? What did I miss? All right, no news. Yeah, if you have any questions, any comments, please request the microphone, come up, and we can have a nice conversation.
While before you got here, I mentioned I saw that Prigozhin is now on the FBI most wanted list for defrauding the United States of America. That was, which is wasn't what I expected him to be on the most wanted list for, but presumably some of the more unpleasant stuff will follow. But for the moment, much like they got Al Capone for tax evasion, they're going to try and get Prigozhin for defrauding the United States. So if you're walking around in Moscow and you see him, place your hand on your shoulder and announce that you're committing performing a citizen's arrest on behalf of the FBI, and ask him to accompany you to the U.S. Embassy, where the Marines will surely take him into custody and extradite him to Washington, D.C. to face justice for defrauding the United States. And you can pick up a handy $250,000 for doing so.
Yeah, I mean, everyone in Russia who is listening. I know we have a handler here who's listening. If you want the cash, you know, Nick just taught you how to do it. Yeah. Another question, Nick, is there an American embassy in Moscow?
Yeah, of course. It's even
All
open.
right. It's even open. That's interesting.
The
Yeah.
United States has, with very few countries have broken off diplomatic relations with Russia completely. I imagine that there's a reduced staff. I imagine that both sides have been expelling large numbers of people. But when the US closes its embassy in Moscow, that's not quite the same as the B-52s and the tankers going up, but you know, no, I'm pretty sure the certainly the US, the Russian embassy is still open in London, which I presume means the opposite, the reverse is true. I don't think I think we would have heard, would we not? Have the US can an American here who knows confirm? But I think I'm fairly confident to say that the US embassy is open and staffed in Moscow.
Don't look like this. Okay, all right. So yeah. Any other topics we could talk about? Anyone? All right. Then let me look up the news. What we maybe could discuss. Does anyone have the Russian losses, the numbers from today here? All right, don't look like it. So yeah, dear people, if you want to have a conversation, please come up. If not, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I will sing a song or something like this. Yeah, but would be really nice. Alex, please.
Hello, everybody. I was listening, wanted to chime in, but I was driving, so it wasn't very safe. But now I'm done driving. It was fascinating, the story Peter told about King Mihai and all that series. I find it very interesting. A couple of comments to that. It's yeah, I think we said it not once, but a few times that there will be no more Yalta, but still, you know, the most recent Yalta happened. I think it actually happened in Budapest twice in most recent years, and before that in 2008, I believe in Bucharest, and before that, you know, this whole design of Nord Stream 1 and 2 was in a way sort of Yalta, just modern Yalta. Now, it's hard to tell where it's like, is it a betrayal or part of a bigger game? Because, okay, so Russia did this and Russia did that, and then how do you react to it? Is it better to kind of, you know, follow each of their crazy steps they were doing in recent decades, or just set things properly, let them fall into a trap, and essentially end them there. So, yeah, you never know the answer. But the series itself, I find it very interesting, and I look forward to hearing more stories of a similar kind. And frankly, I find, like, as you know, I'm descendant of Georgia. It's a small country at the Black Sea coast. Well, actually, not that small, but Russia likes to emphasize it's really small country in their backyard. Are you familiar with this term, Russia's backyard? So basically, you know, it's another way of saying that this is our sphere of influence. we have our shithole there. We go and shit there, so just don't look into that place. This is our backyard. So yeah, fascinating story. But this story, they kind of repeat themselves over and over. So what's most recent one? Again, looking forward to hear next part of that. And to that end also, will we see new kind of King Mikhail in our days? Like, look at Lukashenko, for example. He still has an option to turn tables on Russia. And I know he's dictator and whatnot, and a lot of his own people hate him. He can be very, well, Putin really raised the bar in terms of what is being brutal. So, but I like Lukashenko never, for example, never recognized separatist parts of other countries that Russia recognized and was inviting others to recognize. Belarus never did that, and in many other parts, he kind of tried to at least retain small pieces of sovereignty, which is, yeah, I think he still has an option to turn tables. Yeah, those were my thoughts I wanted to share. But otherwise, yeah, stay. Yeah, very, very interesting conversation, very interesting discussion, very high level of audience here. I'm really pleased to have found the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Yeah. And you mentioned it with Belarus. I was just reading about the Belarusian foreign minister, Mackey, who died, had an accident, I guess. And as far as I understand it, there's a US-based think tank who is thinking about that the Kremlin is plotting a plan to liquidate Belarusian leader Alexander Lukashenko and in attempt to plant a puppet successor and completely size and control the Belarusian army. I mean, it's in I don't know if this works out. If I would be a Belarusian soldier, I wouldn't very obedient to a new leader like this, who was basically planted to seize the army. But on the other hand, I know the Russians are really dumb, and they would possibly maybe try this kind of move. So we will see. Nick.
If the Russians are going to replace Lukashenko with a puppet, as opposed to what? Is Lukashenko? I don't quite see what extra degree of puppetry they expect to get relative to the current situation. But maybe I'm missing something. Maybe Lukashenko is actually pushing back in some measurable way that we haven't noticed against Putin. But I don't quite get that.
I think the thing is, he said something like along the lines that the Belarusian army is not participating on the ground or something like this in the last days, if I remember correctly. So maybe this was the point which tipped the scale. But yeah, it's a US based think tank. So I wouldn't give too much about it, but yeah, would be interesting how this will play out. All right, Trident.
Hi again. With the recent announcement I saw from Language Learner that Patriots are on their way to, I assume that was accurate, but I guess we could start there, that Patriots are on their way. I'm curious, I'm reading about, like, look, what's the best air defense system in the world, or top 5 air defense systems in the world. And and maybe this is the American ego in me, I was surprised to find out that, the Patriot is not only maybe not the top, but also maybe even 3rd or 4th. I just wondered if anyone could speak to a couple things. One, the knowledge of what might make that true, whether it's range, capabilities, whatnot. And also, do we trust? I saw the S-400 is still #1. Is that still accurate, or is that maybe some hype like some of the tank stuff, or is that from independent, countries that have had them? Is anyone on here capable to speak to some of that?
So as far as I know, the S-400 is a little bit underperforming. But for the rest, I think, Nick, you have anything?
I know very little about air defense systems, but I do know something about the methodology of measuring things like the top 5 or the top 10 of anything. And generally speaking, these are completely arbitrary decisions. You'll read something about the top 10 vacation destinations next year, and or the top 20 universities. Every country, every major country seems to have this obsession with the top 20 universities. And 1 year in 4, Cambridge scores 9.841 and overtakes Oxford by 0.001. And then you read about the methodology, and we assign this many points for this, and this many points for that, and this many points for that. I mean, which is better, a Ford F-150 or a minivan? It depends what you got to transport, and it depends, So there is no single best anti-aircraft system, because if someone's coming over the horizon at you in a helicopter, you haven't got time to get your Patriot. You want a man pads, and so the whole thing is this: who drew up this list? What is the purpose of this list? What is it being used for? And all of these systems, I'm sure, are absolutely fine at shooting things down. Plus, it's not as if anyone's actually in the market and is choosing between all 5 of these anyway. I don't think there are very many countries who have got a choice between Patriot and an S-400. So I don't know. These kind of questions I find sort of, it's water cooler stuff. It's third beer in stuff. It's like fantasy football, or fantasy baseball with various retired people. I mean, don't worry too much about it. Don't worry too much about it. It isn't even as if these things get put up against each other. So, for example, you might say, well, is whatever tank better than whatever other tank? If one of those if those two are likely to be on the opposite side of a war and actually shooting at each other, then yes, maybe it's interesting to know that the Armada will lose to the Abrams 40% or 60% of the time. But you can't even compare. So I don't think it really means very much to do consumer reports on anti-aircraft systems. Is what I'm coming down to. So if you want to know, we'll go and read the methodology. And if they don't tell you what the methodology is, then line your cat's tray with it. Line your cat's tray with it.
I agree. Let me try. First of all, thank you, and I 100% agree. Can I try the question a different way? Are there any known deficiencies of the Patriot missile system that might stand out, that wouldn't be fit for, and look, any defense system, right? Send them all, to your point, I think. But just strictly, maybe moving just for a second away from Ukraine's use of them. Does anybody on here know any reason a Patriot might be deficient, short of the clock issue they had in Iraq? Is there anything that stands out?
I see. Good, Johnny, coming up. So please. Johnny?
Yeah, hello all. I heard defense. Yeah, look, Nick's absolutely right. There are so many variables in systems. Unless you're talking about, say, one generation versus the other generation, you can't really say. So let's take SPY-1 radar on the Aegis cruisers for Ticonderogas, right? A blue water system designed to face massed raids by Russian regimental forces of backfires, bears, blinders. All right, fabulous system if you're in the Atlantic. Still used today in its latest iteration on Arleigh class warships. Thanks for that cough, whoever that was. You want to get some strepsils for that, but and yet in 1991, the vessel of choice for the forward battle group off Q8 was the Type 42 destroyer and the Type 22 frigate of the Royal Navy. Why? Because the radar systems 992 and 996 and 967, 968 were much more suited to the literal combat environment. That's why USS Princeton didn't get a sniff of the 2 Silkworm missiles launched at the American battleship group. Right, it took HMS Gloucester with a originally fielded in 1960s radar system to initiate, track, and kill one missile, and the other one crashed into the sea against a much vaunted Aegis system. That doesn't make Aegis and SPY-1 radar crap. It just means that they were designed for another theatre of operations, a different sea battle, and it wasn't exactly the environment that best suited that system. Now, you could talk about Patriot. Patriot is a great system. But again, there are so many variables involved. Patriot has killed Royal Air Force aircraft in Iraq. Why? Not necessarily the system, the human factor. Fuck ups at the lowest level, and suddenly blue on blue, and we're losing people to friendly forces. Does that make Patriot a bad system? No. It just means that one of those variables, in this case, bad command and control, and a battery commander who, for whatever reason, decided to salvo off missiles against friendly aircraft, meant that the system underperformed. But did the system underperform, or did the people on the consoles behind the keyboards underperform? So yeah, as Nick says, there are so many different things that can affect how a weapon system works: the human factor, tiredness, exhaustion, the ergonomics, the threat that comes at it. Is it an ECM, electronic countermeasures, heavy environment? Is it a mass attack designed to overwhelm air defense? What systems are better at sorting tracks? What is the identification, friend and foe? How many rounds can you get in the air? Are the rounds essentially on their own when you launch, or do you need continuous wave illumination of targets? What is the resistance to electronic? All these kind of things that nobody really knows until you get it in the fight and you use it. So would I like Patriot? Yeah. Would I like Patriot in conjunction with other systems? Yeah, absolutely. I'd like Patriot. I'd like Gepard for mobile units. I'd like fixed CRAM. I'd like the next generation of 4060 Bofors mobile gun systems. I'd like Link 16 connectivity. I'd like combat air patrol. I'd like E3 AWACS or Wedgetail. I'd like a whole raft of things. And successfully integrating them together, then you'll have an idea of what a great system is. Until then, it's all theoretical. And normally theoretical, as again Nick says, decided over the water cooler by people whose closest contact with the air defence world is going to an air show or going to a Navy days and mincing around the upper deck of a warship. So, yeah, really difficult to say. And as ever, with all weapon systems, the proof is in the pudding when the bayonet meets the Russian conscript's stomach, if you will.
Excellent. Thank you, as always. Real quick,
one other consideration.
Yeah.
One other consideration is how many of these do you get for whatever money that you are either spending or being granted? So I don't know what the relative cost of Patriot is relative to everything else, but quantity does indeed have a quality all of its own. And so if you have Patriot and you only get 500 missiles versus a slightly inferior system, but you can have 2,000 missiles for the same money, then that's also a factor. And we have very little idea, I mean, of exactly what these things cost. I'm sure that's information is relatively easy to find. But when I look at those kind of things, if somebody offered me 100 tanks or 1,000, I don't know, minivans, then I'd be able to sort of think, okay, well, I know roughly what a minivan costs. And whereas with these air defense systems, I have absolutely no idea whether if I'm told, look, it's like doing a supermarket trolley dash. I don't know whether you have those in the US, but you win a prize and it's 3 minutes in the supermarket and everything you can fit into your cart you get. Well, I would head for the whiskey bottles, but do you get $100 million worth of 3 different AA systems? Then those questions I think tend to come into it. Bang for your buck. So that's always another dimension. And if you're going to compare systems, you have to, I think, to compare them fairly, somehow weight them by price.
Excellent. Thank you, as always. We have a saying in America when talking about concealed carry or carry calibers, and people go back and forth about the right caliber, and the answer is the one you have on you is the best one. And I think to your point, let's get as many as we can, and that makes sense, right? So thank you very much, as always, for your considered reply.
I would just counter that, Nick, by saying that sounds quite good, but sometimes quality does beat quantity. Look at the F-35. Red flag kill-death ratio was something like 20-1. I think it might even have been 30-1 in simulated air combat. So that's a 5th-gen aircraft going against current upgraded F-15s, F-16s, whatever. And by all accounts, if the reports are true, it absolutely minced through air-to-air combat, despite whatever you might have read on the internet. Because as Abraham Lincoln said, the internet is full of rubbish sometimes. Sometimes, yeah, numbers are useful. But, well, just look at 1982. A couple of squadrons of Harriers faced off against the entire Argentine Air Force. Because quality did count, training, obviously, but you can do an awful lot with a little, so long as the technology is A, cutting edge, and B, the man or woman in the cockpit, etc., knows their stuff.
Let's say cost is important, but it doesn't have it can. But the relationship between cost and quality can be something a long way from linear, and sometimes you really do get better value for money from the high end system. So let's compromise on that. But I agree absolutely. If you've got the absolute top kit and you're dealing with biplanes, or if it turns the opposition into biplanes, then you don't need all that many, because your buck goes further in terms of bang.
Yeah, and there's the maintenance side of it as well. So you can flip it back to your way and say, well, you need availability. It's no good if it's not working. So we had 12 Type 42 destroyers. We've now got 6 Type 45s. The Type 45 is arguably the best air defense destroyer in the world. But if one's deployed, 2 are in refit, long-term refit, and 1 has just got back from operations and needs docking essential defects and a maintenance period, Well, now you're down really to half your force, less than half your force available for operations. Therefore, would 12 slightly less capable destroyers but greater availability for operations be a better choice? And that's something we could probably argue to and fro all the time. And I suspect I'd probably come out on your side, but slightly less capable, but more numbers. It's the best kit in the world, isn't it? But if it's in dry dock, it ain't going to see and it ain't fighting.
Defence procurement remains hard, I think, is the message.
It remains chaotic and absolute rip-off for the taxpayer. But again, you know, that's the nature of the beast we've created. Oh, to go back to Jackie Fisher's days when he was Admiral of the Fleet, where if you delivered a warship and it failed to perform up to spec and it was late, the shipyard incurred costs. Essentially, the Royal Navy fined you for every day that warship didn't perform. And if it didn't perform and they got their hands on it, they sent it back to you. And they said, you either fix this at your cost or we will never order from you again and you will go out of business. Wouldn't that be refreshing?
Are you telling me that isn't how it works? I'm genuinely shocked.
No, do you know what? Normally it comes in three years late and 3 times over budget, which is why you never see a defence contractor or a salesman driving around in a Fiat Punto and living in a semi-detached in Crawley, strangely.
Although even that's expensive these days. Okay, yeah, I'm
utterly shocked. There is wastage going on here in this casino. Okay, Gunny, what is it with these 3 helicopters? I wasn't here for the last hour, as you may have heard, and I have now 1 hour. But can we just settle it? The messaging is different from what is being shipped. The helo list, which you and I and others have now seen, and fortunately with Zed Goldman with us, the helo list indicates that these are the 3 Sea Kings which were operated, owned by a private company and operated for training in Germany, but it is still a hell of a nuisance. Do we have any final judgment on this or not? And let's not do it an hour, just 5 minutes and done.
No, we don't.
Oh, that's perfect. No, we don't. That's not even 5 seconds. Zed Goldman, please enlighten us if you have anything.
Yeah, I wouldn't have talked about air defense systems. I just want to say there's a time domain to this whole thing too, because if you buy into Patriot and NASAMS, you have a future for that system. It'll continue to evolve, and gaps will be filled and fixed. And there's no doubt that the U.S. will take anything learned and roll it back into the next iteration of those systems. If you buy into an S-400, I'd say it's a dead end. You are on your own with upgrades. So, when you talk about value for money, the future is also a consideration. The future of that system. That's really what I wanted to say. To me, that's an overriding consideration when comparing, an S-400 versus a Patriot or NASAMS or something like that. And I know nothing more about the helicopter situation, so I think we just have to wait and see that first.
We park the helicopters. We will just park the damn helicopters. Alex Castelli, you have your hand up.
Thank you. Yeah, with regards to Patriot missiles, as far as I read this morning, we do not see much progress there yet. Maybe it's coming. But speaking of weapon, it's my opinion is the best weapon is the one you have, especially as opposed to the ones you don't. Give them anything. If it's Patriot, it's perfect weapon. I mean, it cannot be. I do not know if we have a choice between NASAMS or Patriot. I think we need both, and whatever we can get for Ukraine, more we can get, the better. And even if it is like a 4-decade-old weapon, Russian rockets are even older. So it's really moot point. We need to get them as much as we can, and everything else will pretty much will follow. They've already shown that they have excellent command and control system. So the whole point of it depends on many. Yeah, of course it depends on many things. But Ukrainians showed that they are as capable as any military in this world, and those points we should probably keep them for some other cases. There was also a question: what else can Lukashenko do? It looks like he did already everything. He did, but the question is, and actually a few weeks ago this was seriously discussed. What if they form some kind of new Soviet Union state? Of course, Putin will be the president or whatever. He will make all the orders. But in that case, Belarus military will have to take directly orders from Russian military. And, in terms of mobilization resource, Belarus has some. So I would not, on the other hand, if Belarus now denies territory to Russia, that will be a major win for Ukraine. So I would not look at it lightly. It's again, we should try. And I know a lot of people are very legitimately skeptical about Russia's ability to, question things and etc. But again, this is not homogeneous society. We should find differences and we should try to exploit them. I think there is no such thing as too small. Of course, if there is any better option, we should go for it. But again, if Belarus tomorrow decides to deny territory to Russia, that will be a big win for Ukraine. It will free up a lot of resources, and also a lot of logistic routes will possibly free up too. So I wouldn't really look at it lightly. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. I mean, I haven't really seen any kind of real legitimate support for the concern that Mr. Putin will now harbor, that Comrade Lukashenko, the light colonel, will actually go away from the flag. I haven't seen that quite yet. And it doesn't really matter for the time being. The only thing which really matters is whether Belarus allows itself to constantly be used as an airbase, respectively a staging ground for the attacks carried out by the Russian armed forces. That needs to stop. And the question is how Ukraine can actually stop this without, say, creating moral hazard. Let's put it this way. Alrighty, gentle people. I can see that I have no hands up for the first time ever. It seems to be a slow Saturday. Has Doman managed to talk you all out? And by the way, Nick, don't you have any further homework from Doman?
No, I'm actually getting some real work done. It's quite astonishing.
Sorry, when Doman gives you homework, that's not real work? I thought you had scientific curiosity abounding.
Yes, and it's actually getting applied to real scientific questions, to my amazement.
Well, this is a war of intellect, curiosity, logistics, ingenuity, and innovation. So we shouldn't be surprised, and we welcome Fancy Pants.
Hey, hello, my friend. If it's a slow Saturday, let me get you all busy again. I have a question, which is so in about I don't know 7 days, Russia will probably send some saturation attack again. is there a different response already prepared in Ukraine? Do we see weapon systems that will prepare Ukraine better this time even? Are we expected to see some change in reducing Russia's capability to conduct these attacks?
Not enough yet. Yes, there is continuous progress, and there are additional weapon systems which are being brought in, specifically ordnance in this case. There's an understanding that IRST can fire pretty much anything and everything we want. And fortunately, there is more en route for it. What is missing, however, is a clear definition as to what else, other than the very few NASAM systems which are on hand in country. What we have seen from the latest NOV update this morning is that Russia has now started firing, as you may have seen, empty, what's it, ACL-16s, or is it AL-16s, ACL-16s? Skolman may have to actually correct me in that regard. Missiles which only carry ballast in front. Whilst they can do damage, they are essentially decoys as part of such saturation attacks. Russia is evidently trying to make sure that Ukraine uses up all its anti-air missiles. That is a risk which has been always there, and they will try to increase their efforts in that regard. So do we have sufficient amount of defense capacity? Not yet. Are there any Patriot missile batteries at hand? No, they are not. Does Ukraine have a possibility to strike back? It does. Is it enough? No, of course not.
I would have two follow-up questions. With the first one being, so we saw already some successful response of Ukraine on those training and staging bases, right? I think on Crimea, they flattened an Iranian training camp, or supposedly Iranian training camp for Russian soldiers. I think that's a positive sign, and I think more of this should happen, right? That at least those cheapo drones don't use up air defense missile anymore. And the second question that I would have had is, what role do Stingers play at this point still?
Well, to the extent, let's go with the Stingers first. To the extent that they are still available in stock and at hand for Ukrainian friends, they can be used in combat, and we do understand that they have even been used in order to try to take down drones, Iranian Shahed. But they are definitely more suitable for the ground side and say, in the way they are currently used, as well as to take down Russian helicopters. Russian helicopters, however, do not necessarily dare to actually go into contested airspace any further. So, from time to time, whenever suitable, they will be employed.
Thank you.
I think Zed Goldman can opine on Stingers just as well if I said anything which was just too short of it, but I think this is the main usage of the remaining stock of Stingers which we've given.
I agree. We're waiting for those alligators to pop up out of the water. That's what they're waiting for.
Yeah, not a turkey shoot, it's a gator shoot.
Yes, it's a gator shoot. Absolutely. I just want to say it's about the response to the next air raid. It's pretty clear to me that the announcement of additional weapons to be provided to Ukraine, there's probably like 5 of them already written. And every time there's an air raid, within hours, the White House or Pentagon releases the next, the next announcement. I don't believe it actually changes anything. I'm waiting for it to change, like to be something significant on the list. But I think, what's happening in DC is, Russia conducts one of those attacks on civilian, and the U.S. responds with a list of stuff. You know what I mean? That's just the standard response that we're seeing right now to, the tick for tack type thing. I'm waiting for something significant to change on one of those lists that comes.
Very good point.
Yeah.
I'm with you. We had this discussion earlier. I don't know whether you were privy to the conversation, but definitely Nick was. when we spoke earlier about the disproportionate response, because what you just highlighted, the tit for tat, is one thing. I am very much in favor of disproportionate responses to change the game.
Yeah, I
You can
agree.
only change the game if you influence the other side's thinking and learning curve quick.
And we haven't done that yet with the Hawk missiles and the more ammo. You know, the standard, you know, pile of Humvees. That's not changing the game yet. You know, and I'm hoping within the next attack prompts that change, where it's something significant that they say, "Oh boy, maybe we shouldn't next time."
We had the discussion with Tom Zimbardo yet again, because it's all about in his parlor or parlance, it's all about the game theoretical aspect of dealing with a rational psychopath, and a high performing rational psychopath such as Mr. Putin evidently can only learn by rationalizing something which has a significant impact. And the impact should be, whenever Russia continues one of its saturation attacks, we increase the punishment. And it should be actually increase geometrically, not there shouldn't be a linear function. Yeah,
absolutely.
Exactly.
And just one other point relative to those lists is an American and fighting off the far right zealots. I wish they would stop putting dollar values on the bottom of those things. Just tell the world what we're giving them, because it just gives those people that are poking at an audit and stuff like that more ammo for that. I think we just need to tell them we're sending them this. We don't need to tell them what it costs, because I don't believe the cost, frankly. I don't believe the value of a Hawk air defense system that hasn't been used since 2002 is what we're stating. So all we're doing is hurting kind of that, or we're feeding that narrative. You know, it's kind of, you know, in a lot of cases, it's kind of like me going into my garage and taking something to, you know, to donating it and then saying, hey, it's worth what I paid for it 20 years ago. And I think we're
good point.
Yeah.
Very good point. But this could also be just changed by means of better communication. We don't have to sort of say take the numbers away. We could just say, guys, these are weapons based upon either replacement cost, historic cost, or depreciated cost.
Right.
And if you don't know what depreciation or amortization is, we'll tell you. It is as follows. Make one footnote at each and every single statement and say, and by the way, if you want to find out more, here is the page relating to this from the DoD. This is the definition. It's very simple, and help them guide through it. And the next link shows, and by the way, here are the 4 agencies, including 2 committees in Congress, looking at it on a regular basis. And this is, by the way, in case you were wondering, the ongoing audit of any and all aid which we are committing. And since this date, in summer, Ukraine is integrated into the NATO procurement table, meaning it is integrated into our operations as to how we, as NATO members and individual nation states, audit each and every weapon system, each and every piece of ammunition. And Ukraine follows this, and we are constantly auditing them. Thank you. No, thank you.
I couldn't agree more. That's what we need to do, to take away the, you know, the lies and narratives and half truths that are floating around relative to the value of the contributions. Like, and the fact that this isn't our first rodeo. We've been doing this for years, and we have processes in place that already do what you're asking for. Right? So
100%. All right, Zigorman, stay with us. We'll go to another friendly Finn, Nullet, and then we'll go to Brian. Nullet.
Yeah, hello, Axel, and everybody in this space. Is it okay if I change the... Terve, terve. Is it okay if I change the subject a bit?
As long as it is not World Cup in Qatar, you can talk about it.
No, I hate this world champion. I wanted to ask you, and I'm gonna piggyback off a report that I just saw on on Twitter that there are protests in Kazakhstan against the re-election of the current president there. So it seems to me, at least, that all the countries that usually have had either a Soviet influence or a Russian influence for a long time are steering away from dealing with Russia on a daily basis. So what could this what effect could this have in the long run on Russia, if any? Thank you. That's my question.
Well, you know what? I'll use that question and pose it to Brian. Brian, what do you think of it?
Okay, sorry. Quick mic check. Am I coming through all right?
Loud and clear. Did you hear Donna's question for you?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last bit of it. Could I have it repeated, please?
Brian, if you mute your mic, then Nana can repeat his question.
Fine.
Nana, you want to repeat your question?
Oh yeah, since the countries around Russia seem to move away from Russia and dealing with them as much as possible, what effect can this have on Russia in the long run? And especially now that Kazakhstan is having apparently some protests against the re-election of the current president too. So that's the situation right now.
Well, the interesting thing is that the president of Kazakhstan has made pretty adamant statements declaring his independence of the Russian Federation's stated aims in recent days and weeks, which is quite interesting. So one could expect that this lends itself to a pursuit of more independence and may actually, if his elections run suitably fair, bring him a bigger majority, funnily enough, in a strange way.
Right.
Yeah, so
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well,
Yes, Brian, you wanted to add something to this?
Only accident say that I'd be flying with the seat of it for my pants on this one. My own personal opinion was that the former Soviet satellite states got it right before everyone else, and we would have done well to listen to them from the get-go. So the further that they isolate themselves from reliance upon Russia, I would say the better.
All righty. Nala, did that answer your question?
oh yeah, I agree with Brian that the sooner they get away from Russian influence, the better, of course. But what would the effect on Russia be then? Because they seem to get more and more isolated by everybody each day.
Well, we've mentioned several times on the space that for the most part, we're not really interested in Russian internal politics. We don't care. You know, that is something that the Russians and their vassal states are going to have to figure out on their own. And you know, if we're seeing the cracks in the foundation, well, actually, the cracks in the foundation is, you know, the house is starting to slip into the sinkhole. Then so be it. You know, more power to these uprisings. Hopefully, they can bring real change into the Russian Federation and their vassal states into their society, because the changes that need to happen are more than just governmental. They're fundamental. They're changes that need to be that need to happen on a beyond a cultural level. You know, it's the way. If you've ever been to Russia, it's the way, they treat one another. It's the way they go about interacting with one another. The false sense of bravado that is pushed, from generation to generation. And we pine for the days of the cool, calm, collected Soviets.
Axel, if I may, could I quickly pose the question that I had in mind?
Shoot.
Thank you. It's involves, I suppose, basic battlefield engineering. I saw some videos recently of some frontline trenches and the current weather conditions, and it wasn't immediately apparent for me whether they were Russian or Ukrainian trenches, but they were rather sodden, waterlogged looking affairs. And I was just wondering, is there any basic engineering techniques or methods which could be used to ensure the inhabitability of such entrenched positions? I'm thinking more in reference to the First War, where the German trench systems were considerably better constructed, but then they, having got there first, they usually occupied the higher ground, which made that task considerably easier.
Well, I can't judge which, and you just said yourself that you don't know which trenches these were. From what I've seen thus far, whenever trenches, bunkers, command posts, and the likes were shown by the Ukrainian armed forces, they were in relatively decent condition. The trenches in Bakhmut, or in the area, Soledar, Bakhmut, Sevastopol, the likes, have shown to be heavily splintered at the sides, but rebuilt and recast. Yes, you need pumps. You need to get rid of water on a regular basis, and you have to find ways to build your trenches in the right positions, but sometimes you're forced into grounds which are, shall we say, less amenable and slightly lower than you want them and closer to the groundwater. But then again, I'm not a trench animal. I've seen my fair share of trenches, and I'm very, very happy that I'm not sitting in one just now. Having said that, the imagery which we have, which has been
come to a trench, is looking out his Holiday Inn window and over the trench systems of Normandy. Air Force does not talk trenches. Yeah,
that's why I just said I wouldn't.
You're asking the Air Force guys. You should ask them like which hotel has the best service, because that's something he would be very adept at.
Thank you for reminding me of that battle moose. During my basic training, our platoon commander was a submariner, and he did a hilarious routine about the various members of the service going to the heads and how they conducted themselves. And the most effete of them all, of course, were the Air Force.
Yeah, come to my town. I'll give you some feet.
Thank you very much.
But in all seriousness, when you're in position, when you're in a trench system, whatnot, you're constantly improving your surroundings, right? And John Spencer was on here. He's talked at length about this. You're always, even CJ, you're always improving your situation. So, like you said, during World War II, those were some long-term trenches. So when they took the German side, like the Germans had septic systems and plumbing and drainage and the whole 9 yards. You can. It takes a little bit of forethought before you start putting trenches in, or a little bit of retro designing, like after they are in. But yeah, you can live quite comfortably in trenches. Like, it doesn't have to be the mud hell that it sometimes turns out to be. However, how long are you going to occupy that position, right? Are you going to put all this effort into improving your position, especially like, say, the Ukrainians down in I don't know, somewhere where the Dnipro isn't, right, where they have like land contact with the enemy. they know they're going to be moving forward sooner rather than later. So are you going to be, in like changing the revetting to concrete reinforced or anything like, because that's a lot of effort and that's a lot of resources as well. Do you want to be doing that, right? So it's one of these cost benefit analysis that you have to do.
Thank you very much. Just parting to smooth the waters with Axel on our Salaron class destroyer escorts. The Sea King pilots were from the Air Force, and they were quite disparaging of the senior service, as one of them said. 500 years of unbroken tradition, unblemished by progress. And I'll see myself out.
Exactly, unblemished by progress.
Fantastic. I'm going to mutilate your name. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Iana. Yana. I've heard Doman say it, and he does it with such panache, and I kind of bust in the room like the Kool-Aid man. So you go ahead, please.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My name is causing so much problem. Think of Wanadu and put an E in front of it, and it is Iwana. So it's kind of like this. I just wanted to answer the question about Kazakhstan. So the president of Kazakhstan is not exactly pro-Russian, quite the opposite. And lately, Kazakhstan took a stance, stronger stance against Russia. For example, now they are negotiating to find an alternative route for oil, not through Russia, but through with the help of United States, not through United States, but with the help of United States. And this is in a statement from the American ambassador in Astana, Daniel Rosenblum. So the president of Kazakhstan was elected with about 80% votes recently. Yes, 80% says like, well, maybe this is not really democracy, but apparently there were kind of free elections. And the protests that are going on right now may be staged, because we know a country that is doing this in Czech Republic, in Moldova, and in other countries around its border. And those protests can be staged. And lately, we see a lot of countries that were under the sphere of influence of Russia drifting apart. For example, Armenia refused to sign the document at the end of the CSTO summit. And there were protests also in Armenia. Azerbaijan is offering help to Ukraine recently. It is kind of amazing. Azerbaijan will help Ukraine with supply of equipment for the restoration of power grid. So we are seeing this all around Russia. So maybe that says something about how powerful Russia still is. So about just the protest in Kazakhstan, we should not exclude the possibility for those protests to be staged.
Thank you for that. I had many friends that they're in oil and gas, and they did a lot of time over in Kazakhstan, and they've all come back and said they're Kazakhstan and Kazakhstani people are wonderful people. You know, they're very friendly, very wholesome, and whatnot. And you know what? They're actually the true inheritors of the Soviet Union. They were the last man standing. So if anybody was to inherit any of the Soviet powers' rights and responsibilities, it should have been Kazakhstan. Gunny is up, and how are you doing this morning?
Yeah, great. It's the weekend and I'm just about to start duty. So there ain't a word in the English dictionary to describe the absolute joy in my life. Just reference the trenches. Yeah, Moose, as you said, you know, trenches, that kind of weather, you can maybe dig a drainage ditch in the bottom of the ditch called a sump, maybe to drain some water away. But you need a huge amount of equipment to make these livable. Bearing in mind, they've probably inherited these trenches. So they will have had to have done something called reverse a trench, because you get a fire step on a trench.
so that you can stand up and fire over the parapet. They'll have had to reverse that because obviously the trench was originally Russian, pointing the wrong way. And then you've got to move all the material. So all the riveting material, the wood, the sheet iron or sheet steel. You can't use diesel generators to pump it out because they create a thermal signature. That's the last thing that you want. And you need communication trenches from the front line trench all the way back so that you can move all this building material along to where you need it without being shot at. So I'm with you. I think they're probably looking at it and going, yeah, you know, this is shit, but we don't plan on being here long. And we'll be moving east shortly. So we're just going to have to suck it up and enjoy it. Yeah, and Axel, I've had longer cups of coffee, shipmate, than the Air Force has been around, right? You've not even been around long enough to have traditions. You just formulate bad habits. So 200-300 years, get back to us and then we'll talk.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we'll just make sure that you have the kind of cover you need, right?
What is it? Drop shorts just to spur the infantry along?
If I'm not quite mistaken, infantry was always very happy to see someone fly across. I can even remember someone being very, very keen on reporting in a fictional movie setting that he loves the sight and smell of napalm in the morning.
Oh, there's no other smell than flight line right before a scramble. That's something that never leaves you. So if you would like to come up and speak, please request to speak. Once you're up here, raise your hand. We go in order. If you're a little shy, you don't want to speak, send Axel or I a DM, and we'll happily read it aloud. If you're really shy, you want to be anonymous, let us know that you want to be anonymous, and we'll totally throw you under the bus in front of everybody here. If you have no intentions of speaking, we ask you to cycle down so you can make room for other people that want to come up and speak. Gunny, anything go below the waves recently?
No, nothing cooking at the moment, I'm afraid. Nothing. Except a man's just driven across a roundabout in front of me. Freak. No, I need to have a look. MT Anderson banged out some pictures of Sevastopol. It seems a little bit quiet at the moment. There was an E3 AWACS out on station as of about 90 minutes ago, down over Romania. I thought that might have been a raid warning. But I've not seen anything to say. Bayonet seems to be quiet, so as of now, not a lot cooking.
About last week, there was reports, or I don't know, it's the internet. I hesitate to call them reports, but some interesting talk that the Ukrainians made a second go at Sevastopol with their sea drones, or battle canoes, as I like to call them. Was there any substance to this?
No, nothing. Actually, I saw some air defense activity. What looked like ZSU 23-24 firing, a couple of surface-to-air missiles launched, but probably the Ukrainians spooking the air defense, or they spook themselves. You know, it does happen. People will be tired now. Someone thinks they see something on radar, and you just get, a lot of firing in the air. It looked like a Bedouin wedding to me. But no, nothing substantial in the moment. There seems to be a bit of a pause in terms of maritime ops. From what we can see, obviously, some reports of ferry services running up and down in the Sea of Azov. They might be using that as a way of moving equipment around, but no, all quiet at the moment.
Well, that's interesting. Again, the ghosts of the internet failed to produce, and I got suckered into another rabbit hole there. Iona, is it? Did you have a follow up on that?
About Kazakhstan, I just wanted to mention that Kazakhstan is very important to Russia because the space program is actually based in Kazakhstan, and they also have like the facilities there for uranium enrichment for their nuclear activities. So Kazakhstan is of utmost importance for Russia. That's why maybe they are inclined to do something about Kazakhstan right now. And if you remember, the propaganda was really hinting that Kazakhstan will be the next Nazi nation to be occupied with, like a few days ago. And then next day, the Solovyov came in and said, well, Kazakhstan is still our friend. We should treat the country respectfully. So I guess there is a lot of confusion also in Russia now.
I dare say that if Russia was to push violently at Kazakhstan, Kazakhstan has the means to push back. For the listeners, what she's referring to is Baikonur Cosmodrome. It is in Kazakhstan. Always has been, always will be. Not a lot of activity going on there now because they're missing some critical infrastructure because of the sanctions. So not a lot of going on there. And I dare say there's not a lot of refining going on of uranium because again, the industry is basically collapsing because of lack of infrastructure. It'll be interesting times. It wouldn't be the first time that Kazakhstan has pushed back and told Russia like, no, we're not doing that. It's you're being silly, and go give yourself a slap.
Also, last mention, apparently this is not new news. It's from several weeks, maybe months ago, but apparently Kazakhstan obtained guarantees for its territorial integrity and defense from China. So they are quite friendly with China. So this is just something to add to the picture.
That's a very interesting power move by Kazakhstan. Basically ponying up with the enemy. I can see why China would want to get in there because Kazakhstan is pretty rich with oil, and that's what keeps the big red machine running. So yeah, it makes a lot of economic and defense sense, and I can't see Russia pushing against them now. I did not know that they got into bed with China. Thank you for bringing that up. Nick, how are you doing this morning?
Hi, very well. I just this second discovered that I'm in the Dutch newspapers on an unrelated non-Ukraine matter. So I'm enjoying reading it's always interesting when you talk to the press to have a look and see what it turns into. But I did have a chance to read the quotes they were going to use from me before I wrote it up. And otherwise, it's coming up to cocktail hour here. And I have some pink gin and I have some pink cava. And I think it might very well shortly be high mass o'clock.
One of the things I'm a little jaded when it comes to media. Like we do have friends of the space here that are in media and whatnot. But most soldiers out there, it's drilled into you. Do not trust the press. Never trust the press. Even if you're related to them, never trust the press.
People say that, and I am sometimes wary, but most of the time I'm helping them they're typically writing about someone doing something bad, and my involvement is typically been, in helping to detect either that bad thing or that bad thing in the wider sense, which my speciality is scientific malpractice. So I am happy to work with the press, and in fact, in several cases, action has been taken as a result of me working with the press, where it probably would not have been otherwise, because it turns out that universities and other research institutions are quite happy to sweep stuff under the carpet until they start getting bad publicity, and the alumni office sends a note along saying, "Hey, people are reading this story in the Washington Post or in the or on BuzzFeed in some cases, and are saying, sorry, are you not taking this seriously at the university?" So I fully appreciate that it depends on what you're doing and what you're whether the press are writing about you or with you. And I'm lucky in that most of the time they're writing with me.
Yes, that's a very very fortunate position that that you're in. I prefer to skulk around in the shadows myself. I get a little anxiety when the cameras come over or there's a microphone shoved in my face. Alex, haven't seen you in a hot minute. How have you been?
Are you speaking to me? I am fine. I've been here since, actually more time spending over the weekend because I am back to work, and it's like, it makes my employer happier that like my mind is now more on work than on somewhere else. But yeah, trying to kind of manage my priorities anyway. I'm fine. I heard you've been discussing, this story in Kazakhstan, etc. One positive development there is that Kazakhstan is sending more of its soil through Azerbaijan now to Turkey. Now Turkey is trying to, use this opportunity to become a major energy hub, like with no, without having its own energy. Turkey is now a major. It's been number one of exporter of Azerbaijani oil and gas, and now Kazakhstan is joining this. And I think also with Russia, they have some agreements that Russia, as it blew up its Nord Stream 1, 2, and preparing to blow up all its exports through Ukraine, all they will be left with is channels through Turkey and China. But China is a small pipeline, and there is no plan to increase it. So yeah, it's interesting, like how strategically Russia is positioning itself for future. But that's we've been discussing it a lot. So yeah, I've been fine following the news. I was also listening a lot to footages with war prisoners from Russia. I should say they are interesting species to watch. Like they let to talk, so that whatever they think comes out. And I'm happy to find out that there were a couple of prisoners from they are Russians that were born and grew up in Georgia or spent their childhood there. They seem smarter than many others. And I think the reason for that is when people are exposed to different culture and they have to kind of, sometimes need to make some reality checks. They tend to be, well, I don't know. Maybe their critical thinking is more developed, or in general, if you meet people who traveled, some they tend to be kind of more, I don't know, more critical thinking, more empathy, also more. I don't know. they tend to be, or whatever people call it, smarter. But that's probably my personal impression. Anyway, yeah, they seem to be quite adequate. And yeah, I know that I'm not one of those guys who is waiting for Russia to kind of, suddenly become a progressive society or something of that kind. But I think a chaos would be useful for them, and it can be engineered, and I'm all for it. So when I speak about, some positive developments in Russia, most likely I mean chaos, which I think will come shortly after this war. Thanks.
Well, speaking of well-traveled people, Ryan's up here. Hi, Ryan. How are you? Ryan may not be able to talk, but we'll all wave at him. He's what time is it in Kyiv right now? It's probably like late evening, I imagine.
8 o'clock.
Yeah. So Ryan's either driving or he's getting ready to go to ground. So well, welcome up as a speaker. If you're having trouble, give me a wave there, buddy, and we'll cycle you through. Okay, well, nobody's speaking, so I'm going to like we were in basic training. I have questions for you. Who haven't I picked on here? Oh, Fancy Pants. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine. I find always a lot more time on the weekends to listen to you guys, to chime in, and I found that the MriyaReport space was a bit slow during the week. Always super busy when Russia conducts the next atrocity. But yeah, I'm happy on the weekend to chat with you guys, and it's quite interesting. We have Axel here, who is always quite knowledgeable about the state of German affairs if something's changed. So yeah, if Axel's still around, how's
I'm here for another hot 20 minutes.
How's the Patriot thing going? Is there some Patriot systems from Germany going to Ukraine?
I have stated this before on the day when, after the Stoltenberg interview, a variety of people went onwards to interpret this in a fashion that these Patriot systems could technically go further. Therefore, I've highlighted also what I think Konrad Schuller and others and Gutschka went through in the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, and what friends of mine have been rummaging through in terms of data. There's very little evidence at this point in time that there is a general decision between the US government, NATO as such, and Germany to utilize excess capacity in Germany of Patriot systems, which exists, definitely exists, because Germany is not under attack, of those Patriot batteries to be conveyed anywhere else other than Poland. Does it make sense to send them to Poland? Not really. It really, militarily, they should go, of course, to Ukraine. Could they be sent there? Yes, of course, technically, they can be sent there with private operators with previous experience. That's the way to do it. Who then train up Ukrainian forces. Do we have any evidence that this is the case and that we're making such a significant commitment, which is overdue? Unfortunately not. So what shall I say?
So it's a tiny bit of wishful thinking, and we just need to keep it up to pretend as if German was sending their Patriots over.
Ultimately, we don't know. right? And like talks of this level, we will not be privy to. We won't know what's going to happen to those patriots till they're in place. And then some media will leak it and say, holy crap, we got like 4 battalions of patriots all along the Polish-Ukrainian border, or they moved them into Lviv. Like we won't know for quite some time, right? Honestly, we probably won't know till after the fact.
Exactly right.
Bionade. I used to call you Bionade, like you're some kind of electrolyte drink, and that you drink in the gym. But I now know exactly how it's pronounced. Or is Doman the one that's screwing that up? Bionade.
That is actually what it means, though.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's a German soft drink.
Oh, that's having never drank anything other than German beer, I would not know that.
It is actually a drink created just like Fanta was created by the Nazis out of necessity and scarcity to replace Coca-Cola. This was created in the Soviet-occupied zone, the so-called German Democratic Republic, to replace what could have been proper soda. Evidently, its taste is terrible.
Axel, that's interesting, the story about the Nazis creating Fanta. The story I've always read is that it was created by a sort of orphaned Coca-Cola company when the Coca-Cola company operating in Germany, and then who became unable to obtain things like the original Coca-Cola syrup from America. And so the story I've read is that they kind of carried on quietly during the war making products, and then at the end of the war, they kind of called up Atlanta and said, we've got 4 years of accounts to catch up with. Oh, and by the way, we came up with this brand, and I believe at the time Fanta did not particularly taste of orange or whatever. But the story that I've heard is not that it was kind of the Nazis who ordered it as a soft drink replacement, but rather than that it was the employees of Coca-Cola who kind of kept going in a sort of zombie company. I don't know whether does that mean have I been taken in by a positive spin, or did you not know that story?
No, both is generally true. The company kept on going. That's totally true. And yes, zombie is true. But the bottling plant benefited from being taken out of the hands of previous management. Let's put it this way, if you understand my meaning. The previous decision makers and owners of the bottling plant did have less to do with how this was concocted. Let's put it this way. And everything at that point in time was directed by those, you could call them Goldfasan, golden pheasants, the people who had access to the powers that be, that you get a license to operate, and those who were not the friendliest people. So, and of course, yes, they had the possibility to say later that they had been successfully bottling something and that they had been successfully selling something. And of course, this was important, and the fact that it existed was helpful. But it doesn't make it any better that this thing was created out of need. And it's not, whilst it is attractive to a certain segment of society, and the addition to the overall distribution capacity of the Coca-Cola company then in Hamburg later, and the bottling plant was okay. So they had a captive audience, their distribution mechanisms in place, and they produced evidently something which resembled the later Fanta. There's a whole book about it even. I think it is. Bionade, you wouldn't probably know. You're too young for that. But I think the book is from 1985, written by oh God. Nick, give me a few minutes after I'm back from the meeting, and then I'll send you the link.
Indeed.
I don't care who ran Fanta. Orange Diet Fanta is still my ultimate favorite to this day, and sometimes I will go to the movies because we have those unlimited machines there, and that's the only place you can get Diet Fanta in Canada. Like they don't sell it domestically in bottles or cans. So yeah, that's my evil. So if you ever want to coerce Battle Moose into doing something, I'm completely bribed by Diet Orange Fanta.
Is that branded as zero? We get a lot of confusion because over in here in Europe, most of the Coca-Cola drinks have a particular artificial sweetener mix, like Coke Zero and Fanta Zero, and we don't drink as much of what is called Coke Light here, or what in the North America is called Diet Coke. And the zero drinks never really seem to have taken off in North America. You only find them very occasionally.
Yeah, we got Coke Zero, and that's pretty big here. You know, it has it's basically reversed. It's got the black can with red lettering, and what it kind of looks cool. It tastes like drinking chemicals out of the drip pan of your car. It's quite awful. I don't like it. I have family members that drink it religiously. Not my thing. So the thing that like diet just means there's no sugar in it, and then zero, or at least here zero, means there's no sugar or caffeine.
Well, so here in Spain we have zero, which is no sugar, and then we have 00, which also has no caffeine. I'm told that in the UK, Coke Zero is drunk 2-to-1 over regular Coke by men. And it is apparently known informally as bloke Coke. So next time bloke is on here, we can ask him what kind of Coke he drinks.
No sugar, no caffeine. Does that not mean that you can actually technically drink water and pour some fruit juice into it?
Yeah, well, the fruit juice would have sugars in it, right? So
yeah, but it's at least natural sugar, isn't it?
I don't know. Well, unfortunately, the body doesn't know the difference between natural or artificial sugars. And for those that really want to go down that rabbit hole, there's 3 sugars. There's maltose, glucose, and amylase. So all sugars in the universe are a combination of those 3. So it's I don't know why you would want to drink something without caffeine. That's like I understand, because my cardiologist talks about it all the time. Like you need to lay off the coffee, and that's one thing. If anybody here and that's done any time in the military, you've ingested your fair share of caffeine, and your body pays for it after you retire. Like pretty rough. Bionade. Now that I know that you're a drink, I'm going to call you Bionade for now on.
All right. So it's Bionade, but it's no problem. Bionade is also a cool grenade. Back to the topic of Fanta. Actually, you're correct. I'm too young for this, but I watched a documentary, and as far as I remember, after the war, Coca-Cola got the patent or something like this, or bought the company and wanted to produce for the soldiers and for the West German and European people, Fanta and Coca-Cola too. And Bionade is actually a company which was based in Unterfranken, if I remember correctly. So no East German drink.
No. But they were based in Unterfranken, and then when the recipe was produced the first time around, somebody took it and used it to copy it somewhere into the Soviet-occupied zone, and that's where it was drunk. Not as Bionade, but the same taste combination. Which is why when the war came down and they opened up,
They went, and I think the first sales outlet, somebody needs to correct me and find this out, but I think it was in Hof, which is close enough to the border in the former Zonenrandgebiet, and managed to then expand their sales capacity into what was Saxony, Saxony-Anhalt, and the like. You should check that, because otherwise, I'm sorry, Bionade is really, that's awful. I'm sorry to say this, dear producers, Bionade, I'm sure you're a great company. You have a fantastic captive audience. You have wonderful customers everywhere in the former Soviet-occupied zone, now called the 5 new states, and everything else. And we love you for it, and you pay your taxes, and I'm really, really happy for it. But please, please, find a way to make something which is a caffeinated soda-based drink which is tasteful, and stop this advertising.
All right.
Speaking of government, sorry. Speaking of government.
Just a short fact. In 1949, it was invented. So you're close, but I don't think the former, at least Wikipedia tells us this.
What is, sorry, Wikipedia tells you what about 1949?
That Bionade was invented in 1949.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's in the Soviet, it was invented, and they took it, and this is somewhere that happens in the time before they closed down the bloody border, meaning up until the big trek across to the west occurred, which stopped with the war coming down in 1961. There was cross-pollination and trade even at that time. You know this, right? Between the Soviet-occupied zone and West Germany.
Yeah, actually, 1994 was it invented. It was.
Bionade, no, the drink is not from 1994. There is a predecessor to this. It's the same. It's the same
okay.
recipe. It's a drink. You should. There is something to it. Please find this out. 1994 is after the war came down. This is when they produced their drink. It poaches some recipe, some concoction before, and it happens. There is something to it. Please find it. Somebody, I'm driving. I can't do it now.
I never thought I'd see Axel so animated over pop.
No, you should see the campaign they came up with at the turn of the century, and then in the run-up to 2006, the German, say the World Cup in Germany and all that kind of jazz. And then you should taste it. And that our young friend here likes to call his account after Bionade. It's just yuck. It's the only despicable thing about him. Other than that, he's absolutely fantastic. Let me just make silly fun of him, please.
No problem. I was just wondering if it tasted like the hopes of and dreams of Germany in the World Cup.
No. It's like warm, old, decarbonized root beer. Does that help you?
I'm kind of intrigued now because I've drank some pretty awful stuff in my time, and some of it on purpose. So I may go on a trip and try to find this.
What's the guy's name who tastes all the MREs, the old historic retro MREs?
Oh, that's Steve Thompson. Steve MRE 1989. Did he do a piece on that?
No, but we should ask him to taste all those drinks from the Soviet-occupied zone, and then Bionade, and then compare it to any Western soda. And he will probably, because he has such good sensory environment, he will be able to tell you what the similarity is.
If we can get him a sampling case of the various drinks, he would totally do it. The problem is with a lot of the diet drinks, and I don't know if a lot of the listeners know this, but this is the reason why you don't drink expired diet pop. It's because aspartame becomes toxic when it passed its expiration date. So you shouldn't drink it. And the soda has a very distinctive. It's worse than rotting meat. You know, it has a very distinctive smell and a very distinctive metallic taste when it's gone off.
But if you like caffeine, let's go back to the sodas for one more time. If there's any caffeinated drink which outcompetes Coca-Cola in terms of taste, no, it's not Pepsi, but it's Afri-Cola. And that meaning the old Afri-Cola. I don't know when they did this, but at some point in time, they are supposed to have dropped their caffeine content. And then in recent years, they upped it again to make it attractive. But that was, at least when I was young, the only tolerable drink, and it was not as sweet then either. But it's quite famous. Actually, American troops use it a lot as well in Germany. Now we have to ask Bionade whether he knows of it.
Oh, look
Africola.
at all the hands now. I'm so happy. Oh, sorry, Bionade. Go ahead.
Yeah, don't worry, Betamus. We have so many hands up, and I don't want to speak anymore about caffeinated drinks. So yeah.
So we'll go as long as we're not going to talk about soda drinks or fountain drinks anymore. We'll go with Nick, Wendy, and then Frank and Karen.
I'm afraid it's still drinks. I would two little points. One is if you think a state-owned soft drink company is something, the government of the perfectly respectable western state of Baden-Württemberg owns an entire brewery 100%, called Rothaus, and it's quite popular. They have good graphics. Otherwise, if you're looking for a caffeinated, not terribly heavily caffeinated, but a caffeinated beverage with an enormous amount of sugar delivery, look no further than the Scottish national drink Iron Brew, whose slogan is "Made in Scotland from girders," and it is widely regarded as one of the best hangover cures.
Sorry, what did you say about Rothaus? And because they also make their beer, which is actually quite decent, albeit a bit, well, a bit fruity, but there you go. What did you say about Rothaus?
I think they have quite good graphics. The design, and they have it's the sort of jolly looking woman holding a couple of large glasses on it.
Yeah, the Zeppelin.
And her name is Birgit Kraft, which is also an amusing slogan in Bardish.
There's a brewery in Quebec here in Canada, Chambly, and they have a series of strongish beers. And when I'm talking strong, it's stronger than some wines. And the one I'm thinking of is Fin de Mont, and it's a bunch of guys in a canoe paddling across the moon, and it means end of the world. And Ben's here; he can translate it perfectly. And Maudit, Ben, what does Maudit translate into? It's like the death or something like that. And
it means cursed.
The cursed. Okay. They are aptly named because you sip on it and you're perfectly fine till you try to stand up. And I believe Fin de Mont is 12%.
Are you familiar, Battlemoose, with the drink called Caribou?
Not offhand. I may have drank it in a drunken stupor.
Yeah, Caribou is it's a Quebec drink, and it is an accident waiting to happen in a bottle because it has an extremely smooth, fruity taste. 15-year-old kids can drink it without any problem at all, and it's quite strong. So it's quite a dangerous thing to have a bottle of lying around.
Indeed. Let's go to Wendy and then Frank.
Oh, thanks, Battlemoose. Yeah, hope is the cordial that keeps life from stagnating. Samuel Richardson thought so anyway. I just think of him as Big Sam, really. For me, that cordial is coffee with a bit of whiskey in it. I just thought I would bring you the news that the head of foreign affairs for Belarus has apparently just died. There's no details as to how he died released just yet, but I believe that he was reversing his car out of the car park of a cricket ground when a cricket ball flew into the car park and knocked a bottle of Belarusian cola out of the hands of a passing spectator, and it fell on his head and he died. That's just my theory. Good evening, all.
I'll have some of what you're smoking, Wendy.
That sounds completely reasonable and plausible. So yeah, I was going to say, but there's no details. Did he die, or did he die out of a window with help?
Well, it's died full stop. So yeah, that's that full stop could be representative of something. It could be a representation in graphic form of a cricket ball. We don't know, but no further details have been released apart from that.
He died Toshka. What was his job title? The foreign minister, or?
He was the deputy director of the Belarusian cricket board. No, I'm joking. He was the minister of foreign affairs of Belarus. His name was Vladimir Merkel. Sorry, Mackay.
That's some funny stuff. And you know, when you look at a lot of those Eastern dictatorial powers, there's not a lot of young dudes in there. And like you look at Putin's inner circle, and I was like, oh, you look like a bunch of crypt keepers. And like the fact that Lavrov is able to move around on his own power, he looks like he should be wrapped in like linens and you know, have his arms out in front of him moaning. Like they're a bunch of really old dudes. And the fact that a bunch of them haven't died already without help. You know, there's always the helping hand, the euthanasia of the Eastern style of governance that has been helping out a lot of people in the outer circles in Putin's regime lately, and I'm sure it's going to spill over to Belarus as well. Frank, how are you doing today?
We're doing good. As much as I would love to talk about carbonated, caffeinated drinks, because I drink an unhealthy amount of those things, I thought I'd just give you a little update on the Canadian government's initiative to a personal update. Canadian government's initiative with the Ukraine sovereignty bonds. If you recall, these are almost 5-year terms.
It's about bloody time, because I called my bank. And they I deal with the credit union.
Yeah.
So first off, they said, like, listen, when it does come down, it's probably going to be the big five, you know, and the credit unions will not be brought on board. And they had zero details on it. And that was just last week.
Well, the details are all posted on the government website, so that part's not too difficult. For those of you who don't know, I work as an investment advisor here in Canada, and I sent a note to all my clients telling them about these bonds and why they should do it. And they all know that I'm a big supporter of Ukraine. Most of them know that I'm hosting a family here. And anyways, the response has been overwhelming. So I'm going to be selling at least 1 million, probably closer to 2. Of these, and just thought I should report that, you know, support for Ukraine in Canada here remains quite strong.
Whereabouts are you there, Frank?
BC, Victoria.
First of all, I'm sorry Second of all, I'm in Alberta, so out here on the prairie, there's a large diaspora of Ukrainians, large diaspora of Ukrainians, to the point that we call it Ukrainian Tire, and the people like I'll walk down downtown Edmonton, and people will just be they'll be mode mixing between Ukrainian and English without even breaking a pace. You know, it's something to see.
That's great. Yeah, no, I know there's a big diaspora all through the prairies. Certainly lots in Alberta, but not so many, not so much here on the coast. But I mean, there's definitely a growing community here now, of course. So.
Yeah, it's also great to hear that you're hosting a family. Give them our best, and anytime if they ever feel like they want to tell their story, you know, we've done this before with some of the families. You know, hit me up, DM me or Axel or any one of the crew, and we can make that happen. Sure. I think it's important that even the mundane stories, or what they may think is mundane, they're stories that need to be told.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Canada. I know we've approved about 300,000 Ukrainians to come here, and I believe that we're at about half that in terms of people that have actually arrived here or thereabouts. So, yeah, there's quite a few.
Yeah, the thing is while we're finding out here in on the high prairie is they're coming and going, right? So as like at the beginning of the invasion, there was this great influx and whatnot, but as the eastern Ukraine kind of settled into normalcy, and they kind of kicked the Russians out, and there was no real chance of the Russians returning. They want to go home, right?
Yeah. So yeah, once I finish with this bond offering, which will be early next week, I'm going to get started on my next project, which is the Ukrainian beer mugs. I've posted some links in the past. Got quite a good response, actually. People saying it's a great idea. So basically, it's just going to be a beer mug with blue coloring up top, and maybe the trident, sort of etched in on the side. But basically, when you fill up with beer, you've got nice blue on top of yellow. So Ukrainian flag. Here we go.
And I don't know if you can get it in BC, but I've been pretty hard pressed to find any. I know they got it in Ontario, any of the Ukrainian beer. So if you can get one of those beer steins and fill it with Ukrainian beer, that's even more poignant.
Exactly. We got some good Ukrainian vodka out here, anyways.
I have vodka has not touched my lips since I was like 18, 19 years old, and it never will. That and its friend Zambuca can live its life elsewhere.
Anyway, that's my update. So I'll let you know how it goes with these bonds. The people are my clients are really responding very favorably, so I'm quite happy to hear that. And I'll drop down.
Thank you for the update, Daryl. I am trying to get you up, buddy, but it's Twitter is twittering. Heather, good morning.
Good afternoon. It's 25 to 2 or 25 to 3 where I am, East Coast. So we have Vancouver and we have East Nova Scotia. Battle Moose, is anybody else having trouble hearing Battle Moose? I can barely hear him. I've tried like 5 different sets of headphones and I can barely hear you. And generally you're funny, and so can you either maybe speak up or move your microphone maybe closer to your mouth? No. Come on, yell, man. Yeah, everybody else is really loud, but you are very quiet. So and that's all. I just wanted to know if, have you changed your microphone or something? Because normally you're easy to hear.
Nobody on the hosts. None of us use microphones because they're problematic.
Yes.
Most of us use we talk directly into our phone, and sometimes yes, we have connection problems, and sometimes it's still early out here on the prairie, and there are still people sleeping in the house, so I can't really be yelling. Like Ben when he's on, like I don't know when Ben sleeps, but when he's on, and we know his child is sleeping next to him, and he's being all quiet and whatnot. That's why he's quiet, because he literally has a baby sleeping next to him.
Well, whatever you've done, you've actually boosted your voice a little bit, so I can actually hear you now. Yeah, no, don't yell if there's people in the house, for heaven's sakes. That and that's all. Really, really glad to hear about the bonds. Frank, I believe it was. I'm going to follow you, and that's really wonderful. Anyways, everybody else have a great afternoon. Slava Ukraini, Herom Slava, and talk to you later. Bye bye. I'm going to just go down to listener now. Thanks.
Okay, everybody, bear with me for 2 seconds. I'm going to try to bring Daryl up.
Battlemoose, you do have I have an echo. When I was speaking, I could hear my voice coming back when you also had your microphone on, and I thought that might be my fault. But then I noticed when Heather was speaking just now, when you also had your microphone on, I was getting an echo of her. So I don't know if you have any echo mitigation things, such as plugging in a pair of regular headphones into the headphone socket of the phone, so you're still using the phone's built-in microphone, but you do have a little bit of an echo today.
Yeah, that comes free of charge. Yeah, Daryl still
A twofer.
Yeah, absolutely. You all look at what you got. You got all this. Again, I'm going to. Oh, are you up, Daryl? Go ahead and say something if you can, because you're still showing as requested. Yeah, the powers that be are just not allowing Daryl to come up, which is too bad. Wendy, go ahead.
Thanks, Battlemoose. I just thought I'd perhaps ask anyone else on the space, just for clarification, because I'm in the rainy UK right now, and these Canadian Ukraine sovereignty bonds are a wonderful idea. Just wondering how much is the current price of them, because from what I'm reading on a website from Canada, they're priced at $100 a bond. Is that the information you or anyone else has got? I'd be welcome to hear other answers.
The site that you're on, does it end in Canada .ca?
Correct. Then
That's the Government of Canada site. That's the price, buddy.
Crikey! So buying up 2 million of those, that's a heck of a purchase. But yeah, it's a wonderful
party at Frank's place tonight.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, indeed. I'm probably going to pop some coin into that as well. It's an easy way to invest. It's an easy way to support Ukraine. If you're Canadian, I don't know if can you buy another country's bonds. I don't know if that's a thing.
Yeah, you can. No problem. The only thing is that you cannot buy stuff directly from the government. You need to go through brokers. And then I'm not entirely sure that brokers, that you can have access to those brokers if you're not in Canada. But you can perfectly buy them or buy them on a secondary market.
That's very cool. I would have bought a lot more bonds. I actually probably would have been a lot better seated for retirement than I am now. So the way it's going, I'm going to be living in a box at the end of Axel's driveway.
They will still be bigger than my apartment.
More than likely. I do have standards in which the boxes I live in. That being said, I have to go pretty soon. Ben, are you able to jump on?
Yep, bring me up, no problem.
Okay, I'll jump over to the host there, and I'm going to try to get Daryl.
I can do that.
Okay, Axel, if you can do that, and can you try give Daryl a shot here? With that, thank you everybody for my Sunday morning indulgence in the space.
Sorry, trying to negotiate the telephone with my daughter. Seems that I've won for the moment, but if I disappear suddenly, that means that the little one has taken over. All right, Wendy, seems to be you and me.
All right.
Like in the old days.
like in the old nights. As
Like,
in evenings on days. Let's just clarify that, shall we?
Yeah. Let's. Can you say it nice and loud because my wife is hearing as well. So I'd like Wendy to tell everyone that I've not done anything untowardly during the night. Okay, my turn to give Daryl a shot. All right. No, Daryl is not working. Daryl doesn't like us. Try something else. In the meantime, what has happened? I was speaking with my father earlier today, and he went like, "Yeah, no, there was a massive attack on this city that starts with a B. So I assume it's Bakhmut, but I also assume that attacks on Bakhmut are never huge. So, has anyone heard something along those lines?"
There was a video released, Ben, out of Bakhmut yesterday, and yeah, it's it really does show the conditions that the Ukrainian soldiers are prevailing against. Obviously, as we all know, they've been holding off consistent Russian attacks for 9 months now, and given the ground conditions, and the fact that the ground hasn't quite frozen at the moment, there's some really very difficult living conditions for the Ukrainian soldiers out there in the field right now. But they continue to hold off the attacks from the Russians 9 months on, which is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I've seen a few pictures. I have not seen a video, but I've seen a few pictures, and yeah, when we're saying World War One, we're not joking. This is really amazing. I never thought I would see this in my lifetime. It is the mud has been the earth has been plowed by heavy shelling, and then the men, you can see them. You can see their life being submerged by mud, and all the trees are gone. It's absolutely hellish. All right, I think Karen has her hand up. And what do you say, Wendy? Should we go to Karen?
Yeah. Karen, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, fine. Hi, everybody. I just had a bit of a message for Ileona. I DM'd her. I tagged her. I couldn't DM her. It's just a bit of small takeaways from Kazakhstan and Armenia discussed earlier. That was it. Just me.
Did you get it, Wendy? Because
Thank you.
I don't.
Karen, I didn't hear the actual question that you were asking. All I heard was Armenia. So I was wondering, could you just clarify how this is related to Ukraine and the Russian invasion?
Wendy, don't worry. Apparently, she sent something to Anna, and it's all settled. Anna, did I get it right?
Yes, I'm checking now.
Fantastic. All right, so we can move on. And shall we give the floor to Aaron or not? Has it behaved this week, Wendy?
I believe so. I haven't had the pleasure. Aaron, welcome.
I've been a good boy. I have. Anyway, if I could put on a Cockney accent, I would there. I have a tank question for either, I think, Nick, or is it Daryl's a tanker, isn't he? The T-62s, I've noticed on Oryx that they are disproportionately captured relative to the other classes of tanks. I was wondering, does that speak to the tankers inside them just not being trained and running away? Does it speak to the tankers inside them knowing that they're death boxes and just running away? Like, would that indicate that they have, while the Russians have shipped them to the front, they're not actually really being used all that much? Or like, what can you make of that?
Aaron, did you say the T-62s?
62s, yeah.
Ooh. Daryl, do you have an answer? Because I have a potential hypothesis there.
I would say it's the training. They are putting people in tanks that are very old, for one. Most people, if you throw them inside of a tank, you can show them how to drive it, maybe, but to get into a firefight with one, the stress, the loading and ranging and all the different other aspects to getting into a firefight, I would see that as overwhelming, especially if they've seen the videos of what has happened. And I'm sure they've rolled by other tanks that have been destroyed and saw the tops being flipped off. So there's a lot that goes into it. When you sign up to be a tanker or any armored unit, you understand that there is that possibility of it going to hell. Most cases, like when I was in, it was 12 seconds. That's what you expected to live if you got into a real firefight with it, because if a round came in, it was going to go. Tankers train. Our tankers and most of the Western tankers, they train and train and train so that anything you do in that tank is pretty much automatic. It's like everything in there is a part of you. And these people that they're putting in, they don't have that muscle memory that comes with being in a tank for years, or even a good bit of months after you've gone through the initial training. There's some things that come to you just almost natural, what you should do next. You fire around, next. I'm got the other round. I'm moving my shells out the way, getting, you have muscle memory and getting things sorted out so that you don't end up getting killed because of something you forgot or you made a misstep.
Good point.
So, Daryl,
Aaron, 1 second. Good point, but for the sake of it, I'm going to disagree with my friend Daryl. I would say that T-62s are not made for movement warfare. They tend to be more used in static positions, and static positions tend to be overwhelmed. So when a T-72 is defending, either it's blown off or it can retreat. But a T-62, if it's in a static position, it can perfectly well be overwhelmed and then captured. So I wouldn't say that it goes exactly against what Daryl says, but I think it's potentially something that explains also what you've observed. And by the way, thank you for observing it. Well done, and thank you for sharing it.
Hey, Ben, there's two parts to that. What you just said. If they're in a defilade position, yes, they either ran out of ammo or, like you said, they just got captured, got overran. But the other part to that is also mechanical. If they are having mechanical problems, like some of the telegrams said that they're having a hard time trying to keep the tank running, let alone get somewhere around in the battlefield. So yeah, to your point, yes, that, and it could also be mechanical too.
So Aaron, what is your favorite answer? Do you think Daryl's correct, or do you think I'm brilliant and more to the point than he is?
Yeah, I've heard of the debate here when they were first started being moved to the front. It's like, would they be used more for partisans in the rear or as mobile pillboxes, which I assume is what you're describing there. But yeah, just given how that they've been captured in such numbers relative to destroyed, according to Oryx, when they weren't at Izium or up in Kiev. Yeah, I don't know. I was wondering the question, like what the answer would be, and like if there was an indication of, for all the Russians have been sending them to the front, whether in actuality they're really being used all that much, because at the end of the day, if you can't keep your soldiers inside them, they're not going to work.
Aaron, I've got a question for you, if you could just clarify. When you said the T-62s have two possible options, I just thought you gave a little bit of a juxtaposition there. You said they're either going to be used against partisans in the rear or used as pillboxes at the front. Could you just expand on that a little bit, please?
Oh yeah, so the pillbox thing was, I think that's what Ben was describing. And then the using in the rear, that was the debate when we first saw them being moved to the front. But before the Kherson offensive, and the Ukrainians started to actually capture them. So I remember back then there was the debate about what the Russians are actually going to use them for. Are they going to actually use them on the front line, or more like some sort of reserve or support at the rear? So then we learned that they actually really are using them on the front line. So that was more of a throwback.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. I just thought I'd ask. I mean, as we know, Ukrainian partisans have, we've heard it on the space. I mean, been doing incredible. You know, the news regarding partisan activity has been extraordinary. It's great to see our resident whiskey expert. I mean, our naval resident naval expert up here, Gunny. Gunny, how you doing today, mate?
Oh, not good, brother. Not good. I'm duty, so I do not have a suitable drink to consume apart from a rather charming moo milk chocolate milkshake. Yeah, just reference the tank thing. Yeah, Daryl's spot on. So what we're seeing is T-62s, T-72s on the road, or lagered up. So lager means when the vehicles kind of gather in a defensive position, not ready to be kind of attacked, as in a front line kind of thing, but resting up for the night. So you certainly used to you be in sort of a circular formation with pickets out and that kind of thing. So these vehicles being captured, they are not, as Daryl said, in defilade. So you know, behind cover or in shell scrapes or anything like that. They tend to be on the road. A lot of the time, the engine hatches to the rear are up. Now, in the summer, I thought that was a problem. They obviously had engine coolant problems. That might still be the case. Or, I don't know about you, Daryl, I think they've got a resupply problem. I think these wagons are running out of go juice on the road march. And once they're out, another tank will pull up alongside and they'll try and siphon whatever's left off just to keep moving. And then you're seeing these T62s, T72s just basically abandoned without even anyone putting a round half in the breech, putting a couple on the turret basket, and then throwing a thermite grenade in and destroying it. That obviously says a lot about the training of the crews. Yeah, we did kind of expect them to be used as pillboxes or ad hoc artillery. Me and Axel talked about this, and we agreed that was doable. You drive a tank up an embankment, you can use it as improvised artillery, but they don't seem to be doing that. They seem to be actually trying to use them in a mechanized way. T62, it's got a good gun on it, 115mm gun, as good as, if not slightly better than the 105L7 that was the benchmark world-class gun of the 1960s. You know, the upgraded version does have a laser rangefinder on it. They added applique armor on the front and on the cheeks of the turret. So, you know, is it cutting edge kind of stuff? No, not really. Would a 115mm go through the front of a Ukrainian T64? Well, you know, just jury's out on that. As I say, it is a very good gun. Their problem seems to be that their logistics are just not matching the T-farms. And as Daryl will tell you, you know, best kit in the world. When the thing runs out of fuel, that's it. It's going nowhere. I can only assume, what with the weather changing as well, they're just having terrible trouble getting fuel bowsers up to meet units that are doing road marches, and therefore they're just cannibalizing and then just leaving them in situ, probably hoping that they'll be able to recover them at some stage, and the Ukrainians are just rolling over and then picking them up. It's interesting. I've seen Ukrainians using T62s. I was very surprised at that, given the bad press that these tanks have. But the Ukrainians seem to be of the opinion, well, you know, good gun, some armor is better than no armor. And they might be just using it in quieter sectors, maybe gathering them all together for logistics purposes, and then just kind of running them into the ground a little bit till they fall apart, and then probably just chinning them off and getting something a bit better.
Daryl, I'm sure you've got an expert follow-up for this.
Oh no, I'm trying to remember. The T62 had the external tanks on it, right? The two barrels that sit on the back end.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, I've not seen many of them. I've seen very few of them.
And Gunny, do you think it's only oil, or do they also run out of parts?
Yeah, I mean, it could be anything, couldn't it? It could be diesel, it could be the other petrol oils and lubricants that the vehicles need. The engine hatches up. I'm trying to remember from. It's been a while since I saw a video, but I think the fuel filler cap is under the armored housing at the back. So I think you've actually got to raise up the decking to top it up. So the fact that a lot of the time the engine hatches seem to be up either indicates there's a mechanical problem with them, which would be quite surprising, because I think they use water-cooled diesels, so the coolant shouldn't be an issue. Or, as I say, they're having some kind of breakdown and they're just siphoning off fuel to another wagon and then just kind of leaving it there, really, without even bothering to destroy it in place.
I want you to think about this. The weather's cold. They may be low on fuel. If they shut that engine down in these temperatures, it's going to be very, very hard to get that thing crunked back up. because, you know, most diesels, like here in the States, in the wintertime, you leave diesels running just because you don't need that engine to seize up just because it's too cold, and it just takes forever to get them cranked back up. I've seen where you had to start fires to get the air warm enough to crank an engine with. And so, you know, that's one of the things that, you know, may be happening is the temperatures drop. They have to shut down the engine because they're low on fuel. They get the fuel, but can't get the engine cranked up because it's not warm enough. The air isn't warm enough for it to crank right back over. They may not have glow plugs in the air boxes or something, or the glow plugs may be bad or gone, rated, taken off on another kit. So, I mean, there's things like that. Just that small of an item can actually cause you more problems than you really need on the battlefield.
Thanks, Daryl. Oh, Wendy, please go ahead.
Thanks, Ben. I was just going to ask Daryl and Gunny a question that they might be able to answer for us. So recently we've seen a consistently high number of personnel losses for the Russians, but a smaller number of mechanized losses, a smaller number of vehicle losses. So is this indicative of some kind of change of strategy, or are they running out of equipment? Because I mean, they've been attacking places like Pavlivka and Bakhmut for months, and there seems to be nobody in that army who does, you know, like Colonel Schneider of the 5th Rangers did on D-Day. You know, he was meant to land with A and B companies at the Veerville Draw, Dog Green sector, but instead he landed them on Dog Whites, you know, because he saw A and B companies get massacred there. Nobody in that army seems to be doing, seems to be able to have this approach. And basically that's two questions. Apologies for that. Yeah, I mean, why are we seeing less vehicle losses? Number one. And number two, do you think they have any decision making within that armed forces?
Yeah, I mean, I still think the conscripts are designed as speed bumps. I still think they're pulling as many mechanized units back as far as possible to reconstitute and reform. They're depending on the mud and dumbfuck conscripts in trenches to slow the Ukrainians down. And the units that have been absolutely put through the mangle are going to be given time to rest and recover, probably incorporate the more capable conscripts, so the ones who got military service behind them, the ones who did their time within the past sort of 5-10 years, maybe the really old ones from rifle regiments from, you know, sort of 1990, and go down that way. And the fat, the stupid, and the ancient will just be stuck in trenches with a few AKs and RPGs and told hold the line. That would be what I would do, to be honest with you. I would just try and slow the Ukrainians up as much as possible, and buy myself time to reform some of my better mechanized units. And at the end of the day, the evacuation from Kherson was carried out with some competence from the sound of it. People won't like that, but it was not the bloodbath that we were all hoping. Personally, I was expecting reports of hundreds of bodies to be drifting down the river. Didn't happen. They did it with some professionalism. Therefore, we can take from that the guy who's now in charge isn't a complete spanner and has a plan in mind and is cracking on with that. And probably he's thinking springtime and the opportunity to go back to, you know, a bit of a war of maneuver. But he needs to buy himself time. He needs to slow the Ukrainians up to give those units with the more advanced T-72s, the T-80s, etc., time to you know, absorb the new recruits, do some local training, and hopefully get them up to speed a little bit.
Cheers, Gunny. Yeah.
I've got a slide for Johnny, but for later. But Wendy, please go ahead. I'm sorry. Just right here.
Cheers, Gunny. Daryl, what's your take on this?
Oh, fire, Wendy. I'm right. I got my hands full.
Understood, mate. So, Gunny, there's just a total lack of decision making in this force, isn't there? I mean, they keep attacking the same places. Those infantry are going to be walking past ditches full of dead bodies killed by, you know, an assortment of different ways and from different directions. The streets and those avenues of attack that they're pursuing week after week, they're lined with the bodies of Muscovite dead soldiers. So, I mean, it's logical to assume, isn't it, that there's no one there who's saying, there's no way I'm sending my soldiers down that path. There's no way I'm sending my soldiers down that road. Like Colonel Schneider at Omaha Beach, there's no one actually in that structure who can say, sorry, boss, this ain't happening.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, Wendy, it worked from before, and then 50 years ago, didn't it? The Germans got within binocular sight of the Kremlin, but was stopped by two things. One, the weather, phenomenally bad weather even for that part of the world, and two, the constant attacks, just constant. You know, sometimes arm in arm, running across minefields, no weapons at all, just constant day after day, one in the morning, one at lunchtime, one in the evening, throw people at it. Units just, you know, you read accounts from Panzer Grenadiers, bodies stacked 3-4 high, and then another wave coming. So the Russians don't have a lot of stuff, but one thing they do have is memory. And to them, since it worked back then, you just keep throwing stuff at the Ukrainians, slow them down, throw 3 attacks at them a day. If they're repelling these attacks, they're not in a position to kind of prepare themselves for an offensive operation. That's the way that they will think. You know, they're stupid because this isn't 10 miles west of Moscow in December 1941. The world has moved on from that. But for them, it's a means and a ways of buying time, and they will buy time with people. They don't give a fuck. If you lose a battalion of 300 people, but it buys you 48, 72 hours, they'll take that. They're not bothered about it. If there are Russian dead stacked up across a field, and there are people groaning there, dying of hypothermia, wounded, don't care. No, no fucks given, mate. They'll just keep doing it. And I think that is the plan here. Buy time with blood and flesh, allow them to reconstitute the units that are kind of, they're what they'll regard as their best units. Otherwise, we'd be seeing these conscripts incorporated into regular units, rotated in and out of the line and given time to bed in. A company takes 10 conscripts in. You do a short stint in the line. You do local training when you're on your rest kind of stint from the line, and you try and bring them up so they're semi-useful members of the company, the platoon, and the section. They're not doing that. They're packing these idiots into a trench, chucking some weapon systems at him, no warm weather clothing, no means of supporting themselves, hardly any rations. What does that tell you? They're there to die, but they're there to die constructively. And by constructively, I mean buy time for the next stage of the battle. It's brutal. It's phenomenally brutal. But given their options, yeah, that's probably how I do it. Will this result in some kind of long step back, maybe towards Crimea, like a general withdrawal to the start lines? Yeah, I think so. I think that ready for a defensive battle for Crimea. That would make more sense to me. But they've got to get time, Wendy. They have to get themselves a few weeks breathing space to reform those units ready, because they know the Ukrainians have got this mechanized combat thing down pat, that they're mobile, that ground conditions won't always stop them. And the only way that they can counter that is with their own mechanized units, which were savaged, you know, right up until recently. So it's now time for them.
Hey, Gunny. One of the things that I'm sorry, Ben, Wendy. One of the things that we have to remember, though, the Russians learned very little. They've been stuck in the Donbass before this war. They were stuck there in trench warfare, whether it was by design that they did not move further than what they got, and were able to take with the Ukrainians defend themselves with whatever they had at the time, or they just did not know how they were going to proceed. But in this case, the Ukrainians have more kit. The Russians may tend to go back to what was the play then, but the Ukrainians are saying, no, this ain't 2014, this ain't 2018. We got more, and we're coming. And I just think that the Russians may go back to the old playbook that they had when they were in the Donbass from 2018 on. And they may try to just hold, like you say, hold the line where it is, remain static. But I think it's not going to play well, not at all. They may want to go back to the same old war, but the Ukrainians are not. They are going to proceed as they have throughout this whole battle. So I don't think we're going to see very much difference from the Russians from what they did before.
Thanks, Daryl. Okay, Wendy, what do you say we move on to a few hands and we come back to that discussion with Gunny and Daryl?
It was a great discussion. I mean, Gunny and Daryl are both absolutely right. I mean, with Operation was it Operation Blue, the advancement onto Volgograd, that time was bought by unarmed waves in order to save time to dig anti-tank ditches, and things like this. And it's just as Gunny said, what is this time being freed up for? Is it for to retreat right back to Crimea? Is it for a retreat right back to Melitopol? We'll see. But Daryl and Gunny's points were awesome. And I think the order, the batting order is Nick and Ivana and then John. So Nick, go ahead.
Sure, you know what I'm going to say, Wendy. It's high Mars o'clock. I'm having my high Mars cocktail, and I tweeted a picture of last week. I got hate mail in the form of a snarky direct message telling me that one should never basically serve any beverage whatsoever in a champagne flute, and so I have dug out the vintage coupe glasses with hollow stems, which are excellent for making champagne-based cocktails. You basically put the additional ingredients in the stem and top up with champagne. So it's been a quiet last 2 or 3 days, but I'm certain the high Marses have been working their magic in tactical sectors of the battlefield. So in a tribute to them, that's what I'm having right now.
Looks like half a grapefruit with a cherry stuck in it, Nick. But nice one.
That's merely due to the shape of the glass and the fact it's pink. And while I was going to say if Tom was here, he would talk about priming, but actually he's the clinical psychologist. I'm the social psychologist wannabe, and you are the victim. You are the victim of your brain. It sees a hemispherical shape that's a little bit pink, and it primes you to think about grapefruit. Whereas the cocktail is more sophisticated and delicious, and I'm going to have another one.
Prost. Enjoy. Iona, finally. Okay, before we continue, slow down. You need to teach me how to say your name.
Okay, so it's Iwana. Imagine wanna do and an E before this, Iwana. But I don't mind because I work with foreigners. So my name is anything from Johanna to Ivana to Yona. So it's okay. I have a complicated name. Anyway,
Okay,
I
just
wanted to ask.
allow me to give it just one shot before you continue.
Yes.
Iwana. Iwana.
Yeah, it's perfect. Perfect.
Right.
Thank you, Ben. So I wanted to ask the military experts. So we kind of know the strategy of Russians by now, so it's kind of visible. What can Ukrainians do in order not to allow them to buy this time? Because I think in their mind, the battle for Crimea is a possibility. Otherwise, they wouldn't fortify and build trenches in the north of Crimea. Also, they are building or digging trenches near Belgorod, for God's sake. So they, or, or I don't know, either they feel threatened or just just they do this in order to show the population in Russia that there is a threat. But anyway, what can Ukrainians do in order not to let them buy this time? Thank you.
Gani, Daryl, I guess this one's for you.
When that air assault starts with the HIMARS and other long range artillery, it's going to negate those trenches. It's going to negate a lot of these defensive positions, unless they have done some really good upgrades to their trenching. From what we've seen, it's going to be a bloodlust. We talk about different rounds. When those rounds, that M30, M31, I think it is, A1, when it comes down and it starts spreading flechettes all around the battle space, it's not a ground pit. It's not a ground weapon. It's an air burst. If you're in a trench, it doesn't matter whether you are below the eyesight of the enemy beyond. It's coming from above you. If you're lightly armored, if you are not in a position that's protected by some type of metal, and I'm going to say metal with some thickness, because if anybody's looked and seen the pictures of what the vehicles look like that have been hit with that type of round, it puts pinholes almost all through. It peppers the whole field, and so it may not be a big gaping wound that kills you. It's going to be these little pieces of metal that just go right through you like Swiss cheese. And that's what they're going to be looking like, if they want to fight in the trenches and the Ukrainians have these type of rounds available.
Yeah, I mean, what do you? What the Ukrainian plan is? Who knows? Because we don't know what the actual Russian kind of 3 month to 6 month plan is ourselves. We're just speculating here. So you can say, well, the Ukrainians just need to keep killing them en masse, and the Russians just let the Russians keep sending people forward, and then the Ukrainians could just keep killing them, and then they'll tackle the reformed Russian units as and when they're ready to. I mean, there's mileage in that, because the very best that Russia had was chucked against Ukraine right from the start, and they were bested. Some things went wrong, but there were a lot of reasons for that, and ultimately the proof of the pudding is we are where we are now, which very few of us probably could have predicted when we saw that the first footage of that Ukrainian border guard. How many? I asked myself, at what stage will the Russian population not hit a brick wall with a number of people who are being killed every day? but then it is a population very different from the one in which I exist in. So, you know, not so much a slave state, but it's a different culture. So maybe they can keep absorbing these losses, like people in the DPRK are satisfied with the fact that there are prison camps with 1 million people in them, where stuff goes on that beggars belief. It's really difficult, isn't it? At the minute, it feels, from what we're seeing, which is very limited, like the Ukrainians are on an operational pause. That's what it feels like. I don't know what anyone else thinks, but it feels like this is just a bit of a slow down, keep the pressure on, but slow down. Maybe they're looking at the weather. Long range weather forecasts tend to be, you know, a bit hit and miss, but maybe there's a very substantial cold snap coming shortly, which will harden up the ground nicely to do some kind of operation. Maybe the weather forecast is really bad for the next few weeks, and they're just looking at it and they're going, oh, you know, it's going to be a little bit difficult carrying out ground ops if the weather's going to be this appalling. Who knows? Just at the back of my head, I've got a little warning voice that says, whatever you think might happen based on limited sort of military history knowledge, Ukrainians are probably going to turn that up on its head, shake it vigorously, put squirty cream and chocolate chips on it, and then do something completely mad out the box. And we'll all just be sat here again, shaking our heads, going, how do they do it? You know, this is just, they're rewriting the book of land warfare. So, yeah, no answer, I'm afraid, mate.
I guess one other thing to take into consideration is that the Ukrainian army is not fixed. It's evolving. It has new capabilities coming in line, new troops, new material. When, like for instance, Vinny, do you have any idea when the next 10,000 troops trained in England are coming back? Because that could be anytime soon. So that's suddenly 10,000 more men to put on the field, well trained, rested, probably well geared up, and that changes plans quite a lot. That opens a new front. That opens really new possibilities. So yeah, the probably maybe the Russians would have a chance against an evolving Ukrainian army, but it is not the case. 2 cents. All right. Gunnar, you wanted to add something to this?
Yeah, I think the thing with the training pipeline, don't look at it in terms of huge numbers of people coming in, huge numbers of people then returning to Ukraine and getting dropped into unit. There's a lot more. It's a training pipeline, so you have different classes coming through. So, you know, maybe one class is at week 4, one class is at week 3, a couple of classes are at week 2. So it will be a constant feed. Bring them in, start the training course, and then return them. I think as well there'll be different courses as people's specialty branch comes up. So you might do basic infantry course, and then I think we'll be sending them off on SME, subject matter expert courses, and they'll be doing cadres maybe in a different UK military training area. So yeah, you'll have your basic infanteers course. They'll need training after that, don't forget. You know, 4, 8, 12 weeks course doesn't make you an infantryman. Infantrymen are really, really professional, well-trained individuals who have to take in a vast amount of job knowledge. They're not grunts anymore. They're, you know, they are very well-trained people. So they will need to go back to Ukraine probably, and then be given some additional training, probably by their unit, when the unit's off the line, to bring them up to speed. Now, the Ukrainians will be really good at that because their philosophy will be the same as any professional army. If I'm getting 10 replacements in, great, they've had basic training. I now need to get them up to the next level. I've got my veterans, I've got my boys and girls who are experienced. I've got these guys who know the right end of a rifle, have done some marksmanship, who know, you know, paired fire and maneuver, a little bit of close quarters battle, building, clearing, all that good stuff. I need to bring them up to the next stage now so that I can use them fully, and they've got a better than evens chance of surviving first contact. So that there'll be a bit of that. There might be some guys who they're training up who are actually going to go to an artillery unit, and we might pack them off to a different unit to do some additional courses. You know, maybe anything, forward air controller, medical, radar technicians, a little bit of training with REME, Royal Electrical Mechanical Engineers for vehicle maintenance, all that kind of thing. So yeah, don't think of it in terms of big batches. Just think of it in terms of a continuous training pipeline with people kind of constantly being fed through the training cadres and then going back to Ukraine, being incorporated into the units, and then those units doing additional training ready for, you know, when they actually take them into that first contact.
Okay, thank you for this correction. That makes a much more lifelike image of the situation, but I don't think it changes the main picture, which is that the Ukrainian army of 6 months from now won't be the Ukrainian army from today. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, what does it boil down to? The Russians are grabbing people, giving them a rifle and 20 rounds, letting them fire them off into the air, and then sending them into contact. And the Ukrainians have a established training pipeline now, multinational, where volunteers are being taken in, given fast track course in basic soldiering, then probably some additional training in badge specialization, then going back to unit, that unit giving them additional training. A professional army versus an army just using people as bullet sponges. That's it. The only issue is one side has more bullet sponges than the other. How that's going to pan out over the next few weeks, well, we can say with certainty there's going to be a hell of a lot of fatalities on one side, not so many on the other. And will it pay off for the Russians? Who knows? It's, you know, no one's going to predict how this goes. But on the face of it, it looks very, very good. If you're a Ukrainian who's decided, oh, it's time for me to do my bit, you're going to be getting the best training in the world, and then you're going to be handed back to your army, which is rapidly proving itself to be one of the most professional in the world. And on the other hand, you're being given a really crap uniform, a rusty AK, being pointed to a trench that looks like a sewage pit, and being told hold the line. So, you know, picks your branch, takes your chance, as we used to say.
Very fair. Dungeon, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. I should have put my hand down because I had exactly the same question as Iwana. So I don't know if you can add anything, but do you feel that, or is there any sign that Ukraine is playing along with that supposed game or plan that Russia have? But I guess we don't know. If you, Gunny, can see such a plan on the Russian side, I'm sure Ukrainian staff can see the same thing, plan accordingly, I guess. Just rambling, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? That's the problem, isn't it? We come up on the space, we speculate, we give our best opinion based on area specialty or you know, gut feeling or whatever. But at the evening prayers tonight, Ukrainian force commanders will be either, you know, teleconferencing or actually, you know, sat in the command room, and they will know what's happening. They will know through various means what the Russian plan is or what they suspect it is, and they'll be tailoring the operational plan accordingly. Absolutely no doubt about that, because we know Russian communication security is appalling. Personal security is appalling. They're in disarray. They have someone who is seemingly much more competent, but he's inherited all the problems that really unscrewed his predecessors: bad communications, badly trained units, lack of coordination, and he'll be cobbling together an operational plan. But he'll also be aware that there isn't much that he can do or say that someone isn't going to hear about, and give that back to the Ukrainians. So yeah, we'll just have to sit and just see how this pans out. I don't even know what the long range weather forecast is. It might be worth people just having a look actually, and seeing.
December
I think the weather is going to play a much bigger part in this now, and a prolonged cold snap or a prolonged fairly warmish but wet season will impact accordingly on what the Ukrainians maybe do next, and of course how the Russians react to that.
Yeah, again, I looked at Luhansk actually on my phone, and already now it's freezing nights, and from next week it will be freezing both during the day and the night. So, I mean, if that's correct, then game on, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I know nothing about winter warfare, but I would assume if you know, if any of you good Scandinavian folk listening, if you look at a section of line and it's held by a battalion of very badly equipped people and the temperature's absolutely awful, you know, do you do a recce in the morning and find out that a third of them are dead or dying in the trenches from hypothermia and think, you know what, too good an opportunity to miss and launch a lightning operation? I don't know.
Thank you. Erland, are you patient or not? Okay, fantastic. Gunny, I'd like to ask you exactly the same question as Bon John, but slightly differently. What does it tell you that the Ukrainians have left the Russians' retreat from Kherson without trying hard to destroy them? Is that a sign that they're in for a long game or not? Oh, sorry, Wendy, you have something to add to this?
Oh, thanks, Ben. I just wanted to add that that Thomas Tyner, who we have had as a regular guest on Sundays, did a bit of a thread about this, and completely agreeing with what Gunny said, of course. There is an expected loss rate for the Muscovites, and yeah, it's going to be a consistent loss rate due to hypothermia and general exposure. You know, so it's yeah, it's obviously going to be an issue. I might stick that in the nest.
Cheers. Gunny, do you remember my question, or should I ask it again?
Yeah, you know, I don't know. Was there an impromptu on the quiet deal? You want this city back? We can't hold it, but we will destroy it utterly and force you to fight every inch, or we pull back relatively unhindered. I don't know. Would the Ukrainians sign up to that? Would it be worth them just letting the Russians pull out for the sake of saving a city and, more importantly, the people in it? I don't know. I can see it. Maybe the withdrawal was quite sort of fast, well organized, and the Ukrainians weren't quite prepared for the Russians to do the evac so quickly and, on the face of it, fairly professionally. And they were a little bit suspicious, you know, what's going on here, what are they up to, and decided not to pursue it. I don't know, mate. I can't tell you.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks a lot. Erland, thank you for being patient.
Oh yeah, I have two things. One is to the thing about exploiting the Russians dying of hypothermia during the night, and I guess in some cases that might be a solution or an idea, or definitely something that they can exploit in the way that the opponent is weakened. But you better treat every trench as there is someone in there that wants to kill you anyways, right? So it's very difficult to judge. Another thing is that this is not going to create necessarily a collapse of the whole front in one day if everyone dies of hypothermia in the first line, because the people that are suffering the most in the Russian lines are probably the ones in the first, second line, which doesn't have a roof over their head and can heat themselves. The guys in the back probably threw some civilians out of their house and robbed them from their home and are burning all their furniture and their stoves in order to keep themselves warm. How long that is going to hold out, I don't know. But I want to go a little bit back to the previous part of the conversation where we talked about numbers of dying soldiers, etc., on the Russian side. And funny enough, today or yesterday, I think an article came out from Medusa. I know that Medusa is not necessarily reliable, but sometimes they have been. And it states that the Russian MOD expects that 100,000 of the conscripts will die during this winter, and they're just going to call up, and they're prepared to call up another 100,000 to replace them. And that is calculated from the MOD in Russia. And I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. Maybe not 100,000 dead, but casualties in some sort. And it's hard to see from what we see on social media, Telegram, maps, etc., how many people are actually embedded in trenches along the front line. But I guess that amount will go up the further the Ukrainians push, and the harder they push, because the Russians needs to put more soldiers out in the trenches to hold the line. So it is in favor for the Ukrainians to push when the weather is bad. And I've been saying this since August, I think, since we started talking about winter uniforms in the summer. I think that I wouldn't be surprised if we read in 5 years' time that during the winter, half of the dead soldiers on the Russian side died because of lack of food or hypothermia.
That's pleasant. That's very pleasant. Yeah, that's absolutely awful. Erland, one of the questions from I think, was it Wendy, deserves a little bit of digging. It's the one of night fighting during the winter. I guess it gets absolutely stupidly cold. Does it change everything? Is it easier? Is it absolutely impossible because, I don't know, the snow and the light and whatnot? Or can you tell us a bit more about night fighting in the winter?
Okay, so first, let's pretend that no one has any night vision or thermals. In general, I preferred to conduct operations, and I'm still referring to exercises during the night in the winter, mainly because the temperature dropped so drastically that you didn't get wet. Because if you get wet, moving around is really terrible, and especially standing around is really terrible. And in the night, especially in these areas, we're probably not going to see any rain or wetness when we're talking about the northeastern parts there. The temperatures are well below zero in the night there. And if you look at the historical weather maps, it tends to stay that way during the majority of the winter. So in general, just the movement and conducting at least offensive operations, patrol duty is preferable during night due to just physical conditions. Because in the day, even if you have 20 minus in the night, in certain areas you might encounter high pressure zones where temperature rises momentarily and it rains, and you don't want to wade around in the snow in these conditions. It's really not preferable. Then when it comes to night vision and thermals, actually both night vision goggles, just normal night vision goggles with we call them light enhancement kits, are more effective in the snowy winter conditions, especially during the cold, than they are in summer. Much to do with the contrast of the snow and also air humidity, which tends to fog up when you use night vision. It blurs everything when you have foggy or a lot of humidity in the air. But if it snows, then the question is totally the opposite. If it's a heavy snowfall, then the night vision goggles are terrible. If you have thermals, which will be a luxury for most of these soldiers, fighting in the night is, well, I wouldn't say that the fighting itself is an advantage, but especially it's good for people who are conducting recon patrol or sniping duty or normal sentry duty. But I don't know about the specifics. I think they have a lack of both good night vision and good thermals on both sides, and especially on the Russian side. So I don't know if this is going to be a driving force in this thing, but it will probably be more an SOF thing, and I think it can be into the Ukrainians' advantage, especially because they get the better equipment. I hope I answered something in my monologue.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So it changes the how do you say, the equation, but it doesn't transform everything either. Thanks a lot.
I want to add that it gets a lot more quiet in the night in the winter, and that's an element to. You need incredibly strict sound and light discipline in the winter.
You're saying this for me? I'm speaking too much? Okay, well, joke aside, you had your hand up actually at one point, and but you answered my question gallantly. So I wanted to know if you had a point yourself or something to add.
Now, my point was about this article in Medusa. So if anyone has a comment on that, I would be pleased.
100,000. Well, mathematically, it's a big ask, because that would basically mean that the loss rate would increase almost fourfold. That's a lot. And but how many soldiers do they have? Like, we can assume that they're going to have 300,000 men transiting, maybe 400,000 men transiting through the front line during the 3 months of the heavy winter. That means a loss rate of 1/4. If it is possible, if it was the case, and if the army still stood, that would probably be an absolute miracle. But yeah, this is just statistics. There's no actual knowledge behind it. Okay, I think Awana, whom I know for liking this sort of brain teaser, has probably something to add to this.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to say that during the last month, approximately, according to Ukrainian sources, 20,000 Russian soldiers died. So if we consider winter the next 4 months, 20,000, maybe even more if the conditions are even harsher. It doesn't seem like really unbelievable. So it may be close to reality. Of course, I don't want so many people to die, but again, they are Russians. So, and the Russians seems to treat the human resource like being infinite. There is no limitation to what they can mobilize, at least in their heads. But we have seen that the first mobilization wave did not go really so well as expected, and now people are even more paying even more attention to mobilization efforts. Um, can somebody comment upon this? How this can be done? Because I think they will finally arrive to the end of the possible recruits. Even if Russia is a big country, and myself, I previously I argued that they will not run out of men. But again, it seems that mobilizations don't go great in Russia.
Yeah, there's multiple moving parts there. All right. All right. Let's try to rejoin the order. I think Charles was first. If any one of you wants to raise a different subject, please give me a sign and I'll go to you after. Otherwise, I'll go through the numbers. All right. So, Charles, contribution.
Hi.
Please go ahead.
Good evening, Ben. Yeah, I just heard the comment about the long range weather forecast. I think it was it Gunny? I think was talking about it. Yeah, and the weather, and I just wanted to add a couple thoughts on this topic. And one is I don't really expect any kind of offensive push right now. I think mostly because of the mud. They wouldn't be able to exploit any gain, even if the soldiers are clearly suffering. They're going to be suffering next week. They're going to be suffering next month. Just let them suffer and die. In terms of reconnaissance, I mean, they're just going to do that with drone, like they're doing it now. So I don't think we'll be looking at too many like reconnaissance patrols. There will be little attacks here and there, I think. But when I'm looking at the forecast and the phases of the moon, we're sort of looking at like a period of about, I don't know, 8 to 10 days, something like that, before things start to improve for offensive operations. The precipitation should drop down, which also the temperature will drop, and the moon will become fuller. To the night operations, I loved what Erlen said about the snow. Night vision goggles are completely worthless in the snow. I hated using them in the snow. But I also don't see a whole lot of night attacks either. One topic I think is, the Ukrainians don't have a bunch of these. And also there is, even with fuller moon phases, I don't know if that really helps, but they're dealing with a lot of mines and tripwires and things like that. I'm not sure. I don't think we've seen too many night operations so far, even in the summer and in the fall. I don't think we're going to see an increase of them. But if with a fuller moon, you do have a bit more opportunity to do it. But I think the main thing is as we see the Russians starting to build defenses in depth. Very great thread from Defmon today, geolocating the second line of trenches around Svatove. The Ukrainians are going to have to, when they resume real maneuver operations, once they make an initial thrust, they're going to have to try to kind of race the Russians to the second line. They'll already be manned by some Russians, but they don't want to just take a bunch of half-frozen conscripts and then stop. I think they would like to make bigger gains than that. So this is all speculation on my side, but I don't expect too much because of the mud at the moment, not so much the status of the soldiers on the Russian side, because that's just going to continue to get worse. No rush there.
Thanks a lot. Wendy, please go ahead.
Thanks, Ben. Good to see you up, Charles. I just thought I'd just chime in on Ivana and Erlen's point just really quickly, because there is, of course, no way of knowing how many are left for mobilization within the Muscovy. But you know, that article could be ostensibly true in that they can be replaced because they are too weak. They're the 20 minuters, and it could, on the face of it, be true. But the effect that this is having on the morale of the soldiers who are being sent there after 2 weeks of training, there has been a little bit of evidence that they're not particularly happy with walking down roads where there's piles of Muscovite dead everywhere. And as we discussed in the last couple of hours, they just keep going down the same roads towards Bakhmut or Pavlivka. They don't change strategy. There is no Colonel Schneider leading the 5th Rangers in into Dog Green, and he says, I'm not wasting my battalion there, and he sticks them on Dog White instead. There's obviously some pushback here in terms of how these 2 weekers are feeling, because the Georgian Legion has just posted recently that regular Mobics are so mad at their officers / Kadrovites who are staying far from action that they are selling either the coordinates of command centers to the Ukrainians, or they're selling confirmation about whether hits were successful. So yeah, that's quite interesting news.
Thanks,
All right. Dryfly, you've had your hand up a while. Welcome.
Hi, I thought I would throw in some comments on winter weather, being that I come from a place that's so similar to the Ukraine steppes. I live on the American Midwest. I've told you guys a million times, in southern Minnesota, and the mud here is every bit as bad as you'll see in Ukraine. And I could tell you that the weather isn't going to be cold enough for a while to freeze mud solid. I was looking at the weather reports too, and put it all into Celsius that you guys can understand. It looks like it's going to be a solid week before it's going to consistently go below zero. That isn't going to freeze mud. I mean, mud is going to be mud. And I'm looking in my front yard right now as I'm speaking, and that is my front yard. My front yard is mud. And a little bit of grass, but the grass is brown and the dogs have been running around, and I've been doing some work, and it is just mud and it is soft. And I would not want to run a tank over it. I can tell you that. It would go pretty damn deep. How cold does it really have to be and how long? I'm guessing that it has to consistently go below probably 3 to 4 degrees Celsius consistently, 24 hours, no warm up during the sunlight. Because if it gets up around zero and the sun is shining, there'll be enough heat in that ground to thaw the surface and actually thaw it pretty far down. And the other thing about mud that's really a problem, and I've been stuck as a kid when I used to go four-wheeling, is that the damn stuff is slow to freeze. It actually is slower to freeze than water, because even though it doesn't have the convection that you get with water, the conductivity, thermal conductivity is just terrible. So if you want to get really solid frozen down into the ground, I mean, it just takes time. And here where I live, I mean, it gets frozen down into the ground. It easily freezes a meter into February. But by this time of year, it's not even 2 inches. I mean, it's soft because we're having the same weather they have. Now, if you get a foot of snow on top of thawed ground, it may not freeze for a month, not solid. It'll freeze the first couple, maybe the first 5 centimeters or, 1/10 of a meter, something like that, but it isn't going to freeze deep enough. So I'm certain that the Ukrainian military is looking at that. And the last thing in the world they want to do is do an offensive that they break through and they get stuck in mud, and then everybody's trapped, because they'll just be sitting ducks for the Russians. Even as bad as the Russians are, they won't do it. Looking at the weather report, and I pulled up both long-term trend for Zaporizhia and for Kharkiv, thinking that that's kind of the sector that it'll be. Zaporizhia doesn't look like it's going to get very cold at all for the next 10 days, just a little bit below zero. Up by Kharkiv, it'll get more significant. About a week from now, you may have 3, 4, 5 days in a row where it's going to be 3, 4 degrees below 0 Celsius. You may start seeing some freezing. So north of Savate, I think you could potentially see some activity if the weather permits. And it may explain why the Russians are so frantically putting in their second lines of defense there, is that they're likely to need them there sooner. And I will listen to what others have to say.
Thanks, Dryfly. Then John.
Yeah, thanks. Just to what Juana was saying about the mobilization. I remember what General Pekatova was saying, that the Russians don't have a system for mobilization. They don't have a plan for it. Meaning they don't have any database saying who's trained on what and so on. So that would probably still be a problem for them. Meaning they have the names and they can call them up, but I mean that's a lot of people to arrange on site and send them to the right place. So probably have to train them from scratch. Just a thought. And to Dryfly, this is kind of a joke, but a tenth of a meter we call a decimeter in the SI system. Thanks.
Excuse me, I missed that.
A decimeter, that's a tenth of a meter, a decimeter.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Anyway, the point is it'll be interesting to see what happens. Oh, another thing I was going to add, people are talking about these fortifications, and I was on Twitter today with another guy in another area, and everyone's freaking out about these second lines of defense and third lines and these dragon's teeth. And one of the things I think we have to realize that, yeah, they could be useful. They may even function, but some of this is, I would call it disinformation for the West. In other words, Putin is signaling that he's not giving up. These ploys may be as much functional as they are messages to the West that I'm not going to sell out cheap. And if you think that we're just going to roll over and go away like we did in Kherson, you're wrong. We won't. We're here. We're stuck. We're going to be here, and we're going to fight all the way to the edge of Crimea. So don't think we're going to get off light. I don't think that's going to have any impact on Ukraine, but I could easily see the Germans and the French getting wobbly knees over the thought that this thing could drag, to gusts. And the message they're sending is that it will. I will pull up the reserves. I will pull up hundreds of thousands of conscripts if I need to, and we will dig in every inch. You will not get this back. And I would. In Europe have to say about that, because I think that's going to be part of their ploy. It may work as far as a military strategy, I don't know, but I think from a psychological strategy, I think it's actually pretty smart if they're doing it. And I'll listen.
Thank you, Dryfly. All right, Nick, tell us more about those grapefruits.
Pardon? The grapefruits, the High Mars cocktail.
Yep, was it?
A couple of weeks ago, I was making a French 75 cocktail, named after a field gun of the late 19th century, and so called because it packed a punch. And I varied on it a little bit, not a huge amount. And it occurred to me that what is the 21st century equivalent of being hit extremely hard by a piece of artillery, and so I decided we needed a High Mars cocktail. And I posted this for a couple of weeks, and I put a photo up of one of these, a pair of them. I do treat my wife to one as well, and it was in a flute, a champagne flute, which is what for very many years now has been the default glass for serving sparkling wine, because it's the opposite of the old-fashioned coupe. And I got some what passes on MriyaReport for hate mail. I got a direct message saying that I shouldn't use flutes ever. So today I dug out the excuse me, antique champagne coupes that I inherited from my my parents, who in turn inherited them down several generations. And the interesting, the reason why champagne was originally drunk in a coupe, so that I have been told, the big wide glass you can get your whole hand under, is that champagne, when it was first brought to Paris, and again, Ben, please leap in and correct me on this because I'm only an immigrant, former immigrant to France, is that Parisians regarded the bubbles in champagne almost as a bug. And by having the flat, wide coupe glass, you got rid of the bubbles faster. And précisément, because these days we like the bubbles in our champagne, that's why we have the flute glasses, the vertical flute glasses, which reduces the surface area through which the bubbles can be lost. The other thing about hollow stemmed.
Nick, thanks very much for all this information. I think that we've got a couple of people who want to continue the conversation that we're having.
I'm sorry, I didn't. I thought I was invited. I thought I was being invited. I thought there was a lull to the amusement of Dutch people in the conversation. I was being invited to fill space like I did earlier. If there is some actual Ukraine-related discussion, I will close my microphone immediately.
No, yep. Thanks a lot. We'll come back to you for the next hello. But yeah, there's a bit of chit chat still to be had with, for instance, Gunny.
Yeah, I mean, if you have cocktails in anything other than a pint glass, you're just doing it wrong, aren't you? You're just silly little glasses where you got to get up every 10 minutes to remake the cocktail. Do it in a pint glass. What's wrong with you, man? Christ. Yeah, just looking at the weather. So I went back. I had a couple of look at memoirs of German panzer commanders out on the Eastern Front. It seems, and this is just running purely off their accounts, regarding the ground freezing, it seems it can vary depending on what the state of the ground is, i.e. so if you've got a dirt track that has been used a lot by vehicles and is thoroughly churned up, they were saying that the ground started to freeze kind of -6 or below, and you needed a good period of time for that to firm up, for it to make it more passable to anything but tracked vehicles. Untouched ground, i.e. if they were maneuvering across fields and things, it was a lot better. The other thing that the memoirs mention is the fact that fairly insubstantial variations in temperature in winter could take what appeared to be well frozen mud and then absolutely trash it in a period of 24 hours and turn it into a sea of mud and make it virtually impassable. And then they'd be back to tracked vehicles towing wheeled vehicles. So however, what's really interesting is that footage of a Ukrainian UAV dropping a fragmentation grenade onto a shell scrape that had about 6-7 Russians in it. Now, none of them were moving. They all looked like they were DOSed down. There was some really interesting granular facts about that. Apart from their kit didn't look particularly great, and they were sleeping. None of them were in DOS bags, i.e. sleeping bags. It was bright daytime, so clearly they decided to get some Zeds in during daylight hours. But look at how they reacted. A frag grenade went off in the middle of them. 2 moved. 1 was probably dead, and the rest were just shuffling around as though they were absolutely trolleyed. And I think that's hypothermia. I think that was a shell scrape full of people who were probably borderline unconscious, and a fragmentation grenade went off in amongst them the movement, you'd expect them all to jump up like jackrabbits, the ones that weren't dead, and leg it in all directions. Nope. No, little bit of crawling, little bit of rolling around, and just lethargy. So I think they were hypothermic and, as I say, borderline unconscious. And it's not even begun to get really, really cold yet. And that's an interesting sign. Throw in all the problems that they'll have with malnutrition, poor physical health before they're even called up. It's going to be horrendous. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing accounts of entire sections and platoons being found, dead one morning, and they'll just stack them like firewood. The snow will cover them. They'll just leave them there, and then they'll just bring in the next lot. I think when the snows melt in the spring, it's going to be pretty unpleasant. And if the lines stay as they are, then you're going to have to throw in all the diseases that come along with dead bodies decomposing in trenches, because they won't be clearing the bodies away. So you're going to have the sickness, you're going to have disease on top of the hypothermia and the sanitation. Because let's face it, they're not going to be digging proper latrines or anything. They're just going to be crapping in the corner of a trench. So, yeah, it's thousands upon thousands dying. I think that's probably realistic.
Yeah, that video is absolutely amazing. Erland, you're making big signs. Do you want to contribute?
Yeah, I saw the same video, and I've seen that in the recruits several times, and especially the reaction to the explosion, which is so delayed and well, non-existent, is exactly what happens when you're in hypothermic shock. I've seen it several times, and that looks like that. I can't judge exactly what's the reason because I wasn't there, but that's how it looks like.
Thank you. Talking about cold subjects, maybe we can move to Fella, who I've been told knows about snow and icicles.
I'm also an expert as well. I used to live in an Eskimo village on the Arctic Ocean, far north of Alaska, for a while. If I may jump in, yeah, man.
No, wait. Yep. Just give us a second. I think Fella was actually, well, first he was first, and secondly, I called him on him, and thirdly, I think he's got military
Yes, sir.
experience,
My bad.
so we can move to that, and then we'll definitely go to you. Fella, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, and hello everybody. So greetings from Finland. Yeah, there was mentioning General Toveri. He's commenting now. He's a retired general in the military intelligence. So I think he knows what he's talking about. And we have also Colonel Martti Kari, who is very much expert on the Russian issue, basically also military intelligence background. So you know our situation, that our potential adversary is the only one, and this is the same one that is attacking Ukraine also at the moment. So couple of points on the mobilization. You see the Russian kind of theatrics, meeting the mothers or so-called mothers of conscripts, and this seems to be, it's kind of like a KGB style scripted thing that they were actors actually, but this used to be the phenomenon in Russia that the mothers are the conscience of the nation, but now it seems it is completely being perverted. So I would imagine that the Russians normally they understand this kind of propaganda move, so they will not take it as granted. But then there is also the question of war hysteria, that the people, because of the mobilization and what the Russian experts say, like Soldatov and also Khodorkovsky, they say that because of the mobilization, the regime in Moscow, in Kremlin, it forces the people, because mobilization is basically anybody can have a knock at the door. So because when the war started, regular Russians, especially in the cities, they said that this is not my affair. You know, some people in countryside villages in nowhere, they will be affected, but I will not be affected. But when the mobilization came, everybody can basically accept expect a knock on the door. So this is the issue, and the message from Putin, what I took, that I think everybody sees that is completely like a facade and a lie, saying that he cares about these mothers or something, so-called mothers. But my point is, what he said and what was very chilling was he said that let these guys die for the mother Russia and not die of drinking vodka. So I interpret, my understanding, 40 years of following Russia, is that he doesn't care about the casualties, and he wants to send message to West and Ukrainians that we don't care. We have people. This is always the Russian monologue, is that we have people. We maybe don't have equipment. We don't have this and that, but we have people. But what is very surprising for me is the apparent lack of winter equipment. And this is what I find, because normally there is all kind of mistakes and corruption and bad organization and this kind of, like chaos in the Russia that we see. But at least they are used to the winter, like us in Scandinavia or Nordic countries. They survive in the winter. So I find it a little bit hard to believe that somebody would provide them winter equipment. In other means, because of the huge corruption in the military establishment, they of course so equipment situation is very bad. But anyway, but then the morale seems to be low. But we should never underestimate them. But one thing what General Milley said, I think, was completely wrong, and I don't trust General Milley, the chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, very much, because he said,
fella.
Yes.
I know that you Finns usually don't speak much, and once in a while you open the dam and it all goes in one go. Can you shelf the question of General Milley for the moment, and we stay on the question of war, winter warfare, and mobilization, and how they interact, and then we'll cycle back to the other side of the question. You cool with this?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so Milley said that he was actually saying that Ukrainians should consider negotiations, but
fella,
yes,
we'll go to General Milley and whatever other stupidity he said very soon.
You want the winter things only?
Well, yeah. Let's try to keep it organized, and then we'll change the subject. So thank you very much for your contribution. We'll go straight back to you. Okay. The world peace. You had something to say about Eskimos. All right. Let's try to keep it relevant to the present conflict, to the present war.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, good morning, comrades, wherever you guys are. I know this is a safe community, people, all colors, creeds, and religions from around the world. We're talking about the war on Ukraine, and yeah, what Russia's doing is absolutely horrible, man. But a little more on the winter side of things. I used to live in an Eskimo village on the Arctic Ocean, far north of Alaska, which ironically enough used to be owned by Russia, that territory. And living in the Eskimo village, it was probably negative 20 degrees Fahrenheit almost every day. And I don't know what that translates to in Celsius. If anyone can do the math really quick, it'd be appreciated. But essentially, it's so cold outside. It's so cold outside that you can't be exposed for more than a couple of hours at a time, and its movement is slow, and resources and supplies are scarce, and they move slow, and it's more of a mental game in the wintertime, because you gotta like keep your lungs warm, and frostbite is but winter is nothing new to the people of Ukraine, and winter is nothing new to the people of Russia. And so I'm afraid that perhaps we might see an increase in violence and death and destruction rather than a a moment of peace, you know. But yeah, I appreciate you guys letting me talk. The Eskimo village is, long story short, in the wintertime, the sun's always down, and in the summer, it's always up. And it's just
Hi, World Peace. Hi, sir. Thanks for coming up to the space. Did I hear you correctly that you fear an increase in violence?
Yes, I believe the situation will get escalated as time progresses, as it has been. I think the situation in Ukraine has gotten worse since Russia invaded, and I fear the situation is getting more worse if what I'm listening in this space is correct.
Sure. Well, you're listening to the right place for the latest information on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. How can an invasion and genocide and war crimes get worse? Do you see where I'm coming from? Russia invaded Ukraine with
My
the
biggest fear
explicit intention of committing
nuclear war.
genocide.
My
Okay.
biggest
Well,
fear
look.
is nuclear war.
Okay. Well, you see, that one's been put to bed, hasn't it? Because when you call the bluff of a dictator who consistently threatens such extreme action and continues to threaten when people call his bluff to the extent that these threats lack potency, then we should be in favor of the brave people who are resisting this dictator's invasion. We should stand up and tell our politicians and tell those around us just how inspirational the people of Ukraine are. Wouldn't you agree with me, World Peace? I'll sign your petition if you agree.
Yes, sir. I agree 1,000%. And I apologize if I seem a little distracted. I'm driving, but I had the privilege of meeting with some Ukraine refugees in Paris a couple of weeks ago. I live in San Francisco right now, but I was traveling in Europe. And yeah, I'm as an American, I know I'm fed a lot of propaganda. I know I'm indoctrinated, and I might not be educated as some other people, but damn it, my heart is with the people of Ukraine, and I'm so sad to hear that things keep getting worse, and it's hard to imagine they get any worse than what they have already. You know what I mean? But here we are. It's getting worse.
Yeah,
Sad.
yeah, it's already been worse for the people of Bucha, Borodianka, Mariupol, where great, terrible war crimes have happened. The good news is that Ukrainians are resisting this genocide, and they're doing so in a way which is exemplary to
My older
the free
brother
world.
is married. My older brother is married to a beautiful Ukrainian woman, and she, my sister-in-law, has been. I mean, to convey what my opinion is of her suffering, she has been crying every day because the places she grew up in and knew as a little girl destroyed, and a lot of her family and friends are dying out there, and it's really hitting home to me. And I just want to say I'm sending love to all you guys.
Thank you. Well, peace. Right. Yeah, contacting your elected representatives is, I'm sure we all agree, absolutely vital in supporting Ukraine and continuing this international wave of solidarity in support of their lives. Prince, welcome up.
Hello, Wendy. Good to see you today. Good to see everybody else today. Good morning, good evening. Happy cocktail hour to Nick. You always bring us such interesting cocktails. It's something that I look forward to on the weekends. I wanted to go back to something that Gunny said about the end of winter and when the snow melts and all of the bodies are found and diseases spread and things like that. And then go back to, let's remember Mariupol and what happened in the early months of the war, because that exact scenario happened in Mariupol when the winter thawed and the snow melted. There was a huge problem with finding bodies that had not been buried well or had just ended up under the snow. And there was a huge, and probably still is, a huge problem with cholera and other things like that. And we've heard issues of cholera and things like that in other areas of Ukraine. So I just wanted to highlight what Gunny said, because it is going to be a problem. It already has been a problem that we've seen in Ukraine. And it's not going to be pretty. We know that it wasn't pretty in the early months of the war when it happened, and it's not going to be pretty when it happens this time either. But it may be more far spread than an area such as MriyaReport, which was awful in itself. But anyway, I just wanted to bring that up and as a reminder.
If I may, Heather,
that
if
it's
I
already
may,
happened.
I totally agree with what
Hang
you're
on.
saying, Heather.
No.
I used
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just put your hand up in line. That's the system we have here. Heather, go ahead.
No, that was pretty much all I wanted to say. I saw Gunny put his hand up, but I also see Erland has his hand up too. So I'll stick around for a little bit, but I just wanted to bring that little reminder of what's already happened. So that's all.
All right. Thank you, Prince. Yeah, Erland, please go ahead.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to reply to one specific thing that World Peace said, and it's that I have personally, I'm from Norway, by the way, and I have trained people who came from areas who are, I would consider, in the Arctic, and most Norwegians are familiar with cold weather, but being from a city or a village which freezes up in the winter doesn't mean that you have any advantage in winter warfare. Actually, maybe a little bit that you can you're not freaking out when it's 20 minus, but winter warfare is a special trade and it needs to be trained. It is not just to put on a warm bubble jacket and then you're fine. It is a totally different concept than just growing up in a cold climate. And yeah, we've touched this many times here, but my experience tells me that it is completely different than just having the experience of living in the cold.
Thank you for reminding us of this. Thank you, Erland. JJ, welcome aboard.
Thanks, Ben. How's it going today?
Busy, as you can see.
Good. Well, it's good to be busy. I just wanted to quickly pop up and remind folks that this is a Ukrainian space and that there are Ukrainians who take part in volunteering here and many, many Ukrainians who listen here. So I always try and remind people that to keep that perspective in mind when you come in and have fears or despair. It's really good to represent what's happening in Ukraine realistically. For example, they just took back Kherson, and that's huge. They've had many successful operations, and indeed experts are saying that they are doing fantastic and that they are getting the winter gear that they need. So just a little reminder that who is listening and how we present ourselves in this space, and that it's not about us. Thanks.
Thank you very much, JJ. By the way, JJ stands for Voice of Reason. She's very smart. She just doesn't know how to spell. Thank you very much. Axel, welcome on board.
This isn't Axel. This is Tim.
And Axel.
I have
This is Axel. It says Axel. I don't care.
I have Axel. If you want
Axel,
him back,
welcome on board.
you want to
So it's Tim and Axel. Right. Tim, what did we just do?
We're driving. We have an earpod in each ear, hence you're getting double teamed by Tim and Axel at this point.
Ew.
Yes, absolutely. How disgusting. So we have just been to a NAFO meetup here in sunny Tallinn, hosted by the inimitable Ragnar Suss. For those of you who don't know Ragnar Suss, he is one of the co-founders of the Estonian CRM startup pipe drive, which is a great success story. He's also a massive supporter of Ukraine. He is the impetus behind the NAFO 69th Sniffing Brigade, which has delivered over 100 cars to Ukraine.
111 was last week, at least.
111.
There's another batch coming now.
So 111 cars, mostly pickup trucks, mostly to the Ukrainian army. I have driven. I did a trip for Ragnar about 6 weeks ago, and it's an absolutely incredibly worthy effort. He crowdfunds. He sells merchandise, and I believe he probably puts up quite a bit of his own money as well to fund these efforts. He has a team of very dedicated volunteers, some of whom are his employees, but many of whom are not, who have a hand in delivering the cars. So he has just organized a little meetup in his wife's restaurant in the old town. Axel and I decided to go along.
Yeah, it was delightful, and we yet again did another interview on site, chit chat, which he wanted to use both for workshops as well as making sure that we can post.
Axel, I'm sorry. You're gonna have to speak louder, a lot louder.
Oh, you cannot hear me. All right, can you hear me now?
Fantastically.
Okay, fine. So I'll be talking in what Yehuda calls my Prussian voice now. Yeah. So Ragnar and I did an interview, which we'll be using both for his and our purposes, and then afterwards, and we also having agreed that he will join us on a more regular basis, coming for a little interview and segment, so we can talk about what both we here in Estonia, as well as he specifically with this group, that includes Leave 99, which is a business incubator in Kyiv, which has since the invasion switched to hosting pretty much everybody who needs assistance in order to have a sustainable setup for their programming capacity in Kyiv will do. And we'll make sure that his charitable effort gets out the door and is recognized in the world, so we can generate more support for MriyaReport, Ripley's Heroes, Tapestry, and from time to time what he does with his people on site in Kyiv, because it makes a great deal of sense, as you all know and will have heard in recent days, that we keep the lights on in Kyiv, in Ternopil, in Dnipro, in Cherkasy, and everywhere else. And that's what Ragnar and his people are doing, and we are very keen to support him and his operations in that regard, because we want to make sure that all the programmers and the IT programmers, most of whom are at the moment predominantly men in Ukraine, because they obviously can't leave the country. Many of them are in the reserves, many of them have trained, but at the same time they also still have to work and make some money for their families, and they continue their business. And that's what we would like to make sure that we highlight, and we want to tell the stories. We want to tell those stories about how people at the front lines have been supported, what kind of cars arrive where, what kind of humanitarian aids various organizations from the Baltic states, from Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, but also from our Finnish friends, which have passed through with the various convoys supported by Ragnar, by Leave 99, and by the various organizations here in the region have done. Just in order to highlight what is actually feasible and possible. And the funny part is, of course, that whilst both Ragnar and I have reached out to our US compatriots over the recent months in order to support our operations and our overall concern to support the Ukrainian people, funnily enough, the second largest donor base outside of Estonia for all these operations is in Germany, which is where most of the private donations have come from. And we want to make sure that those who are in Germany not only find a way to be heard, but also find another way to generate more buzz. That is an important feature. So that's what we've been doing, and we will have a few interviews upcoming in the say in the next week or two, including also the operator of the Leave 99 operations, both the charitable operation as well as the business center, helping Ukrainians on site in Kyiv to keep their business running. There you go.
Axel, are you at Laser Quest, or Laser Tag, as it's also called?
And the answer is no, and I don't know. And if you need me to use a laser, I would probably do this on an aircraft.
He has this preposterous German car that beeps a lot.
Sir Beeps a lot, I believe, is the name.
Yeah. Camelot. Thank you very much. No, this is actually a car which defines anyone who comes too close to it to be relevant for proximity alarm. You could also say for a photon torpedo.
I'm reminded of when the airline Germanwings launched in the UK, and their very short-lived slogan from the UK advertising agency in charge, and until somebody from Frankfurt noticed it, was "At last, something German that isn't complicated or expensive."
Tim is wobbling his head off.
Yes, I'm laughing at the Germans.
Well, given the utter success, long-lasting success of German wings, as you can imagine, I have nothing but scorn for them.
Yeah, joking aside, it's absolutely fantastic work that gentleman is doing, Axel. And thanks for bringing us good news.
Will bring us a lot more guests and a lot more exposure, because we want to make sure that more of the bolts, and we have so many different kind of, how should I put this? So many different kind of operations here, and so many different kind of suppliers and supporters. We want to make sure that they all actually find the call.
I think we've lost Axel. Or maybe Axel lost his microphone. Yep. Axel had lost his microphone. All right. So, Wendy, how much do you think the Mobniks are paid for each information they provide the ZSU when it comes to where to send artillery shell to hit some Kadyrov or some offices?
That's a great question, Ben. The Mobics are getting paid for sending the coordinates of Kadrovite locations and the headquarters locations to the Ukrainians. And the Mobics, of course, know that they can walk with their hands up towards an enemy who will treat them in accordance with the laws of armed conflicts, and will have their lives saved literally by surrendering instead of freezing to death, dying of hypothermia on the frozen ground of Ukraine. So yeah, they're definitely getting paid. That's what the Georgian Legion has told us. So we like to hear that kind of news.
All right, chaps, I apologize. Where did you lose me?
You were making fun of German wings, and that was over. And
Okay,
then
okay, it's
you
very
went back
simple.
to the
It's
cars,
easy.
and that was over.
Yeah, then you can easily make fun of German wings because they just lack the sauce. Yeah, I know, Ben, that doesn't gel with you. There's only buffalo wings.
They're now called Eurowings.
All right, yeah, Euro wings or not, it doesn't really matter. The only thing which matters is if you want proper chicken wings, they are buffalo wings. Now, having said this, whilst I tend to pour a lot of scorn on the remnants of what was once German wings, it is, of course, completely irrelevant or not germane to the discussion. At the moment, we are, whilst we're driving through heavy snow, which is what the Ukrainians will probably do as well at the moment, we're very, very lucky that the confluence of events is now driving Northern Europe, the Baltics, and Central and Eastern Europe all together in order to support Ukraine in a significantly more coordinated fashion. And it is absolutely necessary to get through the winter, because at the moment we have not yet provided, as the Coalition of the Willing, the right kind of kit, we have failed to provide Ukraine the equipment, the tools, the ordnance which is necessary to capitalize on the failure of the Russians. If we let them reconstitute and reconfigure themselves throughout winter, many, many thousands of Ukrainian soldiers and even more Ukrainian civilians have to die. So it is vitally important that Central, Eastern and Northeastern Europe take a lead in ensuring that the world knows that it has to act faster. Procrastination is death.
Axel, flatline, must have procrastinated too much. But yeah, fully agree with him. And it's death by the hundreds, if not the thousands. And those will be ultimately on our leaders, but also on us for not having chosen better ones, which is doesn't help me to sleep at night, I have to say. Yeah, Wendy, please go ahead.
Thanks, Ben. I'd like to really echo what, really give 100% to what Axel just said. You know, we slept, we sleep, we dream. We dream that life is beautiful, but then we wake up and we find that life is actually a duty. We have a duty. Those of us in the free world who have the choice to thankfully go about our working lives, argue over trivialities, we have a choice, and that is to support Ukraine now. And every single day in which there is an absence of the support that Ukraine needs, which has been outlined on this space time and time again, comes at the cost of Ukrainian lives. Procrastination is death, and no civilized human being of good conscience and rational thought can allow this. So yeah, thanks, Axel. All right, and fella, with me a bit wound up there, you've got your hand up, so welcome.
Yeah, I just wanted to continue where I left off, where somebody asked me about this general military thing and the winter war thing. So I don't think, coming from a country which has quite a lot of winter military experience historically and also now, that General Milley is in any way expert on winter warfare, and our experts, retired generals and colonels, they've been saying that he is wrong, that Ukrainians, especially Colonel Kari, he's been saying that Ukrainians have a good capability and now motivation and everything. And of course, I'm in the Ukrainian side 100%, 1000% that they can deliver. And what our Norwegian friend said about the winter warfare, I understand that. Of course, the fighting in the winter is different than surviving in the winter. I understand that. My grandfather was in the winter war in eastern Finland, -40. So I've heard the stories. And of course, now it's more nastier because you have the drones, you have the night vision, you have all this kind of nasty technical equipment to kill more efficiently. So I think I understand the concept. But saying that, what was Milley's point, that I don't take him at all as an expert on winter war, and now the dynamics and all the motivation and how do you say, the dynamics are on Ukrainian side. So it is very, very clear, listening to the Russian commentators, that what is the mood in Russia, that Russia is getting a beating, and they want kind of like a short breather, and then they want to continue. And on the mobilization, I don't know. It will take some time when they get the mobilized people on the ground, but it surely looks bleak for them. So I think now the momentum is right. But what I want to say, something which is following many conflicts in my time, my professional life in various capacities, is that we are all in Ukrainian side, and we are listening, we are amplifying the Ukrainian message, and this is all fine and great. But there is also this kind of effect that we should be careful that there can be unknown happenings, unknown situations, and then we would be shocked that there is something that doesn't go as we in the West or in Ukraine wish, that there can be some unpleasant surprises. So we should always be mentally prepared for unpleasant surprises. I just take one example.
Well, I'm just going to stop you there, mate. Look, I think we can be in no doubt that the country that started this, the one that lies east of Ukraine, a wave of darkness is going and is currently sweeping across Mordor. Yes, the country that started this. For Ukrainians, they are an example of in the darkest of nights, the brightest stars shine. So Ukrainians, it's very. They have friends and allies from around the world who are looking on right now and have been for 9 months plus 8 years, watching this incredible, resilient nation and the embodiment of stoicism and human rights and all the values that we hold dear in the West stand up and defend themselves against incredible odds, and in the face of this darkness from the East that has been plotting and scheming their demise for many years.
I agree. I agree 100%.
Great.
No, I just wanted to say that just we have to have a cool head when we are analyzing things. That the issue is like what we had in Finland when we almost lost our independence in 1944. That Russians were able to conquer our second biggest city, and we didn't. In our media, we didn't much publish the kind of setbacks that our military had. Of course, there was huge successes, and we are all in Ukrainian side 1000%, like I said. But I'm just saying that when we are amplifying this kind of Ukrainian message very strongly, we also have to be realistic in our view that what is going on. But I think it's going fine for Ukrainians, and I'm just saying that there can be always setbacks. I'm just
That's a
saying
very
that we have
good
to
point.
be. Yes. This is the only thing. I'm not. You know what I mean? Just to keep a cool,
Absolutely.
analytical head and warm heart for Ukraine and the West. That's what I'm saying.
That's a very nice old classic Northern European statement. A warm heart and a cool head. That's exactly what it is. And what you're referring to is the concept of the unknown unknowns. There are things which you know that you do not know. There are things which you don't know that you don't know. It's very, very, very important that we keep this in mind, that we have to build up the resilience, the capacity to deal with wanton violence, excessive impact of surprise attacks by the other side, quite insane tactics which are there to set us off kilter. As long as we accept that, then we're in good shape, and Ukraine is in good shape.
%. Crash. Crash. Mic check.
Good day, mic check. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Kudos to everyone on the space, long-time listener, first-time caller, and especially to all the hosts for all your diligent and efforts over these times, and to the speakers. And also a shout out to Maria Aid. I think it's fantastic, and the world so far evidently hasn't done enough to support Ukraine. I just wanted to comment a little by way of backstory. Approaching 30 years of service as a reservist in the Canadian Armed Forces infantry, and to the points regarding the infrared and night vision, I will echo those. Just a bit of a concern regarding drone warfare. This is something that's new to Ukraine, new to 2022 as far as the large scale use of it. And we're first approaching a vast winter where some of what we've seen thus far won't be feasible. due to extreme temperatures, cold, and so on, things of that nature. So when someone does comment that, okay, we have the drones or we can solve this problem, and it's not just the drones, but radios and certain weapons that require battery supply and so on, things of that nature, they won't work at the same optimal capacity. So to our NATO allies who are training Ukrainian troops, I certainly hope that some of those caveats with regards to the optimal use of kit, and I suspect it hasn't truly been tested yet, given the high winds and so on. So just a note of caution, and wonder if there are specific drones that are rated at a certain wind speed and so on that function better than some of the Mavics or some of the civilian variants.
The answer is yes, there are, but not many. And of course, and this is when everybody criticizes, and I think we've done this here too, criticizes senior military officers, we have to be mindful of one thing, that in winter, the op tempo does decrease. It just does, no matter what we do. However, in winter, if you take the necessary precautions, if you have learned the lessons from our Finnish, Norwegian friends, from our Canadian friends, and from some of the others who have been excelling in winter warfare, you can make gains over someone who is not as prepared, not as capable, not as qualified and kitted out. This is the opportunity. This winter, as opposed, and this is where my criticism would be laid upon the considerations of some people at CENTCOM and some people in the Joint Chiefs of Staff, this winter is a unique opportunity for Ukraine. This winter requires more mechanized warfare capacity.
Indeed, free the Leopards and the CV90s. I wholeheartedly agree with you. My point or concern is that sometimes I detect that some people have a look on the drones as a panacea, and I suspect, yes, and I suspect, and I would hope that maybe the weather will have a detrimental effect on some of what the Iranians are supplying to the Vatniks and the like. And yeah, thanks kindly. On that word of caution, Slava Ukraine, Slava Heroima, and I'll drop down to a listener. Kudos to all.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Heroim Slava. Crash, you're always welcome here. Don't be an irregular participant. Just come anytime.
Thanks kindly. As Ben was jostling some of the kids, or as Yehuda might in the background, I'm often juggling that in the background, but it's fascinating.